High-stakes matches in the elimination bracket. 2 players will be knocked out. And as the chess world talks about the return of Hans Niemann, Magnus Carlsen continues to let chess speak for itself. He's got a big day in office as he faces his longtime rival, world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. The fantastic commentators in the studio are ready. We are looking forward to all the action. Welcome to the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight.
Oh.
It's full of traps. You saw the reaction. He's like, oh crap, here we go. Like, what has this kid got in store?
It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king might see it.
He didn't see it. Levon is freaking out. He's got 5 seconds. It's over.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Drzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
And now just seconds on the clock. And Wesley does that. 3 seconds. Walks into
is so stressed out.
Tension, he knows he's so close in this one. He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley So there, he celebrates. We are expecting another action-packed day as three different generations continue to battle it out. Welcome everyone, and we will make sure to keep you on top of each and every move. In the studio, guiding us through all of it, Grandmaster David Howell, Ginger GM Simon Williams, and International Master Jovanka Hauska. Simon, we had such a fantastic day of chess on day one. What was the biggest surprise for you?
The biggest surprise was probably young Dennis. I thought he was going to struggle against the very experienced Fabiano, but he played extremely well, and it went all the way to the Armageddon game, and even there he missed a chance to win the whole thing. So great play from the young man.
Fantastic play by Dan Laz there, taking the lead in his match, but he did go down to the elimination bracket after Fabi won the Armageddon. Jovanka, was there a moment that had you on the edge of your seat?
There were many moments, but one I can particularly recall was the first game between Magnus Carlsen and Amin Tabatabai. And there, it was actually Amin Tabatabai who was in a winning position. But unfortunately, he didn't spot the win, and Magnus then resumed business and just exerted his dominance.
The favourites did exert their dominance on day one. David, we had three matches that wound up in just 3 games. Who was the player of the day for you?
Well, I want to give a shout out to Wesley So for being back to his best, just smooth, classy chess there. But for me, it was actually Alireza Firouzja who stood out. I mean, his match against Abdusattorov, we thought it would be the closest on paper, but it was a blowout in the end, 3-0, and just impressive stuff. He's clearly come here to win the tournament.
Wesley So, is he back in form? He has been struggling the last couple of tournaments, but we've seen consistent performances from him in the Champions Chess Tour. And while the favourites continue in the winners bracket, Denis Lazovic also put on a thrilling show, taking the world number 3 into an Armageddon. And Alireza Firouzja made it look easy on day one.
The A-pawn is still a faint hope, and I expect this is why Nodirbek hasn't resigned, because, it's quite close to queening, and he's going for that pawn now, but
the knight will come to f7. I thought.
And rook h6 is a big...
it's going to be checkmate.
It's over.
I don't think he saw that move, did he?
Yeah, his expression there.
It's getting worse and worse. Magnus is just slowly, methodically improving his pieces. Look at that. The knight on f5 was glorious, but it was in the way of white's queen and rook. So he maneuvers it, takes 2 tempi. Well spent. There we go. Breakthrough.
Wow.
Did you see that? It's just so accurate, right?
This is a killer blow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's enjoying himself a bit too much here, isn't he?
And that's it. It's done. Magnus Carlsen takes the victory. Amin Tabatabai resigns.
He needs to survive without losing a piece to move 126 here, Denis Lazovic.
Another 20 moves, that is, David. We're at move 106 right now.
10 seconds left, though, to do that. I mean, it's not a lot of time.
7.
15 moves away, but he's about to get checkmated.
Queen a2 is coming up. He loses the bishop.
I think Fabi's done it. Unbelievable. This is crazy, right?
There we go. Fabiano takes the win. He was winning on the board. He also won on the clock, and relief on his face.
And Fabiano Caruana is one of the 4 players who has booked his seat in the season's final, along with Magnus Carlsen, who's had 2 Champions Chess Tour victories this season. He is looking for that hat-trick in this one. Hikaru Nakamura, who won the Chessable Masters, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, though he had a tough day on day one, he has won the Chess Kid Cup, and with that, will be playing in Toronto. 4 seats remain, 2 tournaments still to go. The heat is on, and there we see our bracket with Magnus playing against Fabiano in the winner semi-final, Wesley So against Firouzja. In the losers round 1, we've got Amin Tabatabai, Denis Lazovic, Elianov, Abdusattorov, who have been knocked down to the elimination bracket. David, who are you most surprised to see in the elimination bracket?
Well, I guess I'm not necessarily surprised, but disappointed that Lazovic has ended there, because he was so close to so much more. But Lazovic, I think, has great chances in his match. The other 3 in the elimination bracket, they need to up their game. It hasn't been good enough. None of them scored any wins there. So today, it's crunch time.
Yeah, a lot of players seemed off form, didn't they, yesterday in that bracket, in that losers section. So it'll be interesting to see if they can improve and start playing some proper chess today.
Yeah, after all, it is still a best of two, so the players will have to sharpen up. I'm especially looking forward to seeing whether Nodirbek Abdusattorov can defeat Pavel Elianov.
Big matches, but it's not only in Division 1 that there's so much on the line. Of course, the big seat, the big aim is the big seat in the $500,000 final. And for players in Division 2 and 3, there are tour points as well as the big ticket to the next Division 1, where they can fight to get to Toronto. And there are some big names fighting for that. A bunch of players, including Vladimir Fedoshev, including Levon Aronian, and also the World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Division 2 saw some action as Jan Nepomniachtchi blazed past Grandmaster Maxim Chagayev. After picking up a victory in the first game and a draw in the second, the third game saw Nepo playing something you don't see very often. Nepo went on an incredible king run, marching his king from one side of the board to the other, where it remained relatively safe for the rest of the game. Maneuvering his knights, Nepo won a pawn, and eventually the game.
Now is the end of the game.
In Division 3, legends clashed. It was Gadakamsky versus Vladimir Kramnik. On move 11, Kramnik sacrificed his queen, although the outcome was in Kamsky's favor. After a few more trades, Kamsky proved that it is far superior to have a queen and a rook compared to a rook, a knight, and a bishop. From there, Kamsky pressed and earned victory against the former world champion.
Famous fan legend fighting it out there against Big Vlad in Division 3. But look at that, in Division 2, we had some big results. And one that stands out is Alexei Sorana's win over Nihal Sarin. A 3-0 resounding victory. But David, the scoreline doesn't tell the full story.
That's right, it was heartbreak for Nihal Sarin there. The first two games, he simply could not get his fair play camera working. He lost those first two games by default, and by the time it was working in Game 3, he actually managed to amass a winning position before mouse slipping a rook. So 3-0 doesn't tell the whole story. Nihal Sarin will now be grateful that he has another life in this tournament.
Heartbreak day for Nihal, but this is double elimination bracket, so he can still fight it out. Meanwhile, these are the matchups in Division 2. David, what is the big fight that we're looking forward to in this one? Big names all across.
Big names all around, but for me, it is that clash between Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Championship challenger, of course, against Vladimir Fedoshev, who's very high now up there on the overall tour standings this season. High stakes, and both players still with the chance, if they do well here, to qualify for those tour finals.
Absolutely, and with Magnus winning 2 events, it has opened up another spot in the tour standings for these players. Division 2, super critical matches, but not just that. Ivanka, we've got big action in Division 3 as well.
Yeah, big names, big games. You have to remember there are a lot of big players playing. And take a look at some of them, and we can see already there's some standout ones. Bakro is facing Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And if you go right down to the bottom, we see Ming Lei, online speed specialist. He is taking on Anish Giri. So big matchups there.
You don't want to miss any of that. You can follow Division 2 coverage on Chess Dojo's channel and Division 3 coverage on Grandmaster Ben Feingold's channel. And speaking of big games, the big story in the chess world has been Chess.com reinstating Hans Niemann. And we asked Magnus his views on the breaking news.
I do hope for my opponent today as well that even though the last 2 games weren't so good, perhaps with some changes, some new people to work with, better influences, maybe he can play even better.
Magnus, you're saying better influences. Are you talking about Hans Niemann right now?
I'm talking about influences in general.
All right, fair enough. Magnus.chess.com released a statement regarding Hans, and we'll see him return to competition soon. 1 year ago, exactly in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, we all were here and we saw what happened. What were your thoughts on this next chapter in the saga, and especially if he comes to compete in the Champions Chess Tour next?
No comment.
Better influences, a bit of a cryptic response there by Magnus, followed with a no comment on the whole situation. David, how does Magnus keep this separate from the chess on the board? What is his mindset coming into this tournament?
Well, I guess throughout chess history, Tanya, chess has been littered with all these rivalries. You don't necessarily like your opponents. Often some of the top players, they actually hate each other, but they are able to differentiate that from the chess itself. And just that level of focus that they have, it's almost superhuman. So, yeah, somehow he's able to kind of focus on the board, despite the fact sometimes there's bubbling rivalries there.
I mean, he's clearly talking about Hans, isn't he? But, but it's good, yeah. I mean, now we got, like, you know, the good and the bad, or should we say the rebel, and they're fighting again, and it's going to be exciting, I think, the next couple of months to see what happens.
Yeah, I completely agree. It will be exciting. And Magnus has been on record in 2019 for saying, actually, that he played exceptionally well, even though there was a lot of drama in his personal life.
We will be seeing him on the board later today in the winners' semi-finals, where Magnus Carlsen takes on Fabiano Caruana. That is an age-old rivalry, a huge clash between two greats of the game, world number 1 taking on world number 3. But that's not all. A really exciting matchup between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja as well. It will be all eyes on the Magnus-Fabi matchup. Simon, two players with big history, including a World Championship match. What are you expecting on the board today?
Well, this is going to be a great match to watch. I mean, like you said, they played for the World Championships in 2018, and they're back again playing here, and they've both been playing great chess over the last year. I mean, you have to put Magnus as favourite the way he's playing, but if Fabiano brings his game, then you could see a surprise. It's going to be very interesting.
He has been bringing his game. He's had some fantastic performances, including finishing 3rd in the World Cup. He did mention that he missed playing against Magnus in the finals in the World Cup, so he is looking forward to this one. But it's not only a big day for Magnus and Fabi, it is a big match for Wesley So as well, because this is his path to the Champions Chess Tour Finals, getting that seat into the Toronto season's final event. If he wins today against Alireza Firouzja, he seals the deal. It is done. He gets a ticket to Toronto. The other scenario, if Denis Lazovic loses to Amin Tabatabai, it doesn't matter what happens in Wesley's game. He's through already because he will be uncatchable with the tour points. Simon, what do you make of the situation? Is this big pressure on Wesley, or he knows that he can also count on another board to get that seat into Toronto?
I don't think it's too much pressure. I mean, he played really well yesterday, as David said, and I think he's really experienced, so he's just got to do the same thing he's used to playing. There's probably a bit more pressure on young Denis, because he'd love to get that place right, and he's got to avoid losing again today. So Wesley, he can relax, play his normal stuff, and I think he'll be all right.
He's playing Firouzja. What a matchup. That's also a clash of styles, Ivanka.
It is a clash of styles, and also a very scary match, because yesterday, Firouzja had like an accuracy of 96%, which is insane. But yeah, well, Wesley can just relax and just focus on the one thing he needs to do, play good chess. He has to forget about qualifying for Toronto.
What a fantastic winner semi-finals bracket we've got there, with two very juicy matchups. But that's coming up later. We do start with the losers semi-finals with Amin Tabatabai taking on Denis Lazovic. Denis was so impressive in his match against Fabi on day 1, taking the lead. And then we also have Pavel Elyanov, who will be playing Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Another clash of generations there. David, on paper, Nodirbek a favorite, but he was so shaky on day 1.
Yeah, Nodirbek just didn't seem to be at his best. He was taking a lot of risk, but it backfired and didn't pay off. Elyanov, however, has been in tough form lately. He didn't do so great at the World Rapid Team Championships. He had a very difficult day against Wesley. So it's just about who starts faster in this best-of-2 matchup. If Elyanov can start with a decent opening, I think he'll have his chances. But if not, then I do fear for his chances.
It's going to be an interesting fight when the 40-year-old Elyanov takes on the 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we also have a clash between two very young players, Amin Tabatabai playing against the youngest player to make it to Division 1 this season, Denis Lazovic. Yovi, Denis was so impressive yesterday, but Amin as well had his chances against Magnus.
He had one chance in game one. After that, Magnus was relentless. But yeah, you're right. It was a much more evenly matched match rather than the score suggesting. But, you know, I'm expecting fireworks. The players are both young, ambitious, and it is a best of two. So anything can happen. I suspect we might see Armageddon.
Ooh, we'd love it if the match went down to the wire. The bidding Armageddons can be so exciting to watch. Amin Tabatabai, a very aggressive player. Denis Lazovic, a very technical player. So a clash of styles there as well. It is a different format in the elimination bracket with it just being a best of two. The margin for error for the players here is 0. They are on their last life. You lose and you're out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It will be a best of two. 1.5 points wins the match. They start with 15 minutes, a 3-second increment. If you win your match, you advance through to the losers' quarterfinals. If you lose, you are out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. In case of a 1-1 tie, we will go down to the bidding Armageddon. The clocks are ticking. The players are getting ready. There we have them, Amin and then Laz on the screen. Amin starts with white. Do you guys think that Amin saw Magnus's interview, and how would that affect his mind zone?
Well, there's no way that Amin didn't see Magnus's interview. It was all over social media, and chess players, we know, keep up to date with everything. Meanwhile, it's actually a repeat of, well, it's deja vu for Denis Lazovic, because Tabatabai has taken a leaf out of Caruana's book. This is what we call the anti-Berlin. It's a variation of the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening. And here, with black's doubled pawns on the c-file, the lack of bishop pair for white, it does take a slower turn this game. So Amin here certainly must have done his homework, must have a special idea up his sleeve, because Lazovic came out of those openings with, well, in decent shape. What do you think here, Simon? We peg Amin here as a kind of very aggressive player, but he's chosen a slower approach to this game.
Yeah, and yeah, like you mentioned, we saw lots of clashes in this particular variation and this B6 move again when we had Fabiano with the white pieces trying to break down Denis in this position. So I agree, Amin must have something prepared, and he's manoeuvring his knight around now. Maybe he can back it up by playing the centre, which he's trying to do here with this c3 move.
And this is a new move, right? Because remember, Caruana actually tucked the king into the corner and tried to blast open the centre with a potential f2, f4. Now, well, white is being a lot more direct and now threatening d4 directly. And I like this move by Denis Lazovic, just developing the bishop to the edge of the board and preventing this pawn break in the centre.
This one is fire from the very start. A lot of offensive play by both these players, as we can see. The queen under attack, but we've got action starting on the other board, as well as the very experienced Elyanov, who's worked with some of the best players in the world for World Championship matches, including Boris Gelfand, including Magnus Carlsen and the Muzichuk sisters. He takes on the youngest ever World Rapid champion. Elyanov, an opening specialist. How important will it be for Nodirbek to get out safely and navigate the opening safely in this one?
Well, that's the thing. Safety is not in his vocabulary, Tanya. Abdusattorov, he just plays the most aggressive ideas these days. It definitely feels, as we mentioned yesterday, like he's feeling out his boundaries here, just scoping out how much risk he can take against the best players in the world. And, OK, it is a Queen's Gambit declined by transposition here, so a very solid start. And here we see the semi-Tarrasch variation. Yeah, very theoretical. Maybe he kind of has learnt from yesterday when he fell to defeat against Firouzja. This is known as a very solid approach for black. So yeah, definitely two opening specialists who, in a two-game match, just have come armed with specific kind of concepts here at the early stages. Black's now going to give a check. We'll see a lot of pieces traded off, set of knights already off the board, bishops. And white has the strong pawn center, but black is rock solid, ahead in development as well, slightly. Early days, but actually I think this one shows that both players are a bit cagey, maybe feeling slightly nervous heading into this encounter.
Yeah, and there we see the light square bishop develop towards the centre. Both players moving very, very quickly, and I can tell you from experience, from playing this position from the white side, it's a tough nut to crack, this one. I've rarely gotten an opening advantage.
Yeah, this is known as one of the most rock-solid defenses for black. Not necessarily the most ambitious, but essentially, if you look at the pawn structure, white has extra pawns in the center, black has extra pawns on the queen side. So long-term, black is actually doing very well. Those two black pawns on the A and B file will often start running very quickly in an endgame. And white's pawn center either very strong or potentially vulnerable. Simon, do you have much experience in this type of structure?
Yeah, fair bit, and I think there's been some good plans shown in this structure. If you go back and look at some of the classic games, I know Tao has demonstrated a plan where white can sacrifice a pawn by pushing d5 and then pushing the other pawn forwards to start a kingside attack. You can also use your h pawn, funnily enough, surprising that, to try and probe black's position a bit, but the starting stage is put your rooks to the middle of the board. But the main thing I think white tries to do is to play at the right moment this advance where he's got more pawns, and that is the advance d5. And this can involve just trying to get a passed pawn or as a sacrifice. And I believe the sacrificial idea is supposed to be a bit more dangerous. Magnus actually won a nice game by using another plan here in one of the Champions Tour a couple of years ago, where he used his a pawn. And you can do that as well if you want to play a bit more positional. So the pawn right on the left-hand side, you can throw out the board to try to do something on the queen side as well. So you can actually, as white, play in every side of the board. I mean, I really like this position as white, but it is considered to be very solid for black as well, as you've mentioned here. So we'll have to wait and see now what white's going to do. King side, centre or queen side.
That sounds super flexible. White can play on anywhere across the board, but what about black? What are the big plans that black has to try and neutralize that pressure, Yovi, in these positions? You said you've got some experience here.
Yeah, I mean, usually black just connects the rooks and waits and see what kind of approach that white takes. So, of course, if you push the pawn in the middle of the board, it's going to be all about blockading that pawn and then just corralling it when you can. And if white does go for the kingside attack, look, that's a roving rook. It's headed to the kingside, as David is indicating. But obviously, you're going to have to take some stages to defend against that.
Yeah, and I always hate it, actually, when I can play on three sides of the board. I just want one plan, one logical, consistent plan. But, yeah, sometimes it's hard to pick. Here, Elianov has chosen, and it's clear now he wants to maybe move this knight out the way a bit later. He might jump forward if given the opportunity, and then this rook will slide across. And just, Simon, you mentioned this one plan. For example, let's say black just makes a move. Let's say I push a pawn. The plan at some point will be, for example, let's centralize a rook. It's going to be stepping forward and then pushing the other pawn as well.
Yeah, and the white knight has a beautiful square then in the centre of the board, and this is kind of key, as you can show here. You don't have to take that pawn back. You can play this move, and I think it's actually the first person who played this idea was Pogrevsky, and I've probably butchered his name, but a brilliant theoretician, and this is where you can get a very dangerous attack with the knight coming in, the rook swinging over, and that pawn on e5 is a very dangerous little thing, little unit you can open up your opponent's position with. So another plan there that white can try. And you know, this is why I really like playing this position as white. I like attacking, and you've got many options to do that. But black's also played quite a sensible idea, David, just preparing to defend against some of those ideas and attacking a pawn.
Yeah, it does invite white to actually push forward, not the d pawn, but also the e pawn as well. In order, you can't do it now because the knight will jump to d5 and attack the rook. But bear in mind, this could be a possibility because white can set up some kind of battery with the bishop going back to c2 and the queen going to d3. So this is another idea that I've seen.
Yeah. And here, okay, he just backs up his pawn center. This pawn is defended by two rooks. If black takes, it would just be a trade of material, but white would be left with two minor pieces versus a rook and pawn. That tends to be better for the minor pieces there. So defending everything sufficiently, and black is a bit stuck. I'm expecting to see moves such as rook to e8, just very standard. Maybe queen to e7, although that's lining up against the white rooks. Yeah, it's tough finding plans. That's the name of the game, and not easy for either side right now. I very much like how Elianov's approached this. Despite the fact he kind of went into the tank for a few minutes, he has stumbled across a very nice plan and clearly taken Abdusattorov out of his homework.
I think he's the kind of player, Ilianov, who would know these classical games. You know, he's a bit of the older generation, and I think they learnt in a slightly different way. Like, they learnt by looking at more whole games rather than concentrating on opening ideas. So it strikes me these middle game ideas he'd be well used to knowing about, basically.
It's interesting you say that, Simon, because I'm just checking the database here and I can see there are no games in my database with this exact position. So
I think it's the plans, isn't it? I mean, you don't need to know the actual position, but the plans behind the position is the key thing to know about.
Yeah, definitely. And there we see Black playing a move that David suggested, just moving the rook to the centre.
The speed with which Nodirbek is responding to Elyanov playing out these plans that we've been discussing also shows that Nodirbek is feeling quite comfortable in these positions. And Simon, you mentioned about generation and their styles of play. Elyanov are very principled players and, of course, very familiar with these structures, knows the plan. But do you also think for the younger generation today, they're so much more adaptive and resilient and sort of ready to change it up, but also feel comfortable in positions that they're not super familiar with? Is that a characteristic that perhaps marks the current generation?
Yeah, I mean, they seem to know everything. They seem to be very confident, play very quickly, and like you say, be good universal players. You know, attack, defense, they seem to calculate their way out. And I think that's primarily because they're just taking the position on a move-by-move basis, and they're just almost computing all these long variations and just working out really quickly. I would say this is especially true for the young Indian generation. That seems to be the school of calculation there. And for the older generation, it's more about plans, as Simon says, knowing where to put your pieces, how to generate an attack, and in this kind of situation, knowing how to wait in a good way.
Chess has become so concrete and calculation-based now with computers, with the younger generation. What is, David, you have a lot of experience with Nodirbek, playing against him. What would you say is Nodirbek's biggest strength?
Oof, just the lack of fear. I mean, he's just not deferential at all. That's why at 17 years old, he was able to take down a lot of the world's elite on the way to becoming World Rapid Champion. And calculation as well. I think you're right, Jovanka. I would say some of the Indian players may be slightly ahead of him there, but somehow he just knows where the pieces go, especially when he gets that chance to seize the initiative. He never seems to let the momentum go. So especially when he's on the front foot, I would say he's one of the best players in the world already. But still some work to do, of course, on certain types of endgames, slower kind of maneuvering positions. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying this about one of the best players out there. Just nitpicking here, but I mean, he's there to stay clearly at the top and so confident as well. That's his biggest thing.
Yeah, fearless play. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's strange to say, but he's not the youngest participant in this tournament. It is 16-year-old Denis Lazovic, and he is playing against the 22-year-old Amin Tabatabai. Let's check in with that. A lot has happened. David, perhaps you can just take us through how we got here. It's already an endgame on the board. Simon is not happy.
Oh dear, I might go back to bed, I think, when I see this. This is, this is what happens in the Berlin a lot, right? I mean, the pieces get hoovered off and they shake hands, have a draw, and that's it, basically. Is that going to happen here, David?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Although I will say that I slightly prefer White's position just because of the pawn structure. But let's jump in, as Tanya said. We have a lot of time left on the clock for both players. I think this was Amin's preparation, so I'm going to rewind back to the middle game here and show how the pieces were hoovered, vacuumed off the board. Here in this position, Amin dropped his knight back, opening up this tension between the queens. We kind of left it just before this moment, and suddenly the queens came off. Not just that, a set of minor pieces came off. Normally you don't want to part with bishops, but here it's a bit blocked, so it makes sense to trade off White's knight there. And then suddenly a set of pawns came off the board, everything disappearing, and we see White opening up the center, knights also disappearing, and this is pretty much the position we're left with. And just to highlight the kind of contours of this position, it's all about the fact that Black's isolated pawn in the center could potentially be a target for White's bishop. Still takes a bit of work, but you can maneuver this bishop around. And this is why I think White has a small advantage, but just the fact that it's opposite color bishops, just the fact that Black is so active here right now means that he should be able to hold the balance. I don't think you should go too passive necessarily. I think ideally you want all the rooks off the board and the Black king to somehow head towards the center, defending this weakness. Then Black is safe. But in the meantime, still Denis Lazovic with the one. He's the one answering the small questions.
And this is his first time in Division 1. And we sort of seen him struggle a little bit with the clock. Even in his match against Fabi, the positions looked good a lot of times, but he was behind on the clock. Is Is that going to be a factor today as well? Because Amin, he's got double the amount of time.
He has double the amount of time. And also, I just kind of want to piggyback on David's point. I also think he has, I'm going to get brave here and say, the much better position. He's the one playing for 2 results. And the only reason I'm saying this is because take a look at the opposing pawn majorities. Black's one on the left side of the board. It's very difficult to mobilize, whereas white is so much more easier. You can just march those pawns up the board. And I think David just hit the nail on the head. It's going to be all about attacking that weak pawn in the middle. And just imagine a situation where the bishop is attacking that pawn, the rook is defending. Well, basic maths, my maths is not that great, but bishop worth 3 points, rook worth 5 points. Well, only white can be much better.
And we have a feature chat there. Dennis must be heartbroken from yesterday, but I think there were so many positives as well, David, to take away from that match. The fact that he took the lead, winning that game 3, had his chances in all the game, and the Armageddon could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, so near yet so far. And I think Denis Lazovic has to take a leaf out of Magnus's book. We talked about it earlier, just separating the emotion from the moves themselves, from the chess itself. And I think he's capable of doing so. He plays so much online, and that kind of conditions you. If you play 100 kind of blitz games in one session, it conditions you to forget about the losses, forget about the setbacks. You just focus on the here and now. And Denis, the one thing I'll say for him is it is his type of position. It's very technical. He has specific things to aim for. It's not all necessarily about tactics, attacks, which I think is what Amin should be doing stylistically against his younger opponent. But yeah, interesting that Amin's not taking too much risk. I think it's just a sign of respect to young Denis.
I really like that move by Denis, this last move, putting that bishop on a4, controlling that d1 square so that white's rook can't really come and activate itself, start targeting the e5 pawn from that d5 square. So it's a simple move, but it's got its own idea. Simon, would you agree that this kind of an endgame, it's really something that Denis feels comfortable in, and is draw the most likely result here?
Yes and yes, basically. I mean, Denis has shown that he plays in this what you would say 20 years ago, very old man style, very mature style. Play for the ending, avoid the tactics. And he's only like a 15-year-old child, but he has a great understanding of these types of positions and a great positional style to his play. And he's very hard to beat. We saw him compete with Fabiano Caruana, the really experienced Fabiano, yesterday. And he competed on the same level. He nearly beat him in the Armageddon game. And, Fabi is twice his age, has world championship experience under his belt. And he was grinding him down. The only time he lost was in a tactical battle. So I think he's going to hold this position. And just because it seems his kind of position. And Amin going into this, I can understand why he did it, because you have a safe advantage. I mean, it is an advantage, I think, because that pawn is weak, but it is opposite coloured bishops. And Tanya, that bishop a4 move was, as you pointed out, was a great move, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Does anyone think this is going to be a win?
I think it's going to be a win for
You think it's going to be a win? Okay.
I must be jaded because I once went to a lecture by a Norwegian grandmaster, Jon Ludvig Hammer, and he loves rooks with opposite coloured bishops. And he says they're not just drawn just because the opposite coloured bishops are on the board. Instead, you've got to look at it in terms of the mini plan. So it's not going to be about moves. It's going to be about whether each side can slowly improve the position. And I do like what Denis is doing. That's very accurate. But white can just start pushing those pawns, start trying to probe the black position, come in with the king. And there's just no way that black is going to get active.
I agree with everything that you've said, Jovanka, but I'm going to take you on this one. I think this is going to end in a draw. I agree that white seems to have all the trumps. And of course, if you take the rooks off the board, it's a draw on the spot. But as long as there are a set of major pieces, rooks and queens, or even just rooks, opposite color bishop, the game isn't over. But I'm still with Sai on this one. I think this is going to end in a draw. It's a good time to switch over because, David, the queens and the action is on the Elyanov board.
Yeah, I'll just mention before we moved on there, I'm in Jovanka's court. I think this one will go on a long, long time.
We got a bet going on.
Should we have a little glass of wine on it at some point?
Yes.
Yeah, OK. Yes. So I love David buying me glasses of wine. It's one of my favourite hobbies. So that'd be nice. OK, bet on, David?
Bet on, chat. You heard it here first.
Good.
Meanwhile, I don't think we should bet on this one because it looks crazy and then anything could happen. Since we last left it, Black has started expanding on the queen side. Makes sense. You want to push pawns on the side you're stronger. And Black has that 2 versus 1 majority on the queen side. Whereas Elianov, he's planted his knight in the center. I like White's knight there, but still a bit loose. And what's his plan going to be? It feels like this is potentially a crunch moment, a key moment, just in terms of who's going to be more kind of decisive here, who's going to kind of make the other one blink first. I'm wondering what Abdusattorov's calculating. Looks like he's trying to work something out. Black looks like you've kind of maximized all your pieces, but what next? And also the clock, big factor potentially over the next few moves. Should we do a kind of round the table here? Who do we prefer and why?
Yeah, I mean, I'm initially always drawn to White because I like having the center. I like having the attacking chances when I play, so it's probably a personal thing. But so I'm gonna have to say White, but I don't know if I really believe that as well because because you basically got 1 or 2 plans here. I mean that rook coming over, it's quite blunt, and this is the one plan I would be concentrating here if I was White. You do have Black's played h6, so you have a little what we call a hook maybe. So that's sort of a target that we can aim for. But if rook g3 works, great. But if it doesn't work, I'm not sure I'm a great fan of what White is doing here. Black seems to have got quite a lot of counterplay on the other side of the board. But, you know, I would just play rook g3 and pray. That would be my idea here.
Yeah. Threatening queen takes h6 due to a pin here. Simon, you mentioned just before we ask for Jovanka and Tanya's opinions here, just this other idea of using this pawn to blow open the king side, but risky stuff.
Risky stuff, yeah. Could backfire.
Jovanka, I want your opinion on this position.
You know, I've had a very similar position like this with the white pieces, and I did not win. I did not even get an attack. So I'm going to say Black. I mean, I like Black's activity there on the left. And we do see Simon's move on the board. Very blunt threat of the queen coming to h6, grabbing that pawn. But I'm expecting the Black king to get out of dodge and maybe even run towards the center.
Yeah, I mean, the f7 point, there's a couple of weak points, aren't there, in Black's position here? You've got the hook h6, but you've got f7 as well. So it's whether this attack will cause Black enough problems, I think, or if Black can counter-strike in the middle.
Tanya, divide our vote here. We need
on this one,
preference.
I'm with Jovanka. I've also played these positions with the white pieces, and I just feel like they look really pleasant. But long-term, Black has got this harmony, centralized rook, and also always keep in mind, I know it's a far-off dream, but those queenside pawns that Black has, the A and the B pawn, in endgames, once they start pushing, B4 coming in, it can be a big distraction, and for White to handle those pawns and keep those central pawns defended can be a bit of challenge. There is a threat on the board, queen h6. Once that's parried, and David, I will throw that to you, what is the right way for Black to get out of that? Also looking at the clock situation, I'd pick Black as well.
Yeah, I just using pattern recognition here. It looks like a Grunfeld, the pawn structure. For players familiar with that, for the viewers at home, yeah, the Grunfeld, often long-term Black's doing well, but short-term White has the dynamism. Let's go to the threats. Of course, a pin, meaning that queen takes pawn is a deadly, deadly threat right now. I only see 2 ways to get out of that. You have to either move the king, as Jovanka highlighted. You cannot go towards the corner where you want to hide because this f7 pawn is loose then, so king f8. And yeah, it feels a bit weird. It feels unnatural. Okay, there we go. It has just been played. I was going to say the other alternative would be to attack the white rook with your knight, but this does feel loose, and you would have to recce on how this knight is going to get back into the game a bit later on. Maybe you just kind of yo-yo back and forth. You keep trying to harass this rook, but ooh, evaluation bar reacts. So this is why Abdusattorov steered away from this, maybe afraid of some potential tactics against this knight, some sacrifices, opening up the Black king.
David, did you answer the question? Who would you rather be? I mean, I was just
trying to get out of it, Simon.
I mean, I would say you're probably going to go for Black, but that'd be my guess about.
You know me too well, Simon.
So am I the only person here who's saying I'm a bit outnumbered, aren't I? I'm the 25%er. Come on, Pavel.
Checkmate wins the game. So
Exactly,
White is the one who's going for the king, so totally get that.
Exactly. Just go for the king and try to checkmate. I mean, it's simple.
It's not that simple, though, Simon. And when you look at the clock ticking down as well, I mean, how are you going to continue? We did see David indicate a move, like move the rook 1 square to the left to attack the knight.
It's not that simple, I agree, because black does have this pressure in the middle, and I don't want to play that move because you're kind of offering a draw here, aren't you? You're basically saying, well, if black now moves the king back, we'll take a draw, and black is playing for the win with that last move. So I don't like that retreating move. That is, you can't. As soon as you start playing negatively in these types of positions, I don't know if there was a better move. It wasn't easy, you're right, but as soon as you start going negative, it backfires, doesn't it?
Once you've taken care of all these direct threats, Ivanka, would you say it's easier to play with black because the plan is simple, right? You've got your rooks in the middle and the queenside majority.
Exactly.
Push
those
them, baby.
pawns. And look, we can see it happening right now. We did see Nodirbek pause, but that's whether, he decided, well, the best thing to do is try and take it into an endgame. And this is what it was all about, right? This is where we have gone wrong.
We've had this on our board, very similar positions, and I think that's why both of us picked black here, because even though visually white looks like you're on the offense, Simon has...
I'm with black now. Now the queens are off. I'm changing my mind. Goodbye, queens. I'm on black side now, definitely. So why did the queens come off? It's so disappointing.
Yeah, sometimes, once you pick an opening, you have to be consistent with the philosophy behind that opening. And here with white, you have the centre, you have the attack, you have to commit, go all in. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. We've all been there when attacks fail. But this time, just notice how Abdusattorov as well is pouncing on the bit of indecision, on the weakness that Elianov showed by kind of just wasting 2 tempi. Instantly, he replied, didn't even hesitate, instantly getting the queens off because he knew the black king is much more vulnerable than the white king. And now it will never get checkmated. It's closer to the centre. He's basically gained 2 moves for free. And okay, that black B pawn isn't going anywhere yet, but watch out for it later. White's a bit stuck. Maybe you have to go for that pawn sooner or later, but your pawn centre as white will start collapsing. Okay, he takes time to secure his centre there, but Abdusattorov now has a valuable tempo to improve his pieces.
Yeah, and he does have to take some care, though, because white is actually threatening to slide the rook to the b3 square and attack the pawn. So he has to preempt that move and think of ways to defend black's biggest asset, the b4 pawn.
Yeah, looks like maybe you can move the black bishop and then just put a black rook behind the b pawn a bit later on. Maybe there are more accurate ways here. I think...
I like that.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of white's most active piece in the center. And right now you're threatening actually to capture it because notice how the rook on d1 is pinned as well. Really nice positional trade here, David.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say white's knight is the strongest piece, so why not trade it off? Black's knight was kind of rendered a bit useless just by this last pawn push from white. Putting the pawn on f3 it often dominates a knight on f6, so yeah, really instructive play there from Abdusattorov, and he's now gaining squares on the open c-file for the black rook to enter. 2 minutes should still be manageable here for Elianov to hold the balance, but momentum has been turning. Okay, knight back to d3. Interesting. Attacking black's passed pawn. What do you make of this? Elianov's playing well, actually, despite the fact he didn't go for that direct attack.
Yeah, rook c3 looks quite scary to me as an initial move, pinning the knight down, and black is very active on that open c-file, right? So, and the b pawn is also can move, and the black knight might even have... It has a way in via b6, c4. I'm just wondering if it can, at the moment also consider other routes. But I don't know. Rook c3 seems like a very natural move. But okay, this could be clever, getting the rook behind. Well, I say it could be clever. It looks really odd.
Does it invite some simplifications? Because first reaction is take the pawn.
Yeah, and the idea is to jump out the way with the bishop, opening a discovered attack against the white knight. But what if this is captured? I'm not sure which way it should be captured, first of all. Let's say I take with the bishop. I want to take with the pawn, but I'm slightly worried that this pawn will be vulnerable in the center. So let's say I take with the bishop. Is black going to win this position?
I guess only black can win this position. That's probably why black's playing for this kind of position. Maybe a draw, but the knight is actually better than the bishop in these kind of structures because all the pawns are generally on one side, and that is a very weak pawn in the center of the board. This looks like it might be happening as well, and it's kind of like that 2-result game. White can never win such a position as this unless black does something horribly wrong. So,
1 minute on the clock for Elianov, and maybe the only way to draw this would be some direct action with a move like d5. But here you have to calculate, you have to be kind of 100% sure here you're not losing a pawn due to a pin, for example, on the d-file. So still some work to do. He needs to trade off without losing a pawn here, Elianov, but under 1 minute. Definitely some pressure on. ignore the evaluation bar, which says completely level. It's definitely white answering the questions, as you say, Simon. It's a 2-result game. Only black can ever win this position. And yeah, with 5.5 minutes added here, kind of extra on the clock for Abdusattorov, looks really pleasant. Okay, he's going for this idea. Really clever there, Eliana, I've got to say.
This must be his idea, yeah, as you said, David, and he's managed to swap some rooks off, and if he can just get rid of some more pawns, then most of the danger should be...
And if he can trade off the minor pieces, then it will be an elementary draw.
Yeah, black's knight potentially slightly better than this white bishop. The white bishop blocked in by its pawns, so it's going to be difficult to trade those off. But yeah, I agree, Ivanka, that should be one of the goals, one of the aims here. And yeah, it's not easy. If black had 1 or 2 more moves, if black's knight was already centralized, if the black rook could somehow go and land on white's second rank, then maybe some chances. But this one feels like it should be safe enough. The question is 40 seconds. It's not a lot. You might get tricked, especially with a knight hopping now, threatening to win a pawn due to this pin on the d-file. I mean, first kind of look here, first glance, I don't see an easy way to save the pawn for Elianov. He needs to be quite creative here, I think, to hold the balance. 20 seconds. Oh, just calm king move. Wow.
Yeah, he's banking on just holding the position, a pawn down. And are we going to see moves like e5? Is that his idea?
This is quite an important moment, because I don't know if I play e5 or try to simplify by taking. And I'd imagine this is the way to go when it's supposed to be a draw. 4 pawns versus 3 on the king side is a win, technically, and 3 versus 2 is supposed to be a draw. But you know, I wouldn't like defending this either. You know, it'd just be a nightmare just sitting here forever trying to hold.
I'm surprised that Elianov traded off rook so quickly. I mean, yeah, obviously Elianov is a renowned trainer. He knows his endgames. But I'm going to hand it over to our resident endgame expert.
Oh,
this seems
please don't. Yeah, this one, as Simon says, I think a lot of players know it's a draw, but we don't know how to draw it. I must say, I've never studied this this exact endgame. I've had it a couple of times actually when I was a lot younger, and both times I was able to win with the knight, but that was maybe against inaccurate defense. I like what Elianov's doing though. He's putting his pawns on dark squares, bishop controlling light squares, so anytime black tries to create a pass pawn, it will guarantee that there are some exchanges, some trades. But yeah, first Abdusattorov, of course, is going to go round and round. He's going to torture Elianov forever.
Pavel Alyanov confidently going into this endgame, and we feel that he will be able to hold this one. There is a lot of excitement in the other matchups, so let's go straight over to Denis Lazovic taking on Amin Tabatabai. We were talking about bets here, and Sai.
Are you in on the bet, or is it just me betting, or are you part of it? Have you changed your mind now? I have to say,
I told you guys. You guys did not
I told you
listen.
so.
Have to go with your banker there.
I told you so. You know, I have to say, I don't like where the bar is. You know, I might have to go to the bar with that bar, I think so. But yeah, is this really bad, Ivanka, then? I mean,
it looks
really
bad. Right?
And it comes down to the flexible pawn structure, right? White always having that ability at the right time to strike with f4 and create those passes, but it has to be done timely. David, it's still equal material, still opposite color bishop. So break it down. Why does the bar love white's position so much?
Yeah, I think we have to jump in to illustrate why this position is completely winning despite the level material. It's simply that black is frozen. It's reminiscent, actually, of the Armageddon game yesterday between Caruana and Lazovic, where black was passive, could barely move, and white has the luxury of just going round and round in circles, just kind of torturing black, asking questions. This bishop, first of all, is going to land on an outpost if black is not careful here. Once there, it's going to paralyze the black king. Black's pawn majority on the queen side will be rendered irrelevant. And as you mentioned, Tanya, this white pawn later can break. Also, there will be the plan of coming round with the king sooner or later if you time it well and correctly. And 2 isolated pawns here, just extremely weak. Notice how black has 3 pawn islands separated. White has 2 very well connected pawn chains. And if we catch up with the current position, this bishop has landed. Black is just completely frozen. This rook simply cannot move. If you shift it, then your e-pawn will drop at the very least. And where's this bishop going? It just has to drop back and forth. The black king now is stepped back, but here we go. The journey's began. White's king is simply going to come in and win, overwhelm the black defenses.
Red or white wine, David?
I like a nice glass of Pinot Grigio or Riesling.
I bet you've got expensive taste as well, don't you?
I was going to say,
tonight, Simon.
I'll have a glass of cognac.
You can get one off Tanya. I'm not buying everyone one. Oh, you know.
This has turned around really quickly, actually. It's amazing how Amin Tabatabai has managed to create real chances and get this winning position. It comes down to the fact that black is so paralyzed. It's hard to imagine moves. That rook on e6 is just stuck defending the g6 pawn forever. You can never give that up. Rook trade is the dream, but it's not happening in this one.
No, it's certainly not happening. And it's all to do with activity. And also, I'm sure if you were to rewind those moves, you'll see that white slowly and incrementally improved the position just by slowly just mobilizing the rook, advancing the pawns. And now you're seeing white just grinding it out, now putting the king up the board now that the bishop on c6 isn't well placed. I mean, big question now, are you going to step up with the king to g4? Are you going to play around for a few more moves? Bear in mind that Lazovic only has 11 seconds on the clock to hold this position.
Still a little bit surprising how high the bar is, because, I mean, that is an indication that it's like probably +4 or something, when it's actually equal on material. So it shows how much the computer thinks how helpless black situation is. But yeah, it is horrible, as you've said there, Jovanka.
Yeah, the problem here for Denis Lazovic is that he's only got 10 seconds on the clock and he'll be saddled with no time for the rest of the game. And Amin can take his time for the breakthrough, which has just landed. Finally, he pushes his pawn majority. Yes, he's trading off one of the black weak pawns, but he's going to create a powerful passed pawn of his own. And black is totally frozen at this stage. It's almost zugzwang. You can only really move your bishop, but the white king is coming in. And sooner or later, a pawn will run through.
And white just plays on the dark squares, the color of his own bishop. Put that e-pawn on e5, put that king on g5, and you have perfect harmony in the position. And that's super instructive. When you've got different color complexes, you want to put all your pieces on the color of your bishop. And now, once again, black completely helpless, paralyzed, no moves to play. But the king is marching on, but he gives up the c7 pawn, and that's a big price to pay.
High price.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you take on g6, if it's a draw now. Probably,
Yeah.
but that is something, because you do have two connected pass pawns. I expect it is a draw because they can be blockaded, but I'm not 100% convinced.
I'll take on c7 here.
Yeah.
Take on c7 looks a much better move than just, you don't really want to swap rooks off, obviously, because you give your opponent that opposite colour bishop ending. But it's worth calculating.
Right. And if you just take on c7, the bishop is under attack, and there you see it being played. Now the rook offers itself up for a trade. Is tempting now to actually...
Yeah, it's the same idea.
That's king so far away.
Exactly.
And
there's not going to be a blockade on the light squares.
Yeah, because he's going to get f5 and e6 or e6 in, and this is just clearly winning, isn't it? This ending, same sort of thing. So that is a queen and a glass of wine coming up the board.
Wow, Amin Tabatabai wins the first game. It's a best of 2, which means that Denis Lazovic has to win on demand the final game. He's still on camera, probably just checking where things went wrong, because just as we were saying, this should have ended in a draw, and now Simon owes Jovanka and David.
Well, hang on a minute. Where did that come from? I love the way you dodged out of that one. I'm not part. I mean, production crew, maybe the people at the hotel. Anyone else want a glass?
Right now, Simon's not the only one having a tough time, but for Den Laz as well. But it was a power performance by Amin Tabatabai. David, we still have action on the other one, and this one is inching closer towards the draw.
This one is getting closer to the draw. Elianov has set up the perfect formation here to hold black's pieces at bay. Essentially, he's fixed the black pawns on light squares. There's no way black can ever create a pass pawn now without trading too many pawns off. And it's going to keep either the black king or the black knight passive, preventing the white bishop from hitting those pawns. So, yeah, just textbook stuff. Experience here really shining in the endgame. And Abdusattorov, he's not done anything wrong. He pushed, he got an advantage, but just not quite enough against this resolute defense. And I'm not going to write it off too soon because of the clock times. 10 seconds, 13 seconds isn't too much for Elianov, but he should be able to hold this now, as long as you keep the white bishop within range of striking against those black pawns.
Traditionally, the anti-young player chess wisdom was get them into the endgame. Trade off pieces and you're absolutely fine. But with this new young generation, David, I don't even think that holds true anymore. They're so good in each and every part of the game.
I disagree, Tanya. If you look at Magnus Carlsen's games from the World Cup, beating Vincent Keimer in the must-win situation, as soon as the queens came off, he outplayed him. Beating Gukesh in a rook endgame, beating Prag in the tiebreak game. It's only endgames that Magnus was winning there against the younger players.
But is that because that's Magnus?
It's because it's Magnus, but I think a few players need to take the leaf out of his book. It's not a coincidence.
Sai, what about you? Would you trade the queens off if you're playing against an under 20 player?
Well, I think that's why people change the queens off against me, you know.
Under 20 at heart.
Under 20 at heart. This youth here, and I mean, I think it was Bobby Fischer who just said he plays the best moves. He was asked a similar question, like, what kind of area of the game do you excel at? And he said, well, I just try to play the best moves in the position. And I think this is what the top players do as well. They literally now, if they see the best move, whether it's an ending, whether it's a tactical idea, they will just go for that. But yeah, David made an interesting point there that, you know, Magnus is still getting most of his points in the ending. And, you know, this is an area of the game that you cannot avoid, even if you want to.
Yeah.
It can be quite fun at times. I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, I know. What I like about the way that Magnus has been handling these youths is he has been trying different approaches. I remember on the Champions Chess Tour last season that he was playing in a really provocative way. Like he would play these kind of come get me openings, and then they would go full force and attack, and he would just resolutely hold still. And then, of course, him being Magnus, he would then just get them on the counter attack. And now we've also seen him switch up to the opening. So I think this is the whole thing, so to the end games. This is the whole thing about Magnus. He's so flexible.
Yeah, and Abdusattorov, I'm going to say, is one of the best queen endgame players out there. He's beaten Magnus in 2 queen endgames in really important clashes, and he knows how to maneuver those. But yeah, I think some of the young players, maybe they just need to buy Magnus's latest book that's coming out today, co-written with me, Grind Like a Grandmaster. Learning how to grind down those endgames.
It's a chess book then.
Chess book, yeah, based on our chessable course.
Glad.
Oh yeah, Simon, you got me there.
Family-friendly show, Simon.
Just confirming the facts.
It's an endgame book,
That's all.
I can confirm.
Okay, good.
But
not dance skills. No?
no, those are severely lacking in this generation, in the 1990 generation. But okay, Abdusattorov, he's making progress visually, symbolically, but again, look at how White's bishop is just tying the black knight down to these pawns. It's like you cannot pass. You can kind of get your king to this phenomenal square, this really active square, but you will not go any further. And okay, Elyanov leaned back there. He has secured the draw. Abdusattorov gives up his winning chances.
Big fight there, but a confident hold in the end game by Elyanov. They will play their final rapid game. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's got reasons to be pleased, even though the result did not go his way with the black pieces. It was him who was pushing throughout. But experience and endgames do go hand in hand. And for Elyanov, this one ends in a draw. A little bit of a relief there. David, what was the big highlight for you from these 2 games that we just witnessed?
Yeah, the big highlight was the performance of Amin Tabatabai, where he did outmaneuver Denis Lazovic in this simplified endgame. We left it a bit earlier around here, and I just want to highlight this one maneuver that kind of clinched this decisive advantage that we saw later on, that completely froze the black position. Here, it's all about the weakness of the e-pawn. Black's rook is already tied down, as Ivanka says. A rook worth 5, tied down by a bishop worth just 3, but it's all about opening a second weakness, a second avenue of attack. And it was indeed Harry the h-pawn, h4, a textbook idea that Magnus uses a lot himself, just to open up this file, open up a line for the white rook to enter. And if we fast forward just a few moves, we saw after a trade of pawns, it was indeed the open h file that allowed the white rook to get in and totally immobilize Black's army. Really textbook win there, and I recommend playing through it if you want to learn about endgames.
Excellent technique there by Amin Tabatabai, and he reacts there after his game, taking that win against Denis Lazovic. If there were any doubts that Amin was uncomfortable after that Magnus interview, that can be put to rest. He's shown some amazing performance today in his game 1 against Den Laz. Takes the lead, which means that Denis has to win the next game to force an Armageddon. Meanwhile, the Elyanov-Abdusattorov battle ended in a draw. The final rapid game in the losers bracket is coming up. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the action. We'll be back in just a few.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
Buckle up. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship begins this Monday, September the 4th. 16 of the strongest competitors in speed chess will duke it out until only the speed chess champion remains. Will Magnus Carlsen continue his winning streak and add this title to his name? Will Hikaru Nakamura defend his crown? Or will world champion Ding Liren prove his might in faster time controls? The Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase, begins September 4th. Tune in to our stream on YouTube or Twitch, as always. Use !SCC in chat for all the details.
Mark your calendars. We're teaming up with Supercell for Chess Clash, an epic series of chess and clash challenges featuring your favorite creators. It's a star-studded lineup as Alexandra Botes, Gotham Chess, Clash with Ash, Satnap, and more battle it out in the ultimate strategy game competition. Which clan will prevail? Tune in to Chess Clash on September the 7th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Use !Clash in chat to learn more.
This tournament is presented by Julius Baer, a bank that upholds generational values. And in celebration, we introduced you to Bodhana Sivanandan, an 8-year-old who has been creating big waves in the chess world with her big wins. And here's what happened when she took on a former British champion, the 79-year-old Peter Lee.
Well, my father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
One of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces, so then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become women's world champion as well.
What did you say your rating was? 1900?
1800.
18. Sure. Well, she played a lot of very sensible moves. Did you think you were winning at one stage?
Maybe slightly better.
Maybe slightly better, yeah, you probably were.
That was pure relief on Peter Lee's face there after surviving with that draw against Bodhana. And Bodhana, the first time that I saw her smile was when the game ended. David, what can you tell us about her game and her future?
Well, she is a star. I've played her in Blitz. I've given her puzzles. She's just so quick, so sharp. And if she continues this trajectory, then she's going to be, aimed for the very top. But that specific game as well, I just want to mention, she was very nice. She could have tried to grind down Rook and Bishop versus Rook at the end there. But a draw in the end was a fair result. And I was present at the match. It was very close. So I hope the viewers stay tuned for tomorrow's, the next game, the next edition.
Yeah, there are more challenges coming up with Bodhana against Peter Lee, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And it's not only Bodhana who has to be super sharp. Everyone watching, you've got to be super sharp right now because we've got our trivia question of the day coming up. And here it is on your screens. Who is the youngest player to qualify for the candidates and when? That's a fun one. And get your answers ready. Also, meanwhile, check out what happened when David and Simon tried to get this right.
Okay. I don't know if that's right though, that one.
Me neither.
Well, can I put two answers?
Ooh, you know what? I think I know the answers to that one. And I know, Jovanka, you know it as well. You're a history expert.
No, I'm not. But I do happen to know the answer because they told me yesterday. So
I thought we had a chat about this over lunch.
Yeah, maybe lunch.
Yeah. You can submit your answers on Twitter using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we're giving away a surprise Clash Chess mystery box. We don't know what's in it, but it's something fun. And you definitely want it. So send in your answers on Twitter using hashtag #ChessChamps. And you could win the Clash Chess mystery box. And right now we've got some big clashes coming up over the board as we go into the final rapid game. Denis Lazovic has to win on demand. Meanwhile, for Elyanov and Nodirbek, the score is level. But Jovanka, that match, it felt like was a little bit of a psychological victory for Nodirbek.
Yeah, definitely, because he was also playing with the black pieces, and traditionally match strategy is always you draw with black, you push hard with the white pieces, and there on the camera we can see young Denis Lazovic. He lost with the black pieces, so now he will have to push as hard as he can possibly against Amin Tatababai.
I love his medals at the back. That's what I'm looking at. That is a lot of victories for a 16-year-old.
Are they color-coded as well? Like, it's all in gold and then...
Along with the chess books, but he's got a really big task ahead of him. He needs to win his game against the 22-year-old Amin Tatababai, who did show excellent technique in the opposite color bishop endgame. Where is Denis's big chance? How does he get by in this one, David?
Well, I would say that Denis should stick to his guns. He should just continue playing his openings, his style of play, ideally with maybe kind of better long-term prospects than he did in that previous game. He went to an endgame which normally would suit him, but he had those long-term weaknesses and he was ground down. So if he can keep some pieces on the board, some tension, ask strategic questions of Amin Tatababai, then I think still decent chances. He's not the type of player who's going to go all in, at least. Not on the attack. Unfortunately, Simon.
No, I mean, he plays these positions really well, though, doesn't he? And he's an expert in the Catalan opening, and this has grown in popularity. I would say over the last sort of 10, 20 years. I think it was Boris Avrak who first wrote some brilliant books on this opening, and that's where a lot of club players got their inspiration from. But then many World Championship matches have also started in this way since then. And it's that bishop, isn't it? That bishop, Jovanka. I think you've done this to me before as well. Put that bishop on g2 across the diagonal, and it's an annoying piece of black, that one.
Yeah. I can remember vaguely doing it to you, but not in a Catalan, because I don't think we've ever played.
Definitely not.
In a Catalan.
I wouldn't put that black pawn in the middle of the board. Far too dull. So or sensible. No, we haven't had this particular position by any means.
And both players developing in a really normal way. White's big plan is just to castle and, if possible, get in the e2, e4 pawn break. And black, on the other hand, is going to be all about developing that light squared bishop. If he can get out and have a purpose in life, then black will be satisfied.
And very often in these positions, white wants to get a timely e4 break-in to open up that Catalan bishop. So we might be seeing those ideas arise as well. But Amin forcing Dennis to fall back with the bishop. David, knight h5 is not a move that I'm very familiar with, getting that knight on the edge. Can you break this down for us?
Yeah, often it's just a game of tickle here. The knight wanted to trade off for this white dark squared bishop. The dark square bishop retreats, but now it's on a worse square, a block square. Often the knight just goes back where it came from over the next few moves, and he says, okay, if you want to kind of do this dance with the bishop and knight, then fine. It's just going to be a repetition and a draw. And you mentioned as well, Tanya, Jovanka, both of you were alluding to this e4 break. White's pawn, White's king's pawn wants to step forward, blow open the center, kind of seize extra space, but now that's impossible. So it's just doing a kind of specific one-move purpose here, that black knight on the edge, not well placed, and we will see it kind of re-centralize again soon. Maybe even this move from Tabatabai after White castles.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Amin is going to be super ambitious and try to actually lock down the center with his move f7, f5. And I suspect with this little pawn move, he might be initiating the pawns coming forward.
Very interesting, because Amin needs only a draw to wrap up this match. Meanwhile, the other match is still level and the players are ready to start their final rapid game. Abdusattorov this time with the white pieces. What are the opening predictions for this one?
I think he's in the mood for something crazy, Abdusattorov. He's held with white. He's held with black in the previous game, and we saw it last month against Levon Aronian on the previous Champions Chess Tour event. He was trying some crazy stuff. He tried the Portuguese opening against Wesley So. He went for some crazy pawn sacrifices, like a reverse Stamford Gambit against Aronian. Okay, it's just the Spanish, though.
But not the Berlin, so that's the good news.
Yay.
It's nice that we've seen so many Berlins, so far. It's nice to have a change. And this is more traditional, isn't it?
But this is how skewed the chess world is, though. When we get something that's not the Berlin, we're like, whoa!
It's so exciting. It's like, whoa, yeah, no ending anymore. It's like, great.
I mean, it isn't that much more exciting, this position.
No.
Just a very classical Spanish opening, Roy Lopez, where White's light squared bishop has done a bit of a journey. And traditionally, White has maybe a small advantage. Black is the one trying to fight for equality here, but very symmetrical, very stabilized. And a lot of maneuvering ahead.
And very often when White decides to put that knight on c3 instead of advancing the c-pawn, you kind of want to take control of that d5 square. So ideally, White would have wanted to trade the dark square bishop with the knight. So the move h6 sort of preempting that, stopping any bishop g5 ideas.
Yeah, that's a nice positional move from Elianov. And now that he's kind of avoided that pitfall, he just now concentrates on developing his pieces. And I suspect it's all going to be about those light squared bishops. I'm expecting the black bishop to retreat, and perhaps maybe the bishop on c8 can go to e6 and challenge.
Yeah, I mean, one of my biggest regrets in chess, we won't go to the rest of them, let's stick with the chess, was actually not learning these positions as much as I would have liked to when I was a kid. Like learning the Spanish, learning the Roy Lopez. I always played the French defense, so I never really embarked on understanding the maneuvers in these structures more. Obviously, I know a bit about them now, but I wish I'd learned 1e5 as a child, which I think David might have done, because this is kind of like your bread and butter of chess. You know, it's one of the longest ever recorded openings of Roy Lopez by the Spanish monk, priest even, who came up with this. And it's just a really good way to learn chess, because you've got to maneuver, all the pieces remain on the board, you've got to wait until the right moment to strike. And often things do come to life because all the pieces on the board. So it's just a great way to improve your knowledge of chess in general, I feel. So, David, you learnt this as a kid, I guess, I assume, yeah?
With both white and black, I've been playing this opening since I was in my Pampers, and I'm not saying I enjoyed it.
Pictures we can bring up of that? I don't
show you later, Simon.
But thank you, David.
Yeah, these types of positions, it's all about, just as you mentioned, where to put the pieces, which pawn breaks to go for. It's all kind of pattern recognition, and every position kind of looks similar, looks recognizable, but there are always little different details, little nuances that kind of switch up depending on how your opponent plays. And I was going to say, just while Abdusattorov was thinking, a moment ago, White's knight jumped into the center. I have actually studied this exact position before until that move, and White did have the opportunity to push forward, like G4 was even a move there, very aggressive idea. But it does look like now it's going to take a more positional strategic turn. So I was wrong with my prediction. Abdusattorov definitely giving a lot of respect to his experienced opponent, and he's just playing classical chess. Sooner or later, he's going to try and do something in the center or the queen side, because you need open lines with White in order to fight for any type of advantage. And if, for example, you play unambitious chess, such as trading off a set of knights, trading off the white, the kind of light squared bishops, then it's just going to fizzle out. It's not going to lead to anything significant. So I think both sides have reason to be happy with the opening, but Abdusattorov needs to try something in the next few turns. And knight to d2 does hint that he might throw his f-pawn forward.
Things might be heating up when we do see a pawn break, and this is a good time to get another round of bets in, maybe for another round at the bar. Simon, you could equalize what you've lost today if you get this one right. Is this going into an Armageddon?
I'm waiting for someone to say something first. Right, OK, here we go.
I'll say no.
I'm not buying it, by the way. I'm only betting with David. Sorry, Rebecca. I'll buy you a drink if you really would like me to. But, I mean, this is just I thought you were betting with Ivanka. Let's get the rules clear. Let's not try to dodge our drinks.
I got swayed there into that, Simon.
She certainly did dodge the drinks.
I know.
When we were betting,
it just came out of nowhere.
Me and Simon are going to say draw.
And then later on, it was like Simon's buying the drinks. But, OK, right, I will double my bet with David.
Ooh,
I'll buy you a drink if you really want one, you know. But with David, White is going to win this one, double or quits.
Oh.
Or can I just take it white and black? Because the question was, will it be Armageddon?
Yes.
No, it won't be Armageddon.
But that's what David said as well. He thinks we're going to have a decisive result. Are you guys on the same team
So
now?
I'm getting one possible result. You're getting two possible results.
Sounds like a fair bet to me.
OK, I'll take it just because I like
So hang on a minute. Are we betting against... I don't even know what I'm betting on anymore.
It has to be double or nothing. So either you buy him 2 glasses of the Pinot Grigio or
OK.
you're good.
But I wasn't quite sure what you guys decided.
You think it's going to be a decisive result, and so do I. So we're not really... we didn't really get a bet there, did we? OK, you know what? Just make it a bet. I'll go, it will be Armageddon then. Oh. Come on then, let's just put it on the table.
I'm again with you, Simon. I'm not part of the bet, but I agree with you. I think we will see an Armageddon. What about you, Ivanka? What are the chances of this ending in a draw as well, this position? I know it's really early to call.
I don't think it's going to be Armageddon.
Yeah, that's a bad sign for us. David and Ivanka on the same team.
It's a bad sign for me, because you take these bets and then you make me pay for them. This is like, you'd run a very successful betting company. Not that we recommend that, but, you know, you'd be, yeah.
Let's get back to the chess on that note. We will see if this heads into an Armageddon. Right now, the match is level, and it has been a close, equal level fight in their first game as well. Knight d2, the last move, and Elyanov in a big think, David.
Yeah, it's a really tense position, and I like what Abdusattorov's done. He's just planted his knight in the center on d5, and he's saying, you sort it out. You deal with that knight now, because actually it's tricky for black. Ideally, you want to trade off these knights, but you cannot do it on white's terms here. If you ever take, of course, it's just a double attack, a fork, and one of the 2 black minor pieces will be lost. And if you take with a bishop, it's very committal. Yes, you don't lose a piece this time, but forever, this pawn will be kind of a bone in your throat here, and white can back it up with a move c4. Yes, maybe you maneuver your knight around and it's still roughly in the balance, but it definitely changes the nature of the position, so you have to be 100% certain, giving up the bishop pair like this, giving up all of the light squares. And if you don't get rid of this knight, then what else are you doing? If you don't touch it, then at least white is hinting at maybe pawn breaks such as pawn to a4, pawn to f4. Bit risky, but definitely something to be wary of. And if white gets the time, of course, a very thematic idea of opening the center as well. So white is super flexible. It's very much about how black deals with the tension.
Yeah, I'm really liking white's position, primarily because I'm all about pawn breaks, and white controls every single pawn break. They have the possibility, and I just wanted to highlight another one, c2, c4, that one.
Was it the correct plan in hindsight, for Pavel to place his light square bishop in front of his rook? Because Pavel would love to play knight takes knight, right? Because that white knight in the centre of the board is a real pain. And if you don't want to exchange it off, which he doesn't because he would have played it by now, you're going to have to leave it there for a long, long time. And it's always going to cause you problems. I mean, you know, how do you deal with that? I'm not even sure. You'd want to play a move like knight e7 maybe, but you can't even play that move because you would destroy your king side. So that knight is an issue. And for that reason, I think white has a small edge.
But what you just said, Simon, gives me the idea, and I was just about to say, you want to move that knight to push white's knight from the center, so get it to a5, and he plays it, I see on the board. The bishop will have to fall back, and then you get a move, a tempi, to actually go c6, and pawn breaks, d5 might be in the air at some moment.
You have to be careful with c6, don't you? Because the bishop b6 was a bit of a killer, but this, yeah, that looked like a great plan.
Yeah, instead c5, and he's basically bypassing this knight. He's playing around it. Sometimes your opponent has a strong piece on an outpost, and you just have to forget it. You just have to pretend it's not there, and yeah, he's playing around this piece. I quite like this because now he's saying, at the right moment, I might take this knight, and then the pawn structure is completely different. You have to, as both colours here, weigh up the pros and cons of that one. White would end up with double pawns there. But of course, white doesn't really want to capture on black's terms either, because suddenly black is very active. Black controls the centre. Black's queen. Black's, yeah, just doing extremely well here. So I like what both sides are doing, to be honest. It just looks like a high-quality game so far. But Elianov has been burning a lot of time, and now it is up to Abdusattorov to decide which pawn break to go for. B4 looks like something to calculate.
It's on the board, David.
Oh, he's just played it, yep. Forcing the black knight back. And again, what to do next? You could just keep the tension. A move like c3 would be very typical here. But if you really want chaos, then you can start calculating moves like c4 as well. I'm really hesitant to suggest f4, but definitely on the radar. To lots of pawn breaks here and full tension, still all the pieces on the board.
Well, as we can see, that it is white in a driver's seat in this one. Just like in the last game, Nodirbek trying to get the edge. We will keep an eye on this one and jump back to it, but let's get a check-in with Denis Lazovic against Amin. Amin needing only a draw, and wow, that's quite a position we've got with black over-expanding on the side where he's castled, and that can always backfire. Does this give Dan Laz a long-term chance at initiative against the Black King?
Definitely. I think in a must-win situation like this one, Denis is going to be really happy. He's got a solid position as white, but also attacking chances against black's king. And the main thing when you need to win at all costs is imbalance. Here you have an imbalance in terms of piece configuration, white having the bishop and knight versus the two bishops, but also the pawn structure. And yeah, it feels like black is taking significant risks. To batter by, he's just trying to play principal chess. I understand what he's doing. Black long-term is doing quite well, but short-term, maybe some troubles here. Simon, you're the attacker. How does white initiate something here against black king?
Yeah, maybe there's nothing immediate. I mean, you got to look at the pawn breaks, which Ivanka mentioned earlier. And my favourite pawn break is something which is always on the radar, h4, because it's just looking where your opponent's weakness is in the position. And you mentioned, David, the g5 pawn. That pawn on g5 is a problem for black because it exposes black's king. So you look at ways you can try to find a way in. So at some point, h4, and this is another pawn break I was going to mention, e4, just trying to open things up bit by bit. And this is playing in the middle and maybe just waiting for kingside action to happen a little bit later on.
I clicked on the wrong game. Back to this one. Rook to d8 played. This is a pawn sacrifice, if I'm not mistaken, from Tabatabai.
Yeah, he's trying to open up his bishops, I guess, with that idea there.
So white can take a pawn in the center. You're ganging up on that pawn 3 times. But if we see everything disappear from the board, then at the very end, the black bishop just moves out the way and attacking the rook. If there's a rook trade, suddenly we see the power of the bishops. This is a weak pawn. Suddenly white has no hint of an attack and black has full control. I love what Tabatabai's done, that decision, dynamic sacrifice of a pawn. I'm not sure Denis should actually go for this, but we're headed towards that direction.
And black's paused right now, not immediately going ahead with the natural capture. Is he considering an intermediate intermezzo bishop b5, Ivanka?
Yeah, it looks that way, and I certainly do like that move, because one of the problems with going pawn takes pawn is, okay, it's on the board, is that, as David indicated, white is not obliged to capture that pawn. I would be tempted to actually draw from a pattern that Simon referenced, which is to just play around that and say, well, now the f5 square has been opened up, it's unprotected, put a knight onto d4, and then start threatening e6.
That knight is so strong, isn't it?
I know.
I mean, if I was black, I'd really want to get rid of that knight as quickly as I could.
Yeah, I think this is actually a key moment. This pawn might just be poisoned in the center. Very natural to be greedy here. I'm very materialistic, but once you see that black's bishops really come to life along these diagonals, also piece trades help the side with the bishop pair. That's just generally kind of a rule. Yeah, I think I would avoid this. And like Ivanka says, this might be a key moment. Don't get tempted to take the pawn. If you're Denis Lazovic, you have to just plant the knight in the center. And actually, your pieces are doing good work here. Black's bishops are far less happy. They have fewer open diagonals to play on.
And Denis slowing down in this very critical moment. Not to get greedy is David's advice. But David, even for this young generation, playing for the initiative, playing for the attackers, we often see that kind of approach from them. They don't usually go for material or trying to pick up pawns when they've got the option to keep the trumps in the position. Then Laz, if we had to predict, I think knight d4 is something that would come naturally to him here.
Yeah, I think first thing he would be calculating taking the pawn. I think that's very natural. Why not? In chess, if you can go material up and there are no consequences, then why not? But yeah, he's very principled. He'll be working out the ins and outs. And if he can't see anything kind of in that variation, then he'll look for alternatives. And he's a very positional player. So knight to d4, outpost, centralization makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Tanya, I think you're right. Actually, this modern generation, they're just supremely good at that. Kind of playing the position, the demands of the position, not counting too much, not being too focused on the material.
It's coming. I think he's about to reach out and make his move. Knight d4 is just also aesthetically so nice because that pawn on d5 is actually more useful for white alive than off the board. It's a long-term weakness. You can always target it, but it really takes away the activity from black's bishops and the centralized rook on d8. Knight d4 is what I'm hoping to see, but he's got to make a decision fast. We've often seen him really fall low on the clock and then not have enough time in those critical moments.
Right, and this is a critical moment. And I also just want to mention that maybe he's pausing not because he's contemplating between a rook takes pawn and the knight coming to d4, but he could also be thinking about breaking up the black king side by actually playing Simon's favorite move, h2, h4. And maybe it is a rook that is going to appear on the d4 square.
I was thinking knight d4. I had to be played, and I thought a key line here was bishop c5 because you can't allow that knight to go here. Maybe the exchange sack and e6 followed up was quite interesting, but I think if white gets any more time here, white will be doing very well, and I think you have to play bishop c5, and then you can obviously defend that knight in a sensible way. But you know, there's an interesting idea of sacrificing the rook just to gain some more time, and then trying to open up the position with e6, for example. I don't know if e6 works. You might even have time to do something else here, but this is the kind of move you look at first because it's forcing, and you get the e5 square for your queen. If e6 doesn't work, I think you still have quite a lot of compensation there. Maybe you can then play this h4 idea or something similar here, and I'd certainly be looking at doing this with the white pieces. But is this Denis? You know, we've seen him play so many brilliant endings and quiet games. If he's going to play in this style, I'd be very impressed because it shows he's got that other dimension to his game where he's willing to sacrifice. I mean, I'm not even sure this is a good idea, but it's an interesting idea.
Simon, you've given up a rook for bishop, but the evaluation bar's still roughly in the middle. That shows it's promising, or at least very playable. And I agree, in a must-win situation, this is the type of thing you should go for. And maybe that's what's making Amin Tabatabai pause. He wants to, of course, harass this strong knight in the center, this kind of knight on an outpost. But if you hit this knight, you have to work out the consequences. Black's dark squared bishop, is the kind of most valuable defender here, and it might just be eliminated if you move to c5. So, yeah, critical moment, and I think for the first time he's sensing danger to Batabai. Definitely feels like it's turning in kind of Denis Lazovic's, in his way right now, but still a long way to go.
I mean, I'd love to have another bet here, but we won't because we've had a lot. But after bishop c5, would Denis sacrifice the rook, the exchange, or would he play more in the style he's shown so far by just moving the queen to like d3, which is probably a good move, but if you need to win, you need to unbalance things. So
I don't think we're going to see a sacrifice. I'm going to stick my neck out. I think he's probably going to choose a move like queen to e3, keep the queens on the board, and then continue on with destabilizing moves such as h2, h4. We haven't seen him take too many positional risks. And after rook takes bishop, I don't know. It's one of these risk assessments.
maybe it's not a good idea. It's just very interesting to give white more time, and your knight is so strong. It seems instinctively quite an interesting idea for sure.
And we might not even see bishop c5. In chess, you're kind of not only fighting your opponent's move, but your own mind as well. So for Amin, whether Dennis actually gives up the exchange or not comes second, because in his head, he's trying to evaluate those positions. So he might even have a different approach of perhaps trying to trade off the rooks. Rook c8 comes across as an option. Could he consider that instead?
I think that's a much safer option, Tanya. We mentioned with the bishop pair trade-off pieces and kind of challenging for the open c-file. Makes a lot of sense. If you can get rooks off the board, you're much happier. You breathe a sigh of relief if you're the black king. So I think that's what he should be doing to Tabatabai, but it is very, very natural as well to hit that white knight in the center. I think that would kind of, at least with the match situation in mind, that would be a big mistake. Just psychologically to allow that sacrifice, to allow that attack. I'm just intrigued here. I'm curious whether Dennis would go for it, so I want to see it happen on the board, bishop c5. But I do think Tabatabai should maybe play it safe here and not even allow that option.
Also, Amin's the kind of player who would probably sacrifice the exchange. He would go rook c5. He is an aggressive player. So for him to just avoid or give his opponent that chance would be very difficult in his own battle with his mind. And we see a move is on the board is a very natural rook c8.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. And there we do see a trade of rooks. And how is white going to continue the attack? Do you play h2, h4, or do you step forward with the queen? It's interesting.
It's not easy suddenly. Without one set of rooks on the board, it feels like you're running out of ammunition somewhat. White's rook in the center now, kind of you're tied down defending the knight. How do you get the queen in?
You know, I'd be tempted to move the queen forwards, get a threat, and maybe try to get my light square bishop to d3. And then I launch everything at black's king.
But maybe now bishop c5, Simon, because there's no rook c5 in the air.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'd love to play rook takes c5 there, but I might get in a bit of trouble if I try that one. Or thrown off the chess.com server. So, yeah, that bishop c5 is quite annoying. I mean, if there is a mass trade on d4, white's going to be better there. So it might not be the end of the world for white, this position. I'm tempted with f4, but I don't know. F4 at h4, the game goes on, and you know, I'd still rather be white in this position. I think.
Yeah, I think I would choose black, Simon. Just long-term potential of the bishops.
Yeah.
You know me, but either way, that black king's still vulnerable, so Dennis has a chance.
Yeah.
And
Gary,
it is the g-pawn that moves forward. And, well, this is a nice move with a concrete threat of the knight coming to f5 with a check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not see this one coming, I've got to say. No. It's anti-positional, so kind of fair play to Denis Lazovic going against his instinct, against his nature, weakening his own dark squares, but with a very concrete dynamic idea in mind. Knight to f5, we've talked about it before, it will thrive there.
That's a really nice move, and because black doesn't have a knight that can jump onto the weak squares, it makes a lot of sense, but it's not the first move you think of. But once you see it on the board, it just seems to put the pieces together. And Jovanka, your idea of knight f5, if there's a trade, those two pawns on f5 and e5 would give a huge winning chance for white with those pawns down the central board. By the way, Simon, asking for a friend, what was your bet about the Armageddon on Nodirbek versus Elianov?
I said that it will definitely 100% not be an Armageddon game. And I bet you, Tanya, at least 3 glasses of the finest Norwegian rosé or something.
All right, let's check in on that. We will come back to this and see if Dennis is able to take it to the Armageddon. But wow, David, a lot has happened on this one.
This position has exploded. It's a total mess here, but it is a mess in white's favour. If we do a quick count, white is a pawn up with those doubled A pawns now. White has also infiltrated the black camp. Look at white's rook on the 7th rank. And if you look at the other side of the board, black's knights don't make a great impression. Black is kind of all in here on an attack against the white king. Definite shades of Wesley So against Pavel Elianov from yesterday, but it's hard to foresee that attack being too dangerous. White controls the light squares as well, which really, really helps. I think we need to jump in and see how we got here. Let's just do a quick backtrack. Not that many moves have been played, but it was this committal decision back here after white did play the move c3. I think that Pavel will regret. He took with his bishop, giving up the light squares, and suddenly White's pieces started pouring forward. And here as well, opening up the c-file for White's rooks did backfire. White's rook did get in via c1, and it was here that the White rook did enter rook to c7. And if we catch up with the current position, I don't really see what the plan is. He's just retreated his queen. Let's say I just improve my worst place piece. This is White's rook on f1. Let's say I just double up on the c-file, maybe threatening at some point to kind of sidestep to b7 and land both rooks on the 7th. What does Black do next? How do you at least create some chances against the White King? He has played that, the most natural move on the board. You need to go all in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard for Black to ever attack with the queen being so passive. I mean, if that Black queen just seems to be tied down, and you have to try e4 or f4, right? I mean, you can't do anything else there. And maybe you do this and then go f4 or bring the knight to the center, but it's going to be very hard without your queen. So e4 looks worth a punt, and I think he's played e4, right? So this seems to be a good try at least.
Yeah, so what next? Let's say I continue being greedy, continue taking the bait.
Well, let's say I move my knight to a better square. This again seems quite logical. And now I'm going to try f4 here. And I actually, maybe I'm getting a bit more confident here in my disillusion, I'm sure. But, you know, I've got a nibble here or something.
You'd give a lot of money right now, a lot of glasses of wine, Simon, for a light squared bishop as Black.
Ooh, definitely.
Unfortunately, you don't have that light squared bishop, so you struggle to attack on that color complex. But at least, yeah, you're in the game. And fair play to Elianov for giving a second pawn to keep the fight going.
Some chances in a position like this, but the time situation I think is going to be very important, and Pavel was half the time of Nodirbek as well, so that could actually count quite a lot. But this e4 I like, though. I think it's a good try, at least in what must be a bad position, and White didn't even capture that pawn.
Wow.
And I like that move from White. White is basically saying, if you want to move your knight into the center of the board, I will exchange queens, and then your attack is going to be non-existent without the queens being on the board, and I'll win all positions because my rooks are so good. Yeah,
and I was really impressed with Nodirbek's last move, you know, moving the queen to h5. And one thing I just wanted to point out is that, yeah, it looks like after pawn takes pawn, Black's pieces are very active, but the bishop on b6 is a fantastic defender defending the critical f2 point.
Didn't see that piece, Jurenka, I must admit. I was looking at f2 and I was like, oh, that's a long way away, that bishop.
That's why I pointed it out. It was hiding there in plain sight. And your move, Simon, on the board, I think this is a good try just to mix things up and make it chaotic.
It's like the theme of the day, to sacrifice a central pawn, give that up for play, for activity, for that very key square for a knight in front of that sacrifice pawn. We've been seeing it throughout the games, and this is another display of that. So despite being in a difficult position, Elianov trying to create a chaos on the board, and Nodirbek returns the favor, creating a square for his own knight.
You literally said it, Tanya. That's the theme of the day, giving up central pawns seemingly for free. And yeah, Abdusattorov says, anything you can do, I can do better. And he's basically saying, OK, if you take with the knight, queens are off the board. Any endgame White is always going to win because of the passed a-pawn and because of the rooks on the 7th rank. So Elianov, he's faced with the quite ugly decision here of allowing White's d-pawn to become passed or just going into an endgame. I don't really see what else. White's light squared bishop as well, ready to drop back to c2 to start hitting those Black knights lined up on the same diagonal. This is
brilliant move.
Yeah, beautiful.
Really nice.
Really clever, that last move from Nodirbek. And it shows you at this level that the players are so willing to give material up just to keep the activity in the position. Activity is the main thing these players want to get.
Absolutely. Really nice central pawn sacrifices all through the day today. By the way, we are getting a big update that Amin Tabatabai is in big trouble in his game. Let's quickly get an update on that as Denis Lazovic might be forcing an Armageddon.
Wow, it's another rook and opposite color bishop endgame. This time it's roles reversed, however. It's yet again White winning, but this time it's Denis Lazovic on the side with the advantage. And not just is he 2 pawns up temporarily, but Black's b-pawn is about to drop. White's rook will land on the 7th rank. It's just beautiful. Look at that thorn in the Black side. The White protected pass pawn on e6. It's going to make sure the Black bishop is tied down forever. And this one should be a matter of technique, as they say. 2 minutes against 10 seconds should be helpful as well for Denis Lazovic. It was all about that G4 move. He landed a knight on F5 and Tabatabai shouldn't have taken it. It's just been one-way traffic ever since. Beautiful play. Denis Lazovic striking back. Armageddon. Simon, you called it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I called it. I'm sure I did. No doubt about it.
But you did, Simon, so now you don't owe anyone a wine. You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not really sure what happened with that, but yeah, I mean it's but it's great. Yeah, I mean Denis fighting back. I mean that shows real character in the position. He hasn't done it yet, but
can you just go E7 here, push the pawn, or is King F7 slightly uncomfortable for black, and he stops it?
He does stop it, and I think this is the key. E7 now a huge threat, so this is why the rook has to retreat. But how is white gonna break through? I mean, is it just a case of advancing the A4 pawn, or is the black king in danger of getting checkmated? You do feel that any piece...
David knows what I want.
I know what Tanya wants. Let's show this. There's a flashy move right now.
Like it.
Tanya, talk us through it.
I don't know if it works or not, because black does have an option, but I would, in an instant, play the move rook G8 check here. Just because it's so pretty. And the point is that black can't really recapture the rook because now the e-pawn moves forward, giving a check, and you promote it to a queen. But David, I'm afraid that after rook G8 check, black can simply sidestep king to H7, and you still have E7 under control. So it really doesn't get white anywhere.
It doesn't get white anywhere. It would have been so beautiful, though. Might as well play it. It doesn't change anything. Denis could then have just moved his rook away, as he did in the game. But look at what he's done. He's traded off the rooks. Let's just go back. He brought his rook down to B7, forced those rooks off the board. And we said opposite colour bishop endgames are drawn often. But here, the difference is that white has two passed pawns, the A-pawn and the E-pawn. And the difference here, the key fact, is that they are 3 lines apart, if you notice, between the E-pawn and the A-pawn. Often, you need 3 lines between passed pawns in order for the black king and black bishop to be too stretched. And here, white's king will eventually support the advance of one of those pawns. So this is just a matter of time. I think we'll see the endgame technique required here from Denis Lazovic, still winning.
Well, it looks like this one is headed into an exciting Armageddon battle, but it feels that we will not have an Armageddon in the other game. Elyanov in big trouble against Nodirbek. Let's bring that up. Wow.
It's checkmate.
For who? Oh, it is checkmate on the board. Is that game over already?
Checkmate tends to do that.
It just ended. Yeah. Knight G5 played, and that is a game over. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He continues his run in the Julius Baer Generation Cup for Elyanov. It has been a difficult day, and he has been eliminated. Wow. David, do you want to just quickly show us what happened in the last few moves?
Yeah, let's just do a quick rewind just over the last few turns. It was here. White is actually winning. Elyanov sacrificed a lot of material just to go for an attack against the white king, but white's king is actually super safe. And after the move rook takes F6, it was the devastating back rank check, forcing the black king forward, and then pin and win. This is, of course, a checkmate because the black pawn cannot move on H6 and capture this knight. The black king trapped. Just beautiful finish by Abdusattorov.
Absolutely stunning with his own king on G3. Let's go on to the other game where we are expecting to have an Armageddon any moment. And that's it. We do have a result. Denis Lazovic has done it with those 2 passes. It is game over, and there we have Denis on the screen. What a comeback by Denis.
Yeah, what a comeback, just when it mattered. And, you know, he played so well, breaking in the centre, piling on the pressure on Amin, and I can't wait for the Armageddon now.
Oof. And for Amin, he is not a happy player right now. He had it in the bag, but Denis Lazovic, this 16-year-old, he forces an Armageddon, and we will have the players bidding for their time. It is not over in the elimination bracket. 2 very exciting games, 2 very exciting matches. David, what was the highlight for you in round 2?
For me, there was one star move in that second game, and it was by Denis Lazovic in this position. We were talking here about how maybe black has decent chances with the bishop pair, but it was this one move that tipped Tabatabai over the edge. Pawn to G4, really counterintuitive, not obvious, not instinctive at all, just cementing a nice outpost for the white knight. And we saw, I mean, so shocked by this that he actually went wrong immediately. He moved his bishop, and after a check, he should have resisted the temptation to capture this knight. He should have simply dropped back with his king. When the game goes on, maybe white can nab a pawn, but the fight's still alive. Instead, as we saw, after taking this knight, this pawn structure was simply terrible for black. This white pawn on E6, just cementing the advantage forever. this pawn soon dropped. The pawn on b7 later dropped. And in the final position, as we saw, black simply resigned because this pawn is too strong. This black bishop has to move, and also the a pawn will begin running. Beautiful strategic play by Lazovic.
Fantastic endgame technique. First, Amin shows it, and then Laz. It's going to be a close battle in the Armageddon. This is our scoreline in the elimination bracket. Nodirbek Abdusattorov advances through. Meanwhile, Amin Tabatabai has a setback as Denis Lazovic scores a comeback victory. And we are being joined by Nodirbek after his win against Elyanov. Nodirbek, congratulations on winning. But not just that, also finding your form. It felt like you struggled a little bit yesterday. How satisfied are you, not just with the score, but also the quality of your play?
Yeah, yesterday was a tough match. Obviously, he played much better than me, and yeah, he deservedly won 3-0. Yeah. Today's match was better, but yeah, in second game I think I played a good game, but I think he blundered bishop b6, which gives up a pawn on a5, and yeah, that was it for today. And yeah, looking back to my play so far, yeah, it's not impressive at all. Yeah, and I hope to do well in next matches.
Nodirbek, you're already in through to the Toronto final. So does that take the pressure a little bit off the whole Champions Chess Tour? And what's your ambition in this one?
No, it's like I have a motivation, like in every tournament, you know, to do better, to improve. But yeah, obviously it has some impact on my play, because it's easier when you know that you are in finals, and that's why it's much more easier to play. but I think my play was stable during the whole Champions Chess Tour so far, and yeah, I think it will be very interesting to play in finals, and yeah, I am really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to all your upcoming matches as well, Nodirbek. And you've had a busy month, World Cup, and then in Dusseldorf, a really nice performance there. Congratulations for that as well. How are you on the energy? Are you feeling a little bit tired, or is energy not a factor?
Well, it's only the beginning, I think. It's like I'm going to play in 5 or 6 tournaments in a row.
Wow.
From now on, like, it's basically I'll not have any more than a couple of days of rest day, and yeah, it's going to be very energy consuming. But well, if I stay fit, then it should be fine.
That's really nice to hear, Nodirbek, and we wish you all the best for your match tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov with a very convincing win over Pavel Elyanov, and he's got 5-6 more tournaments coming up. The younger generation, no such thing as fatigue, no such thing as feeling tired for them. And the two players who can't be feeling the fatigue right now, Denis Lazovic and Amin Tabatabai. We've got a big Armageddon coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. grow the game. Find your local group or take the lead at meetup.com/chess. That is meetup.com/chess. And the one player who has perhaps taken the lead in momentum is Denis Lazovic after his comeback win against Amin Tabatabai. Take a look at what David has to say about what makes Denis such a beast.
Denis Lazovic is an online sensation. The teenager, known as Den Laz, has been taking down experienced grandmasters for many years already. A specialist in blitz chess and rapid chess, Denis Lazovic has now qualified for Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour, and he did it in style. With his uncompromising, tenacious and resilient style of play, Denis Lazovic is truly unique for such a young player. He's able to positionally outplay his opponents, he's able to outmaneuver them, and with his solid openings, he has a perfect base to emphasize his rapid skills. When given a tactical opportunity, however, Denis Lazovic does pounce. Check out this position from Division 2 of the Aimchess Rapid, which Lazovic went on to win. Here, Denis Lazovic was white against Parham Maghsoodloo. White has a material advantage, being up a rook for black's bishop, but the finishing touches to this game are still needed. Lazovic here, of course, found the most brutal way to finish the game, the most decisive move, and it was a sacrifice. Rook to h8, giving up the rook on an empty square. A check, of course, this rook simply has to be captured, and this allowed the white queen to zoom in to f8, a square no longer protected by the black king. Again, black has only one legal reply, king to h7, and this allowed the finishing touch. The other rook slides over to the vacated h1 square. That's a check. The black king is simply trapped, and here Parham Maghsoodloo resigned rather than giving up his queen on h6. This would have led to checkmate anyway, and Maghsoodloo won a masterpiece. Queen to h8, checkmate.
Denis Lazovic will play his second Armageddon of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Can the youngest ever participant of the Champions Chess Tour continue his run in the event, or will this be his last game? A huge Armageddon coming up. As we wait for the bids, Jovanka, is there a favorite in this Armageddon?
I'm actually going to say that Denis, the young 16-year-old, is a favourite. You know, he had the experience yesterday. He came super close to beating Fabiano Caruana. And also, he just won his last game. Momentum is on his side.
David, would you agree with that? With that comeback, has the momentum shifted?
It does feel that way. We shouldn't forget Tabatabai played a very impressive game when he had white as well earlier today. Both players just crushing each other with the white pieces. So I think actually this Armageddon has that twist on it. It's not necessary that they want black this time, which we're used to seeing in these Armageddon bidding wars. I think actually both players maybe should be banking on the white set.
Wow. And we've got the bids coming in. Let's take a look at the players' bids for the Armageddon. And there we have Amin Tabatabai really going for the white pieces with 14 minutes, 50 seconds. Denis Lazovic, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. David, you were on point with that.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, I'm shocked. I knew he might want white. I've played Tabatabai before. He's so aggressive and he loves the white pieces, but that is brave.
What a call there by David that Amin Tabatabai will want to play with the white pieces. Denis Laz will start with 9 minutes and 20 seconds. He will have the black pieces but result odds, which means that Amin with base time will have to win with white on demand. And of course, there is no increment. Simon, what are the chances of this one being decided on flagging?
Yeah, very high. Whenever it's Armageddon, it's always a good chance that it will come down to the clock, come down to flagging. So they don't have that increment. They've got to move quicker, and the tension's going to be a lot higher. We saw how exciting it was yesterday when Denis played against Fabiano, and expect the same again now.
9 minutes, 20 seconds. That's quite a bit of time trade-off for the black colors. Let's take a look at the regulations. And the winner of the bid gets to choose the colors, which is usually black, and black gets result odds, which means that if it's a draw, black wins the match, white has to win a demand. And again, there will be no increment. It's just the final game of the battle between Amin Tabatabai and Denis Lazovic. We're all feeling the tension right now, and it's liftoff. Amin starts with white, starts with the queen's pawn opening. And in London.
Wow, the London system. He's been playing this consistently throughout the last 6 months, last 1 year, Tabatabai. I'm slightly surprised he switched it up from a really successful opening in the first game of today when he took down the Berlin defense so convincingly. But okay, it's the London system. We see a trade of pawns here. And it's actually transposed, Jovanka, to pretty much the Caro-Kann defense, where this pawn structure, which we call the Carlsbad structure, it's all a battle about who can maneuver kind of better with their pieces. Often white just has a grip. It's harder for black to break out.
It is definitely harder for black to break out. But on the other hand, the pawn structure is very solid, and black will have something to smile about, and that is the bishop on g4. And there we see white just show his cards. He's saying, I want to expand on the left side of the board with the pawns. And an unusual move played by black, just moving the pawn to h6. I say this is unusual because usually the bishop wants to drop back to a better diagonal, and okay, the bishop does drop back to f5.
Yeah, this really reminds me of a game from the World Championship between Ding and Nepomniachtchi, where Ding ended up actually checkmating his opponent there. White was able to kind of get a grip on the dark squares on the queen side, able to create this bind. Also, that evolved from the London system. I think the first and only time the London system's been played at World Championship level. 100% score there for white. But yeah, this pawn structure anyway, it's thematic. It rises from lots of different openings. And Lazovic, he's keeping up the pace at least. He spent less than 30 seconds and it's already moved 15. So good signs for him as black.
We've been seeing the London so many times at elite level chess, even in many of the critical games at the World Cup. And it makes an appearance here. And while white is playing for those dark squares, the knight jumping on maybe the queenside pawn, cramping the position more, advancing from a4 to a5. Now, Denis Lazovic, he defeated Fabiano Caruana in the Bullet Championship recently with an 11.5 to 9.5 score. We know that his chess.com blitz rating is over 2,900. We're quite aware of how strong he is in speed chess. What do we know about Amin Tabatabai's mouse skills, Simon?
Well, he's a very quick player. I mean, all these players are extremely quick and they can turn up the pace when they need to. He's a very aggressive player normally, and I think the more, going back to the chess, the more pieces that get exchanged, the happier that Denis is going to be, because you've got to keep pieces on to win the game. And with this last move from black, throwing the knight into the centre is quite interesting. Maybe that knight's going to be rerouted to the centre. And the question is, how is white going to keep this tension up here? And I like this move. He's locking down that queen side. David mentioned this game from the World Championships, and this is exactly the same thing that Ding did against Nepo. He was able to get his knight to c5 and play b4 in that game. And if white can do that, I think he'd be very happy. But it's not clear how he's going to do that at the moment.
Yeah, I like what Lazovic's done. He's maneuvered a knight to the d6 square, and actually in these types of pawn structures, d6 is the dream square for any knight. Likewise, white wants a knight on d3. But yeah, at the moment, it's just this tension on the queen side. White's pieces are slightly tied down, defending white's far advanced a-pawn. So Tabatabai is trying to use tactics now, a slightly nasty pin to try and release his pieces.
Well, he can now go knight c5, and he has played this. And this is the Ding plan, with the pawn maybe coming up to b4 to support it. And then white has this really nice grip right on that area, that side of the board. So I think progress being made. Now, would you exchange queens here? I mean, it's not really what you want to do when you want to win the game, but you still have an advantage. I would have thought that. I don't know if it is an advantage, but a grip at least on the queen side here.
I think it's a good idea. I remember when this plan first came about, and I was the victim of it. And the first time that they did this, they just traded off queens, and then they just did the idea of going b2, b4, establishing this grip. And it's, like you guys were saying, very, very difficult to break out. And, well, for Lazovic, it's just a question of holding firm.
Holding firm. And the one thing that did lead to one of his defeats yesterday against Caruana, actually in the Armageddon, was the fact he was slightly passive. He lost the first game today when he was slightly passive. But luckily here, there isn't that much tension. And okay, he's playing very, very quickly. He's still only used just over a minute. And now we're at move 23, almost in the endgame with the queens off the board. Tanya, you mentioned the kind of blitz, bullet skills. I did just check on chess.com. Lazovic is 100 points higher than Tabatabai. He's over 3,000 at blitz, and he's over 3,100 at bullet. So he's about 100 points higher than Tabatabai in both blitz and bullet formats, which shows his mouse skills might be slightly superior. if the clocks do tick down. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
But one thing I just wanted to piggyback on is about online chess. I mean, when you ask the top players how many online games they've played, I mean, the answer is like tens of thousands. And, you know, and you compare that advice to, say, from Botvinnik's time, like in the 1950s, and he was writing, you must not play more than 55 games per year.
I'm following that advice these days. But yeah.
Per day?
No. Yeah, I did look at my stats recently. I did just see that Amin Tabatabai, I think, has played 15,000 on chess.com alone. That's rookie numbers.
It's kind of similar to poker. This is why everyone got so much better at poker, because they were suddenly able to play online and they could play something like 10,000 hands of poker a day. Maybe not that many, but if you play multiple tables, it's possible. And they were learning so much better than they could do in the past. And maybe it's the same with chess, you know. You can all of a sudden play so many games of chess, learn so many things quicker that you couldn't do in the days of Botvinnik.
I know Nihal Sarin grew up on chess.com. He's, I don't even know what's the amount of games, but it definitely runs in the tens of thousands there. So this younger generation, and I think that's what also makes them so adaptive to how computers have changed chess and modern chess, and sort of just taking traditional wisdom, chucking it out of the window in many cases, being more concrete. All the principles that we knew now, there are so many exceptions to them. And we always see these younger generations sort of challenge all those older beliefs. And I think that's a big part of that is because they have grown up playing so much online, these speed chess, fast chess formats.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meantime, well, Dennis, he's just been moving around with his knights, just trying to establish a plan. Meanwhile, White has improved the position, stepped up with the king. It's creeping forward. And now G3, G4 is in the air. But there is no big rush for Amin. No, he's played it immediately.
Yeah, you might as well. I guess it's Armageddon. The players are keen to release the tension, but it's all about the knights. It's a dance of the knights, and if you compare them, White has two beasts, two octo knights, we call them, yesterday in the middle of the board. Black's knights are still looking for squares, looking for purchase here, looking for outposts. And, I mean, you would pick White here every day, but still, where's the breakthrough? Feels like Dennis, he's just set up his barricades. He's set up his army. He's saying, OK, if you ever step any pawns forward, my knights are ready to jump. And, yeah, I don't really see what comes next. It feels like Amin Tabatabai has maxed out his position. He needs a bit more.
What comes next? I think it's about that question we had earlier on. Will this be about flagging? And I think there's a very big chance that it is going to be about Dennis's clock here. With those knights that you're pointing out, more difficult for Black to continue playing moves. For Amin, it's just going to be about trying to get Dennis to run out on the clock. Meanwhile, we're getting huge update from Division 3, where Min Lei has defeated, in a shocking result, he's defeated Anish Giri 1.5 to half. So Giri drops down to the losers bracket, and you can follow all the action from Division 3 on Grandmaster Ben Feingold's Twitch channel. Meanwhile, action continues in this one. And now, Amin has slowed down. David, as you said, sure, he wants to get Dennis's clock to come down low, try and flag him, but you still have to make moves right now. So how do you continue in this position? I would love to reroute that queenside rook somehow.
Yeah, let's just jump in while Amin has maybe his first real long think of the game. And Tanya, you want to kind of repurpose this rook, where to put it? That's the big question. OK, he does drop it back. Thank you, Amin, for answering that question for me. He drops it back. And OK, we see a trade of pawns. I'm really shocked by this, to be honest. Yes, the Black Knight jumps in into e4, but this is committal by Denis Lazovic, and we see now at least White does have a plan of pushing the h-pawn. I thought he was just going to sit there forever, just kind of curl up into a ball, Denis Lazovic. But yeah, now suddenly there is a clear-cut plan. He needs to concretely justify his decision. Simon, do you like this from Lazovic?
Was that saying if it's not broke, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it? Yeah. That's the one. And he had a nice fortress there, and he could have basically said to Amin, you're the one who has to prove how to break down this position. So I'm with you there, David. He didn't need to play this. I still think the position is absolutely fine for Black, though. He's finding a target here with his last move, and both sides have these tricky knights. And if they get shorter time, it's going to be very hard to keep an eye on them. But the first question is, how do you actually defend that pawn now?
You cannot defend that pawn on c3, because if you try to defend it with your rook, you let go of the protection of the h4 pawn.
Yeah, White's rook on h2 is tied down to the h4 pawn. If you step this pawn forward, the other pawn in the center drops with a check. If you take black's knight in the center, then just to show this, the pawn on c3 drops. Maybe there's something even better there for black, but this is a check and the knight will drop back to the center next move. Yeah, this is why the young generation is so good. I'm looking at general kind of principles here. I'm thinking, oh, you let the white pawn start running. You let it loose, giving your opponent potential pass pawn. But no, they have concrete, specific, kind of tailor-made kind of replies here. And yeah, he's making it work just based on just where white's pieces are positioned right now.
That's a huge question for Amin right now. He has to find a way to fight against the threat, and he fails to do that. He simply moves the rook. That means an extra pawn for Dennis.
Yeah, just bank it, take that pawn. And,
which knight do you take it with, David?
Oof, that's for Denis Lazovic to answer. That's too tough for me. Two choices here. I'm inclined always, I'm biased towards taking away from the center, kind of towards the center. But wow.
Oof.
Wow, white's knight is trapped on e5.
Yeah, this is even bigger problem.
Oh my God. It's going to be game over.
I think.
What a spot. And Amin reacts.
Yeah.
He missed this idea completely, as did we.
Yeah. Not obvious. We were getting tempted by a free pawn, but white's knight is simply no escape squares. F6 is coming next.
And we have to remember that this is like you're out. You know, this is your big chance. Both of these players haven't been in Division 1 before, and if they lose this game, they're going to be out of the tour. So it's a massive moment, and you know, this is where you can see the emotions on the faces. And look at Armin's emotions there. He realizes that he's probably going home.
Yeah, because there's no coming back from this. You lose a pawn, you can still fight. Here he loses an entire piece. And it's we were talking about this being the octo knight just a couple of moves ago. And now it's dead meat. F6 and the game is over next.
Yeah, and it's completely white's own fault. You know, the king's on F3, the rook is on D3. He trapped his own knight in the middle of the board. I mean, it's just one of life's blind spots. And like you say, Tanya, you can't get back from losing a piece. Although there is history. Amin, I remember this was in the opening in Tata Steel. He did lose a piece and he did manage to complicate things. But here, no chance.
I think eventually he won that game.
He won the game.
He won the game, but right now it is a completely different battle. The endgame, and look at that. Amin, he did shake his head. He's in disbelief. He almost had this match, right? In a best of two, you get the first win in. You need only a draw. And then you get into this Armageddon. You start with the white pieces. You bid for the white pieces. 14 minutes and 50 seconds. He's still thinking, but it's not going to help.
Too late now.
It's too late now.
I mean, the question remains, David, like, as you said, why did he change openings? Because there's not really enough, there wasn't enough time for Dennis to work out a reply to that first game that he lost. Why didn't he just repeat that and put the question to Dennis? I mean, obviously everything's easy in hindsight, but this didn't work out, this plan he's played here. He didn't get an advantage. He didn't get the kind of position he wanted. And even though he's winning a piece here, he wasn't making much progress anyway, really.
Yeah, and I mean, he probably wishes he blundered a piece on move 6, like in that King's Gambit game, rather than blundering on move 40, where it's just too late. No pieces left to fight back, no chance. And that's why he's thinking here. I think he's just coming to terms with the fact that his journey in this tournament will be over. And yeah, Simon, his preparation in game 1 was so deep with the white pieces in that anti-Berlin. Suddenly he went into a London system, which Denis Lazovic has probably faced hundreds of times before. Here we see the key move F6. That white knight had no escape squares. It was blocked in, hemmed in by its own pieces, and there we go. It falls off the board. He has, let's do a quick count, 1 pawn for that knight, but
David,
not enough.
This is heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah.
Amin can't believe it.
Yeah, that's chess. Chess is cruel, unfortunately, and he just needs to pick himself up and try to create one chance towards the end, just at least give the opportunity to Lazovic of going wrong, but very unlikely at this stage.
And the clocks are level as well, and Amin there in complete disbelief. Burnt out his time advantage as well. He's down a piece. David, is there an easy way for Dennis to wrap this up right now?
Probably.
Do you just capture on h4? He starts with a check.
Yeah, I would have been tempted to simplify. He starts with a check and repurposes his knight this time. That knight is going to do a great job of just holding everything together while the black rooks invade. The black rooks will double up on the f-file most likely. There we go. And they're coming in. Not much to do. Okay, trying to create a distraction in the past pawn. The only hope is that somehow, by a miracle, you trade off all the pawns on the board, and you might have some drawing chances there, but...
But the operative word is drawing chances, David.
Yeah.
And remember that Amin is in a must-win situation. And there you can see the Black King, safe as houses, and the past G-pawn, well, doesn't have too many ambitious hopes. And rook coming to F1, it's going to be game over pretty soon.
Just amazing board awareness by Denis Lazovic, spotting that knight trap. We were all thinking about grabbing the pawn, getting greedy with the pawn, but F6 an idea, and he played it in seconds. Really awesome to see that. And yeah, Amin just continues to shake his head. I don't even think in his mind he's really fighting. It's about just acceptance right now.
Yeah, it could have been so different if he'd taken that winning opportunity against Magnus in game 1 yesterday. Who knows how that match would have turned out. Here he had the lead. Game 2, just one subpar decision, and Denis punished him for it. And again, this last game, it was in the balance for so long. He had extra, 5-6 minutes on his clock, but not sufficient in the end. And Denis just putting the finishing touches on this one. He's rounding up that white G-pawn. White's going to have to contort himself just to hold on for a few more moves.
And the knight can block checks on the 8th rank as well. The king can march forward to safety on c6. You probably want to do that after rook h8, king d7, king c6. Everything is safe on the king side. He's trying to hold on to the g-pawn. Is there any hope at all for Amin in this position with that g-pawn and the king assisting it?
No, I'm also just looking at moves like the knight retreating to e8, just so that it can get ready to spring forward to the f6 square and give a check. And there you can see it on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the inevitable. But I think, as Tanya, you mentioned, it's Amin just coming to terms that, you know, he's out. And, you know, he was, but, you know, this is a really exciting tournament for everyone to qualify for now. This is probably the creme de la creme of like online tournaments. Everyone wants to get in the first division. Everyone wants to get a chance to play the top players. And, you know, losing 2 matches in a row, it's going to be disappointing. So he's I think, just acknowledging that fact. It's always painful to lose at chess. It never really gets less painful. And some of us are more used to it than others. But, you know, it's part of the process.
You know what I would do here, Simon?
I know, yeah. Well done, David. Yeah. Good call, David. I'd do the same.
I thought, David, you were team never resign.
Normally.
Just resign.
But here, look at that white rook on g6 next to the white king, just completely trapped.
Can't get much worse, can it?
Can't move. What Black's just going behind now, rook to h1, trade off that white rook on the h-file, and it's just going to be checkmate.
I think he's going to resign because, you know, he's playing, rook h1 and... OK, this could be quite funny, actually. You could try to checkmate with a knight and king at some point coming up. OK.
There is a g6 check coming in.
Yep.
But one check.
He's staying alive. He's fighting.
Yes.
Now, does white give a check? No, he takes back the rook first, but... Ooh, the evaluation bar.
Oh. And Amin, he suddenly leans forward. Does he sense a chance here?
Half a chance, maybe, to possibly draw.
David, half a chance is something.
That's right. This last move, I think, was what Denis missed, actually. He was trying to provoke the white pawn to go forward to free up the black knight. But now, actually, half a chance. The white rook is coming up to f7 with a check, where it could start picking off black's queenside pawns.
You're right.
Unfortunately, black does have a runner of an e-pawn, so...
It's a race, at least.
But look, you win that p-pawn.
Some hope.
He's got a passed pawn all of a sudden, 2 passed pawns.
And it was hopeless just 30 seconds ago.
And now it's just a little bit less hopeless.
Wow, the evaluation bar's really teasing us here. White's going to give a check with the rook, maybe. Can trade off a set of pawns in the centre first. It's just a pure race, and I don't think either side has got time to calculate this out. Just got to play by instinct. Feels like black should be quick enough because black's pawn is so close to promotion. But, anything can happen in races. I'm sure we've all been there where we've miscounted and suddenly things get out of control.
Yeah, but we do have to remember it has to be a win for White as well, because if White somehow salvages a draw here, he still gets knocked out. So it's a big ask here. And well, the thing is, I was thinking you could check the black king here, but then repeating positions is absolutely fine. You don't need to win as black. So this is what's happening. Just move the king back, and this is an example of going for the draw here. White has to play for a win, which is kind of like...
He's not going to repeat. He can't afford to repeat. It's as good as losing. And he has to just keep going. But now it's Danlas who's got more time than Amin as well.
Yeah, he gives a check. That's asking a different question this time, hinting that he might capture the black a6 pawn. b5 looks tempting as well, just to start running with all of white's remaining pawns.
b5 looks worth a punt, you know, get as many pass pawns as you can, as quickly as you can. If you could move black's d pawn off the board somehow, like, you know, just like, you know, sweep it off, then you've probably got some chances here. Good chances.
You've got good chances to win in that situation. But unfortunately, the d pawn does exist and it will be moving forward.
And his time as well. He's also half the time of Dennis now, which when you don't get increment, you don't get any extra time. That's a big thing, you know. You need to keep ahead on the clock in bad positions. I mean, terrible positions.
Terrible indeed. The frustrating thing is you just cannot get that white rook behind black's d-pawn. The black knight covers some key squares. The one thing you cannot do here as well is give another check with the white rook. That would be the third time we've seen that position. 1 minute left. Okay, he tries. This is his last gamble, Tabatabai, but black's pawn is 2 squares away now. I think it's too fast. It's over. It's going to become a new queen.
Wow. Yeah, and that knight on e8, which looks like it's doing nothing, is actually doing a very important job here, stopping white's rook from defending the d-pawn. And now you give a check, but with d1 in the air, there isn't much to be done. Black can simply fall forward or go ahead with the king. You don't want to fall back because the a-pawn then advances with a check. So
yeah, and often you get these situations where both sides queen at the same time, but it's the person who queens first when there's pieces on the board, and you could get this now, who normally just ends up checkmating because with a rook, a queen and a knight on the board, the white king, it's just going to be too exposed. So I think you can safely get a queen and checkmate here.
Yep.
Like queen d3 should be game over.
Yeah.
It's going to be forced checkmate here just within a couple of moves.
Probably multiple ways to do it. But don't give rook h1 check because that queen on e8 can grab the rook.
They just don't check on any square covered by that long diagonal.
I think get the knight in looks good. There's many, as you say, you still have to calculate it though. I mean, there's still a chance to go wrong. You've got queen f3.
For all the ways black can lose. Queen f3, rook h1. He gives a check from h7, forcing rook h6. Will he come in with the knight now?
Yeah, that looks like a killer. Okay, he gives a check with the queen. Also very efficient here. Diagonal checks always seem to work in queen endgames.
Could we see a queen f3 blunder? I don't know. We need a bit more drama somewhere. And
I can imagine myself falling for the rook h1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Check.
Well, for instance, I think white is absolutely forced to kind of intercept that check with the rook. And then maybe...
Queen f3. Well, you can see his head.
And that's it. He has resigned after queen f7. 16-year-old Denis Lazovic continues in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. What a performance after losing the first game, making his comeback and then taking it in the Armageddon despite losing the bid. For Amin Tabatabai, it has been a heartbreaking loss. David, I know you have a lot to choose from, but what was that one big moment for you?
I think we just need to show that blunder of the piece again. Denis Lazovic, really opportunistic here. He spotted something that we all missed here in the studio that his opponent had missed after the move rook to d3, which seems innocent, innocuous. Actually, it's taken away the one remaining escape square of this white knight. And after trading off, he did pounce. Pawn to f6, and you can see why this knight needed to have access to d3, it simply couldn't move. And going up a piece, we saw a few twists and turns along the way, but eventually he did guide the game towards victory as black.
Just incredible board awareness there, and this was the moment that Amin Tabatabai realized it was all over after that blunder, something that was so easy to miss. But Denis Lazovic really on top of the game. What a find, what a trap there. And head shakes a dejected, disappointed Amin Tabatabai. It is the end of his road in the Julius Baer Generation Cup after a great performance in the play-ins. But it is Dan Laz who continues forward in the losers bracket, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov who took the win in his match against Pavel Elyanov. And we will be joined by Denis Lazovic in just moments. We'll be right back.
And okay, Nakamura playing a defensive move. Nakamura offers a draw with that move, and Magnus accepts. Magnus wins the tournament.
Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the new Aimchess Classic.
He knows it's going to be all over soon. 20 seconds and Magnus wins.
Wow, look at that! Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon.
One pawn marches forward, one is blocked, the other goes, and that causes Artemiev to resign.
Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the Aimchess US Rapid. But there it is. It ends here. Magnus Carlsen winning 2 games today. He is the winner of the Air Things Master.
As a defender and an attacker, and Duda, he resigns.
Yeah, look at that smile on the champion's face. Magnus Carlsen wins the Charity Cup.
He's going to win the tournament.
Wow. And there it is. It's over. Ordinary guys, he resigns, facing an impossible world #1, Magnus Carlsen, with a slight smile there. He is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Let's have Magnus in the picture as well as he finishes the 2022 season. There it is. The winner of the match, the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022, and the winner of the Tour Finals. It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters.
The checkmating, it's on the board, Simon.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my God, and we have a winner. Magnus Carlsen checkmates Wesley So and wins the Aimchess Rapid. He plays and he wins. Magnus Carlsen with his incredible performances in the past Champions Chess Tour. He's already won 2 events in this season. He will be in action in just a few moments from now, taking on world #3, a huge rival. It is the Clash of Titans, as he will face Fabiano Caruana and the 5-time FIDE world champion, recently winning the only title that eluded him, the World Cup as well. We will see him in just a few moments, but first we've got the 16-year-old Denis Lazovic joining us. Denis, congratulations. 2 Armageddons you've had in this tournament, and today you turned it around. How are you feeling?
I feel good. Thank you.
Denis, your match...
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Your match against Amin Tabatabai, tell us about that. Because you had to make a comeback. It was a difficult situation. You lost the first game. How did you get that confidence to keep going and make a comeback in this match?
Yes, in first game he's completely outplayed me, and actually I didn't think that I can win first second game. But after the opening, I had some interesting position, and he played some bad move, and then I had this win in game.
Yeah, it was awesome to see you win the second game, and then a fantastic Armageddon, especially when you trapped his knight with the move f6. That was awesome. Denis, what's it like to play in Division 1, to play against these big players? What does this mean for you?
It's very nice to play. I'm very glad to play in first division. Yeah, it's amazing.
It is amazing, and you're the youngest ever player in the Champions Chess Tour Division 1, so it's awesome to see you in the field. And Denis, we've been really admiring the medals at the back as well. Is that your trophy cabinet?
No, it's just my room, and it's my medal. Nothing special.
Well, it is a very inspiring place to play chess from, and Denis, great performance today, and we wish you all the best for your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Thank you. Denis Lazovic with a big win against Amin Tabatabai. But big names continue in the winners' semi-finals. we will have Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana, and also Wesley So taking on Alireza Firouzja. We spoke to Fabi yesterday. We asked him about his thoughts on playing against Magnus. Take a look.
I think I've usually managed up in Magnus's side of the bracket. So we were supposed to play, or like we were kind of slated to play in this second event, but we didn't because Artemiev beat Magnus, and then we did play in the one previous to this, and Magnus beat me 2.5, 1.5. So I'm hoping to get some revenge. Of course, I don't expect it to be easy. Of course, playing Magnus is always a colossal struggle, but hopefully I'll be up to the task.
As Fabi said, in the World Cup, he didn't get the match he wanted against Magnus in the final, but he is looking forward to today's matchup. It's never easy to play against Magnus. What are you expecting from this clash, David?
Well, Magnus does start as the favourite just because he's been so impressive in quick time controls over the last few years. Of course, they had that history, 2018. It was decided in Rapid after all their World Championship match. Magnus won there. But Fabiano has been turning things around, especially the last 12 months, 24 months. He's really upped his game. And if he catches Magnus cold in the first game or two, I think he's got a big chance. But it will come down to the first game or two, I feel. He can't let Magnus strike first.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting match, I feel. I mean, you've got two players who are on the best form out of anyone in the world at the moment. You've got Magnus, who's winning everything, and you've got Fabiano, who's also playing great chess. I mean, he's just done extremely well in the World Cup. He's played brilliant. I think he's played really well since Magnus actually stepped down from being world champion. I think Fabiano's kind of realised that he could actually have another shot at becoming world champion himself, and this is another chance to sort of prove that point. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it.
I am certainly looking forward to it because Fabi also mentioned that he was out for revenge. That's my most favourite personal reason.
Ivanka, it is going to be a big fight between these two. And really interesting what you said, Simon, that perhaps Fabi's found this renewed motivation. And we've been seeing him play some excellent chess this past year. And let's take a look at our format in the winners' semifinals. It will be a best of 4. It will be a best of 4, and 2.5 points wins the match. As always, the players get 15 minutes with a 3-second increment. And it's not just Fabi versus Magnus. We have another big clash. Ivanka, I'm super excited to see what happens when Wesley, the so solid Wesley, takes on the very aggressive Alireza.
I know, that one is going to be a real clash of styles. And we haven't seen Alireza Firouzja play too much of late. He didn't play in the World Cup. He did not play in the World Rapid. And Wesley did play both those events and wasn't too successful. But Firouzja showed us that he's been working hard, and yesterday he put on such a powerful performance. He just completely blew off Abdusattorov from the board.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch. It's always great to watch Alireza play some chess, and today will be an exciting battle as he takes on Wesley So. The clocks are ticking one more time, which means that the players are getting set to make their first moves. And while we didn't see Alireza in the World Cup, definitely a disappointment for a lot of chess fans across the world. He's back in the Champions Chess Tour. He hasn't won an event. He hasn't booked his spot yet in Toronto. So this one means a lot to him. This could be his shot to get that seat to the season and final, and for Wesley as well.
Yeah, for Wesley as well, you know, because the winner of this event actually gets that Toronto spot. So everything to play for. And you're right, you know, when Firouzja first played in the Air Things Masters, he was eliminated pretty quickly. And there we see Wesley So on the screen in his home in Minnesota, getting ready to play.
I mean, I think it's a big point as well. I mean, Wesley, if he wins this match, he guarantees himself a place as well in the next round. But that actually came down to Dennis. Dennis must be hoping that Wesley loses, because Dennis still has a chance of qualifying for the grand final by winning that last match. Good camera action going on there.
Magnus there with his room tour.
Yeah, and he does need to get a cleaner though still. I think that's clear. And what's that bit of massage stuff going on there? But it's quite funny to see their pre-game routine.
He has said it before. He's got this ice pack. I think just he's had some historic problems, pains, injuries. Maybe he's just playing hurt here. He's pretending he's injured, lure Magnus into a false sense of security. But either way, we're about to get action. We're about to kick off. Magnus will start with white, and I can't wait. This is going to be a fantastic fight. It always is between these two. Never any quick draws ever between these two. And okay, we see action. It's a king's pawn opening. What will Magnus go for? Will it be the Spanish? Seems to be the theme of the tournament, the opening of the tournament so far. The Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening. And okay, which variation will Caruana choose for? It's the Archangel, the Arkhangelsk variation. And Magnus, he showed some preparation against this. He's faced it a few times in recent history.
Had it yesterday against Amin, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think. And he got a very good position there, didn't he, David, in that one, I think? So,
yeah, he faced it at the World Cup too. I remember kind of a mammoth battle in this one as kind of between these two warriors at Isle of Man a few years back with colours reversed when it was actually Magnus employing this opening against Fabi. So mind games, they're kind of going down this well-trodden path where, of course, there's so much theory. But definitely Magnus in recent years, he's kind of steering into that, despite the fact that kind of traditionally it's Fabiano with the opening kind of knowledge, the opening expert. Interesting moment here. White has various ways to play. Magnus, the first one to think, first one to blink.
Yeah, this bishop c5 move that we see Fabiano play, the Archangel variation, is probably one of the sharpest variations of Roy Lopez, because Black is trying to develop that dark square bishop to a very active square. But it does come with downsides, because you can walk into a pin. That knight on the king side can often be pinned. We saw that happening yesterday, Magnus beating Amin with that idea. And this is another idea with the dark square bishops facing off against each other, which can also be dangerous. At the right moment, White can push the pawn in the centre and make a favourable exchange of bishops here. So it's a really quite, I don't know, courageous way to play, but it is very heavily theoretical, isn't it, this line? Because both sides can get in trouble very quickly if they don't know what they're doing. Rook e8, first think is Magnus.
And Magnus trying to figure out his middle game approach here. And don't be fooled, because there are always tactics here. It might look like the e4 pawn is under fire, but White's got ideas of his own with that light squared bishop. Magnus places his own rook in the center. It's going to be a slow strategic fight. Meanwhile, we have got kickoff, which is about to happen in the Wesley So against Alireza matchup. Wesley starting with the white pieces. And what are we expecting in this one, David? Will Wesley start with the king's pawn opening?
Wow.
Oh, he answers it.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tanya, it's likely 1e4 because it brought Wesley success. But he also started with knight of 3 in that final game yesterday against Elianov, where he just needed a draw. So Wesley here just showing that he can kind of serve in different ways. He can open. He's really flexible in the opening. And, okay, it looks like it's headed towards a King's Indian defense. Firouzja here, Fianchettoing his bishop, and it's the main line King's Indian. This shows fighting ambitions here from Firouzja. This tends to lead to really imbalanced play. Knight a6, not the main line, but still well known. And, yeah, it shows both players not playing safe at this early stage.
And Ivanka, this is what we were talking about, right? A clash of styles, and Alireza deciding to play a very ambitious opening against Wesley means that he wants to get his kind of positions.
He does. And I remember a few years ago that Wesley was playing like the most critical moves here. But again, in recent years, he's kind of taken a more safety-first approach. So we're going to see how exactly he's going to continue. Is he going to step up with his pawn, or is he going to play another move?
Yeah, it's like a game of chicken, this type of position. It's like Black is saying, please block the centre, please close the centre, please step forward with the white d-pawn to d5, and then Black can decide maybe to switch play against the white king. And, OK, where's Wesley gone? Hide and seek. Not where's Wally, where's Wesley? And, OK, he's back. Meanwhile, thinking, and yeah, he is the one to decide to close the centre to break the tension. Often you can wait a bit longer there as white, but sooner or later this happens in very typical King's Indian plans.
Yeah.
Imminent, Ivanka.
Yeah, no, I remember actually a friend of mine commenting on Wesley's like opening strategy in this particular variation. And he was like, yeah, Wesley's not afraid. And then I do remember commenting on a tournament where Wesley actually got destroyed by Alexander Grishuk. And, well, Wesley, he is a man who knows his stuff, so I'm eager to see what he's going to play now. To me, it looks like pawn takes pawn is absolutely forced. Otherwise, the bishop is going to get trapped.
Kingside pawn storm here coming from black, and often this pawn break, it's kind of the most thematic break in the King's Indian. Black is struggling for space on the center, queenside, so you need some activity on the kingside. And if you can capture as white on the f5 square, as Wesley has done, and force black to take back with a piece, you're usually pretty happy. But of course, there are some details to work out here. The black knight's going back, and white's king will be a target no matter what. Wesley has to reposition, remaneuver his pieces in order to be ready for any oncoming attack. Simon, you've played this opening yourself a few times.
Yeah, I really enjoy playing the King's Indian defence. It's one of my favourite openings. It's perfect for players who like an aggressive game, you know, like attacking, like counter-attacking. Bobby Fischer was one of the first people to play it, and then Gary Kasparov, of course. And I've seen, like you mentioned, Wesley playing the main lines of this on the white side. A game everyone should look at is actually a game he lost to Hikaru Nakamura in the main line. It was a brilliant game from Hikaru there. But this is a common idea. White now trying to get that square in the centre of the board. And I'm thinking black should probably push that pawn now in the centre of the board, because if white gets a grip by moving that knight into e4, it's always going to be a small advantage for white. There's nothing you can do. And this knight will be very hard to budge, and white can play around that square. Another common idea. So this is why Firouzja has stopped that plan, moved his pawn and opened up his own bishop. And an interesting position we have here.
Yeah, King's Indian bishop, very happy with that last decision. Tanya, what do you make of the chances here? Looks really complicated to me.
I love it. I love this opening approach by Alireza, and I think e4 was absolutely critical to make sure that white's knight doesn't land on that square. We've been seeing so many pawn pushes in the center to get that space going, and I think the team continues with this one. Simon, you mentioned Bobby Fischer played the King's Indian, and then we had Gary Kasparov. In chess, can we also trace certain styles back to iconic players?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, historically, going through the world champions, they all brought something different to chess. I mean, Steinitz, the first world champion, official world champion, he really liked the centre, and he wanted to control the centre. And every world champion basically gave something new and progressed the game. And I wonder what Magnus's will be when people look back in 100 years and they think, Magnus Carlsen, he was the grinder. And him and his great pal David, their book, the best-selling book. I learned everything I know from that book, which came out today, so make sure you get yourself a copy. Grind Like a Grandmaster. Great book.
Thanks, Simon. I'll get you a glass of wine later.
Thanks
for that.
Well, on that subject of players and the influences they exude on the world, I read once that the top players of every country has an influence on the coming generation. So when Michal Tal was around, all the Latvian players obviously looked at him as their idol, and they became very sharp players. And it just seems to follow that everyone just looks at their best player and goes, okay, I like that style, and therefore they play like that way.
Yeah, they're sort of inspired by the play, they study, they grow up idolizing the player.
Like for me, you know, I was really influenced by Michael Adams. You know, I saw the way he played and I thought, isn't this beautiful? The way he just moves his pieces and finds good squares, and it's all about harmony. And so I very much modeled my game and my openings on him.
And I think for all of these Indian youngsters, it's Vishy Anand, right? His universal style of play. Him being the lightning kid in his younger years, and that's why we see so many of them also being really inspired to play speed chess. His style of play, his approach to game, his fighting chess, his ability to adapt in situations. I can go on and on. This needs its own broadcast, but I think you're completely right, Yavanka, that these iconic players of the past, they really truly do leave a big mark on the next generation. You were asking what Magnus would be remembered for. I think we could agree with that. Just his endgame technique. It's one of the biggest points. And I think he's really changed over the last 10 years how people viewed endgames and endgame play. You'd very often just agree for a draw, and we will continue that conversation. But David, a big move on the board.
Huge move and a committal decision from Firouzja. We saw him go into the tank there for a few minutes and eventually dive forward with his pawn into e3. It looks like the most tempting move in the position. Now you are attacking this knight, of course, trying to open up the white king too. And if this pawn is captured, I guess the black queen's just going to come in, double attack. And there are some tricks here. I was wondering if you could sacrifice your queen if white's bishop blocks. For example, you could take this bishop, trick the white king into coming forward. I don't see a checkmate. I wanted to try and trap this king. I don't see a way. At the very least, you could win back the material. You can give a check, discovered attack. And
David, after king h2, you can also do the same, can't you? As well, which is very, very exciting. So, yeah.
Pretend I saw that one.
That's
Queen
so
takes
cool.
bishop.
Yeah.
And a check, and the white king gets chased onto the f-file, where you can suddenly, again, unleash an attack. Next move, win the white queen, and level material, but black has the advantage and all the fun, of course, in that position. So I don't think you should get tempted after pawn to e3 to take it. But what else? Do you have to move the knight? Maybe you can move your bishop out the way. You can step the bishop to f3, maybe to h5. Maybe this one, just to try and pin the pawn against the black queen. No time to go and take the white knight now. And if you trade off, at least white can safely take back, and no tricks against this guy, the white king.
And then, actually, there's no sense to black's position at all, you know, because the white knights are then going to jump into the center. And I don't know about you, but I feel that the g5 pawn is going to be weak.
Yeah, g-pawn is going to be really weak. And, yeah, it looks to me like this is turning in white's favor. So, Wesley, lots of choice here. You can move the knight as well, of course, which is attacked. You can move the bishop to other squares. But evaluation bar at least says it's in white's favor. And he's rightfully thinking here.
And e3 just felt like such a scary move. When it lands on the board, it definitely makes you just take a step back and evaluate what's going on. So everything else, apart from taking on e3, would be a good option for white here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, taking on e3 looks just far too dangerous because you allow black's queen to enter into the position. And why allow your opponent's queen, the most dangerous piece, to get active? If you don't take that pawn, then the black queen can't get into the position. So I really like David's bishop move because it stopped a rook coming across. But maybe you can move the knight. But this move just seems so logical. And great minds, they do think alike, eh? So there you go, on the board. And we're now going to have to see what Firouzja's idea is here, because obviously he would have seen this, and I'm trying to work it out. You know, he didn't have to push that pawn. He had, I think, a decent position anyway, but it was very tempting. But you need a follow-up. You have to have a follow-up. And what is that follow-up here? I mean, there's some crazy ideas, but they all look rubbish. So, yeah, so I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what he's going to play here. OK, he's just taken on f2, David, but I don't really believe this because, if anything, the opening of the position probably helps white because white gets the open e-file for the rook.
Yeah, I think we should give this position some time to breathe because it's still level material, but I'm choosing white here all the time.
And I agree with you, David, because also, yes, white looks like you've got the better, safer pawn structure, your rook on the e-line, but even for black, you've got play along the f-file. The bishop on f5 looking active. If black's knight can find its way to the center of the board, things could get better. And yes, the eval bar says that white has a big advantage. There's still a lot to play for, and it's far away from calling it a day for black. So we will come back to this one. Let's head over to Magnus versus Fabi, and a lot has happened there, and a double b-pawn for Magnus.
Yeah, this position has blown up, and a lot of exchanges, a lot of trades. Still level material, we should mention. Maybe we just... Wow, I was about to say, let's jump in and do a quick action replay of what's happened, but suddenly I'm noticing Magnus's clock down at 5 minutes against almost 13.5 minutes. So maybe Magnus has walked into Fabiano Caruana's preparation. Not the first time anyone's done that. Fabi famous for that, of course, but now Magnus putting his knight on the rim. I was going to say as well in the other game, Firouzja with those two black knights on a6 and h6 didn't make a great impression. Now white's knight slightly sidelined. I do fear for Magnus, despite the fact he's still got control. White's queen nicely centralized. Instincts here. Simon Jovanka, who would you pick and why?
I mean, I guess positionally, white seems to be doing pretty well because white's got a nice queen in the center, got some holes on the queen side. So white's pressure on the center on the queen side, but black has this beautiful knight hanging around white's king, and that's a real nuisance. And also this move h3. This is a real target. The bishop of Fabiano's is pointing at that pawn.
You're looking at what I'm looking at, Simon.
Well, I'm definitely thinking about taking that and getting the rook around. I mean, if black could ever get the queen into the king side, the attack would be tremendous here. But fortunately, white's knight stops Fabiano's queen ever coming in. But there's potential here, maybe. Some move like this looks... Yeah. It's definitely setting up bishop takes h3 now. If black gets one more move, black will be have a winning attack here with that idea.
Yeah, just to show this, Simon, bishop takes h3 would be a killer. Checkmate would be incoming queen and knight, the dream attacking combo. Sorry, Ivanka, go on. How do you see a defense here?
Yeah, I was going to say play becomes very concrete because of this threat. And I feel that the only way to handle this is you need to get rid of this knight on f4 by Magnus playing my move before I get to show it. Queen e3.
Wow, and g5, he's really committing. He's cementing this knight on f4, this really strong attacking piece, but it's come at the cost of black's king safety. If a white knight ever ends up on this side of the board near the black king, that could be devastating. But still in the air, bishop takes pawn. Really interesting stuff.
I mean, maybe you can go knight d4 now. Maybe this is Magnus's clever idea. And we saw, again, a bit of shades of yesterday. The way he won against Amin yesterday was Amin played this move g5, and Magnus managed to get his knight into the square next to that pawn, the f5 square, and he's done it again. This also stops the sacrifice because the queens will come off, and obviously you don't want to sacrifice to then exchange queens generally. So I'm not sure. I mean, whose king is going to be weaker here now?
Well, for the time being, there are no white pieces sniffing around black's king, so it's not a weakness per se. And I would actually say that because white's knight on a5 is completely misplaced, that black has enough activity and compensation to offset this kingside weakness. So I've been expecting Fabi just to kind of activate a rook, put it on c8, and just let the play flow organically.
Yeah. White is playing without a piece, which is slightly worrying. But I guess Magnus still has some targets. This d6 pawn is isolated. Long-term, White's doing very, very well here, but Fabi needs to play dynamically. He's got nearly 7 extra minutes on the clock. Maybe he'll look for something a bit more direct, a bit concrete here. Yeah, this position could go either way, despite the fact it's level material, roughly balanced so far. Both players going for it. Love to see it.
Absolutely, David. And Fabiano with a very straightforward play, very direct play. And when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, it is about trying to get him into these chaotic territories where, as Mikhail Tal, we were talking about influences of iconic past players, as Mikhail Tal says, is a sort of a forest of complication where the path is narrow enough for just one player to get out. So when you make a move like g5, when you start targeting the king side, you're playing with the black pieces. I think this is exactly the kind of play that you need if you want to win a match against Magnus.
Yeah, it's dynamic, it's imbalanced. And when David started saying maybe you need to be a bit more direct, I was thinking, hang on a second, f5, d5, and okay, we see Fabi has taken that advice to heart and launched the f-pawn forward. Wow.
He's certainly playing aggressively. I mean, I love seeing this from Fabi. He's playing the most aggressive moves possible, and this is the way against Magnus, right? I mean, he's got so much experience playing Magnus. He knows his strengths. He knows if there are any his weaknesses, and I just love I love the confidence of playing g5 and f5. I don't know if it's any good, but it's certainly very interesting here, trying to get the rook in the game.
Yeah, that's right. He's playing the man. I mean, if Magnus stabilizes, then he'll slowly outmaneuver you. He'll weave his web, and you'll slowly get strangled. So he's playing the man here, Fabi, by trying to attack. But he's also playing the clock. 7 minutes up still. Great preparation, of course, from Fabi to get this time advantage. But also this last move, it sets some traps. We need to jump in and see what happens if Magnus takes this pawn. I think already taking would be a significant mistake because bishop to d5 would open up an attack against the white queen and gang up against this weak g2 pawn. Suddenly white would be on the back foot. Instead, he does move his queen out of dodge, out of the way, queen to g3. And, okay, still a lot of tension. The whole idea is after a trade of pawns here, black's knight is actually attacked because it's not technically defended by the g-pawn. The g-pawn is pinned. So you do gain some time in the process here as white to kind of set up your pieces on better squares. But really, really complicated. I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi finds another way to continue attacking, to continue creating threats. Maybe you just move your king out of the way of the g-file. Maybe trade off pawns first before doing that. I really want to get the black queen to kind of find a more active square. I don't think you can come across yet because still some tension on the f5 pawn, but watch out for this queen kind of finding a better square in the near future. Oof, this one, again, the clock times, I'm normally a stickler for kind of those in time trouble. I'm saying, okay, it's enough time, but this is a wild position. It might not be.
3.5 minutes in this kind of position just doesn't seem enough. And we haven't seen Magnus with so much of a clock deficit. Usually he's the one who's got the advantage on the clock, putting the pressure. And Fabi with the black pieces going all in on this one. Once you push Gary the G-pawn, Freddy the F-pawn, down the board, F5, G5, there's no backing out now. Now you have to continue with dynamic play. Any endgame, any long battles will favor white here.
Yeah, totally. And strategically, you can just look at this and go, well, the pawn on a6 will be a target in the endgame. And like you say, it's all about king safety, and black's king is weak. And he needs to generate some compensation. So I was just thinking about David's moves and which one I would choose. I feel like just getting the king to safety is my initial thought, because I feel like pawn takes pawn and would improve the placing of the white rook.
Big moment in the Magnus-Fabi matchup. And we're getting some big updates from Division 2 as well. If you haven't been following it on Chess Dojo's channel, you've been missing out on some really interesting battles and juicy fights, as Levon Aronian, who is fighting for a spot in Toronto with tour points, has defeated Alexei Sarana. He needs those wins, and he is through to the winner semi-final, where he will face Vladislav Artemiev, who defeated Laurent Fressinet in a big margin, 2.5 to half, in a very fascinating battle. Jan Nepomniachtchi also goes through to the semi-finals and will be playing against Armin Basim. Jan took down Vladimir Fedosiev. A little bit of a heartbreak there for Fedosiev, who's looking for those tour points to get into Toronto. And then for Armin Basim, also a good day, as he'll be facing Jan in the semi-finals after he's taken down Soleimanli. So the action will continue in Division 2, where the stakes are high. $10,000 for the first prize, as well as 50 tour points, and the winner qualifies for the next Division 1 Champions Chess Tour event. And for a bunch of these players, including Levon, including Big Fish, Vladimir Fedosiev, there is a lot on the line as they're looking to make it to Toronto.
Yeah, it's all about those points. And I mean, at this level, anyone can beat anyone. Some really interesting results there. Also, yeah, Basim Amin, I think maybe the only doctor out of the Champions Chess Tour. Yeah, representing Africa, of course. He's doing so well these days. Just one of the best rapid players out there.
He's also such a nice guy, David.
Also such a nice guy, yeah. I mean, all of these guys, they're too nice. Yeah. They're brutal over the board. They hate each other over the board, but in person, they're very, very nice.
It's an interesting with Dr. Bassem. He's, like you said, a very, very nice guy. He's from Egypt, the only African player to have passed 2,700. And he has his own chess school. So talking about inspiring the generations, he very much is doing that.
I don't know how he does it, because he's a practicing doctor as well.
No, not practicing.
Oh, he's not. Okay, then because he's just been at the top of the game for so many years. But yeah, I thought he was...
Or maybe he is. Maybe he is, actually.
Yeah, but
don't quote me on that.
He's doing surgery on someone now.
Well, he did manage to win against Soleimanli, and he will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's going to be quite a battle with Jan against Basim. And of course, you can follow all of Division 2 action. It's got some of the biggest names in the chess world fighting it out for these critical tour points, and it's all happening on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel. And right now, all the action is happening in this game. Magnus with 3.5 minutes, but Fabi has gone into a huge think after that last move. Not an easy decision to make once you've overexpanded on the king side.
No, finally, after almost 5 minutes of thought, he does trade off in the center. Jovanka wasn't such a big fan of this. It does improve the white rook. Big threat on the board of taking that black knight. Okay, now that knight is backed up by the black queen. But this has allowed the other white rook some really nice juicy squares to zoom over to. And yeah, it definitely feels like this last trade, it was reluctant from Fabiano, but he didn't find anything else. He didn't want to take a time out to kind of improve the black king. It's not clear where the black king really belongs with such an open kind of formation around it. So what he's done is very solid, but of course he wanted a bit more aggression. And wow, jumping in, Magnus Carlsen with a knight. This is a deflection tactic. The knight is actually en prise, as we would say. It's attacked. It can be captured by the black queen, but then white's rook would take the black knight on f4. So it's just an offer of a trade. But meanwhile, yeah, that white knight was doing nothing. It was offside. Why not trade it off for black's beautiful steed? Nice tactic.
Yeah. I mean, it started to look like I was thinking black's position was going a bit wrong because white's king just seems so safe here. And white has this beautiful knight in the center, quite nice coordination. And I think Magnus is trying to build on that with this move. And there's a bit of danger here for Fabiano. I mean, for example, if he did take that knight, you can just see his position completely collapsing because, you know, white would win the piece back. And look at the kings. That's all you have to do. The king's safety. White's knight, beautiful. And this position, I think Magnus would just be winning this, to be honest, with the black king being so weak. So you have to avoid that. So
it's on the board.
It's on the board. I mean, okay, I'm amazed this is on the board. I would have tried to find another solution if I was Fabi here, because you point out some moves there, David. H4, rook f6. You know, black's best move here is g5, g7. Move that pawn back in front of your king, and you might be okay. But with the pawn on g5, it just looks too loose to me. It looks way too loose.
That's why he's moved his queen over to the g7 square. You do have to remember, queens are fantastic attackers. They're also great defenders. I think this is a good idea, big threat on the board of taking that rook. But Simon, I completely agree with you. Black's position is looking shaky, and there you go. White centralizing the rook, getting ready to line up on that file.
Line up on that file, and you want that knight to jump into f5. So black's got to watch out where you move that bishop. You don't want to lose control of the f5 square. It looks like things are turning around. We were talking about Fabi being aggressive, but suddenly the last few trades, knight b7, it's got to be a star move, that one.
Beautiful move, but yeah. I'm really confused. Why was Magnus shaking his head there? He looked really annoyed at himself, really unhappy with himself for a second. But now he's recomposed. He was just like, oof, maybe he thought there was something even better. But to me, it looks like he's played some really flashy, clever moves. And wow, apparently a blunder on the board from Fabiano. What is this? He's jumped out the way with his bishop. This is based on the fact that the white knight will be hanging after a rook trade. But what is the winning blow here for white? Computer confirms this is winning now for Magnus Carlsen.
That's a very clever move here,
rook
I think.
takes a6.
Wow.
I think it's queen b3, and then you come on h6 with check.
Oh.
Maybe. Is that possible?
Look at that, guys. The computer suggests 3 moves. They're all winning. Both of your suggestions, both rook takes a6, queen to b3, sliding across with a check, and even trading rooks first. Same idea, I think, as yours,
Rook a6
Simon.
is lovely as well. Sorry, yeah. I love that idea with the rooks. That's really nice, rook a6. Yeah.
Did you see the way Magnus just reacted after bishop h3, leaning forward? He could sense it. Probably first shock. Wait a second, was this move even possible? But he realizes that this shouldn't work. And David, there's more than one way for Magnus to get a huge advantage.
There's more than one way. He has chosen Simon's move, the check, just to show the other one. Equally effective, actually, there, Jovanka. Really nice geometry. Rook takes pawn, overwhelming these 2 black rooks. No matter which rook takes a white rook, the other rook will fall. If you take this one falls with check. This is decisive with the attack. If you take the other rook falls with check, and this would be game over. But instead, he's gone for maybe the more human approach, queen to b3, and yeah, as you say, Simon, the black king simply has nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's the g5 move which weakened it, but I think the artist move was rook takes a6 though, right? that was definitely had a bit of flair to it. But this move, the problem is the black king, yeah, is just far too weak. You exchange rooks, you take the bishop, and well, you know, it's easy to see what will happen here.
Now we see why we trick the black king into the corner, because you take this pawn with check, the king moves, you can take another pawn with check if you want, you can give a check on this square. Yeah, everything is winning now, your material up, and with an ongoing attack. This is on the board, and Magnus Carlsen is going to mop up everything. He's going to take everything with check, queen takes pawn as well, and the black king hunted.
Yeah, maybe rook a3 as well,
like
at the right
so
moment.
Much.
I mean, just time it well if you can, and
now, Simon, why not? I only see one check, and your king seems to be pretty safe on h2.
Yeah, because you need to get another piece into the game to finish this off. The only other piece is the rook, so let's swing it around, and looks like a killer, right? So.
Yeah, it looks like a killer. Magnus Carlsen's going to win this game. It was a blunder from Fabiano, but we should mention it was a difficult position. His king was already weak. He was already facing long-term difficulties. But wow, what a start to this one.
Wow. Are you surprised with Fabi deciding to go bishop h3 when there were so many ways for white to refute it?
No, because mistakes don't happen in a vacuum. And as David said, the position was getting difficult. You know, he'd already missed a star move, which was Magnus's knight to b7. That completely turned the tables. And, well, mistakes come in pairs. And there we can see Magnus, well, He's known for his safety-first approach when it comes to nurturing those one positions, just taking care of the king, and he's just material up. Like, it's not long for this world.
Yeah, even if material were level here, white would still be winning just because the white's king has so much protection. You have pawn shelter, black's king is... Oh, I didn't remember to get dressed that morning, no clothes around it. And black can get trigger happy here. You can start taking some pawns on the queen side. Those white B pawns are very weak. But as soon as the black queen loses her centralization, white's rook will find its way towards that black king.
And I think, David, it's not about white having the extra pawn. It is that black king, the weakness of the king. When you've got these major pieces, and it's very clear to see that it's black's king that's going to be under a lot of fire once the rook joins the party. But not that easy, because now if you do a rook lift, then the black rook can come in with a check, and there are a couple of checks to be given. But the last move, Jovanka, I think it hints at the king stepping up to g2, which might be the safe square, and we might be seeing Simon's move rook a3 next.
I totally agree. But Tanya, I have to hold you up on one comment. It's not all about the extra pawn. It's always about the extra material.
It doesn't hurt.
I mean, it must be horrible to be like playing Magnus in a position like this, because, OK, you're getting attacked, and normally you'd be like, OK, I'll get the queens off. Yeah, I might be a pawn down the ending, but, you know, I'll have a way to grovel the draw. But, you know, if you go a pawn down the ending against Magnus, you're just going to lose. So you can't even try to get the queens off. So you've got to try some move like this to try and just complicate things. But now, if white can just get his rook in, and there's a couple of ways I feel he can do this. Rook c1 looks very simple to me. It must be coming to the end, right?
And just look how accurate Magnus was, you know, giving a check, defending the pawn on f2 with tempo, and now the rook on a1 can get greedy, as Simon indicated.
Get greedy, yeah.
Yeah, Simon was looking to slide it across. I knew Jovanka would want to grab that pawn. And now you're 2 pawns up.
Always grabbing the extra pawn. So.
Yeah, now I agree, Jovanka. Material really counts in this one. You've got these 2 extra pawns, and they're going to roll down the board at some point. But we might still be seeing the checkmate happen first before the pawns count in this one. It's really not a great option for black to trade. He can give a check on e1 and then give a check with the queen on e4. But Magnus might just put the king on h2 and even... Or does that run into queen h8, queen h1? There is a trap we should show right now.
Yeah, Magnus avoided the trap. OK, maybe we'll show it a bit. But, OK, queens are off. He didn't bring his king to the h-file, where it would have been checked by the black queen on h8, and that would have been disastrous.
A checkmate, David.
Checkmate.
I love the way they've gone straight into this ending now. It's like literally they're following the script. They're like, OK, yeah, I'm going to try to grovel a draw in the ending, but Magnus is not going to draw this one.
Magnus doesn't look too stressed out right now, looks pretty calm. 2 connected pass pawns are always better than 1 solo pawn running.
It's like there's magic when Magnus plays. What happened to that 7-minute lead that Fabi had? He's not only down in the position, suddenly a big turnaround, but also just 30 seconds on the clock. And I agree. I think the move of this game has to be knight b7. All the action is on one side of the board, and then suddenly on the queen side, you make this tactical move, not aimed at checkmate, but simply trading black's most important piece, and that seemed to be the decisive move of the game.
Yeah, Fabiano simply couldn't recover, and what Magnus is doing now is just really kind of instructive. He's just stopping any potential counterplay on the queen side. The white king is able to kind of dart across if it needs to stop black's pawns advancing, and you don't need to rush. That's the key in these types of endgames. White's f and g pawns, the 2 connected pass pawns on the king side, will start moving forward, but only when Magnus is ready. And OK, this b pawn will be hunted, but it's only going to be a trade. And this is actually pretty much identical to an endgame they had in their World Championship tiebreaks, when Magnus there also had 2 connected pass pawns running. Fabiano had 1 solo pawn, but rook behind that pawn. And now it's just one-way traffic. White will finally have a free hand to start pushing.
Yeah, looks bad, yeah.
Yeah. But how easy is it to convert these positions with these 2 extra pawns?
If you're Magnus, very easy.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right?
If you're Simon, not so easy. So,
I think this one is quite easy, because the aim of the game is just move the king, and the king is the one that's going to support the advance of those pawns. And the only thing that you have to be very careful of is when the black pawn gets to b2, the white king has to have some shelter.
Yeah. And right now, if the black pawn was to get to a b2, white can come back with the rook to e2 and just make sure that black's rook stays tight, defending that pawn. Could be a good moment to think about start pushing the g pawn, or does he need to be a little careful? He decides to first bring back the rook. Wants to put the rook behind the b pawn.
Yep. He's tying down the black rook, making the black rook passive here.
You used a similar defence against Hikaru Nakamura, didn't you, at Gibraltar? It was a different position, but where you defend the pawn from the side. I think I was commentating on that one, maybe with Jovanka actually. And, was that right?
Yeah, we were commentating.
Yeah.
But it was, in those days, the commentary abandoned for dinner time. But actually, it was really to set up a masterclass. Yeah. So we were all watching David play Hikaru at dinner time.
And it ended in a draw, David.
It did.
Very dramatic.
What was the name of the defence?
Vancouver.
It's the Lucy.
The Vancouver position. You're right, Jovanka. For anyone interested at home, check out that game from the Gibraltar Masters 2000 a long time ago. Yeah, it's the Vancouver position. If you're interested, it's against the A or H pawns. And here it's a bit different. Magnus is simply making a new queen.
It's over. Yeah. Fabiano Caruana resigns and Magnus Carlsen takes the lead in their best-of-4 match. Fabi there still checking perhaps what went wrong, what could have been done differently. He did go all out. He did try to create his chances, but with Magnus, it's just never easy. David, for me, it was knight b7. What was the big highlight for you?
I can't disagree with you, Tanya, and I don't think you'd ever forgive me. So let's jump in and show knight b7 in slow motion. It was this moment. It looks really complicated, and actually we were mentioning that this white knight was offside when the action is actually taking place towards the king side, but it was jumping back, knight b7 now towards the action, hitting this pawn, threatening a nasty fork against the queen and rook that really clinched it for Magnus. Fabiano didn't react well here. Actually, he needed to embrace the tactics and calculate extremely deeply with a move like bishop to d5, but this is difficult for a human. It looks like it allows knight takes pawn. Instead of allowing all of this, Fabiano chose the substandard queen takes b7, but as we saw in the game, suddenly the black king was open, and after this move, bishop takes h3, the final blunder, already under pressure, Magnus clinched it by this check. Queen to b3, pushing the black king in the corner, and as we saw, started cleaning up. Queen takes pawn was the beginning of the end.
Beautiful precision there by the world number one. Let's take a look at the scoreline. Because this action was so intense in this match, we didn't get a chance to look at the other game, but it did end peacefully between Wesley and Alireza. Magnus takes the lead in his match. We will be back with a game 2 action very soon. Don't go anywhere.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
And as the greats of the game battle it out in the winner's semi-final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, we visited another great of the game, Vishy Anand, at his home in Chennai. Full disclosure, it was one of the best days of my life. And the 5-time world champion shares his thought on the golden generation of Indian chess.
It's the golden age of Indian chess, and it's all because of one man, Vishwanathan Anand. Today, we're outside the home of Aruna and Vishy Anand to get a peek into their life. Let's go.
Hi, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Come. Yeah, this is the special room. So let's see who's there inside. Yeah.
Hi, Anand.
Hello,
welcome. Is this the famous room where when India has a new grandmaster, there's a tradition that we've heard about, he's invited to your home? Is this where it happens?
Yes, we obviously, they're allowed to sit there as well, but invariably they want to come in and have a look and then...
I think there are pictures of Parag coming, Gukesh coming.
What are the conversations that happen here with the young kids?
Usually we get very quickly, many of them are tongue-tied, so usually we get very quickly to, why don't you show me your last game? And then they open up a lot. There is an X factor. There is something unknown. Take our own golden generation, if you like. I mean, I selected them because it's obvious they're ridiculously talented. Some people just have an aptitude for chess. Like Magnus, his ascent was so fast. How do you really explain it? I might sense that someone is very good, but still, when it happens, it usually catches me off guard. When did they become this strong?
And Anand, on 1st of September, for the first time in 37 years, Gukesh will be India #1. He's a student of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. How do you feel about that?
I feel very proud, and definitely, I was able to give Gukesh a lot of suggestions, a lot of advice. I'm not really his coach, but interacted with him a lot and things like that. With Prag as well, I've interacted quite a bit. Clearly, they have their own long-suffering parents, they have their coaches, things like that, but we're able to chip in, so I feel very proud. It's also partially a relief. How long do you want to be waiting for this to happen? And that's the thing about being semi-retired, is that you're much more detached of it personally. But it is still a shock to realize that something you expected to happen eventually, and you never define eventually in your mind. Eventually means eventually. When it finally happens, it's you feel funny in your own skin. Let's put it that way. You're not sure what's different, and something is different in the air.
This is Anand's first ever mention in a newspaper.
You were India's first Grandmaster. Today, India has 83 Grandmasters. The biggest talents are coming from the country. And for most of them, if not all, you're the inspiration. What does it mean to you, the impact that your success has had on Indian chess?
I feel quite proud that, let's say, chess first started to appear in the newspapers and in the media because of my play, and then there was this long period throughout the 90s and even the zeros where I was competing for the world title, competing in the best tournaments and so on, and chess really started to appear in the media, and you felt this is going to produce a result. Already you could see that people are starting academies in towns, doing a lot of coaching, children's competitions, running out of space in halls to play, this sort of thing. There was some anecdotal stuff. And then slowly the number of grandmasters started to pick up. Anyway, over time you get the sense that you're having an impact, and you realize that the sport has grown a lot. But that's my World Junior. 87. It's difficult to tell you how many doors that opened for me.
What does the future look like for you, and how much more of competitive chess do you have left in you?
I figure when I have had enough of competitive chess, I'll know, and then I'll take it then. I don't imagine it being too long. I feel I'm in a very good place now. You get to a point in life where all the things that once seemed very central, you manage to put them in their proper place, and that's also very relaxing. The other nice thing is I feel like I can experiment with many things now, and there's no pressure on me, and I can just do this just because it's nice to try. Yeah, I can't complain. I am very happy. Most of the time, I'm very, very happy.
That was just amazing. Vishy Anand, 5-time world champion, the winner of 5 Oscars, the winner of every single elite event that one can imagine. And he's inspired an entire generation of chess players in India, across the world as well. Every name that you take that's coming out of Indian chess, whether it's Pragnananda, Gukesh, Nehal Sareen, Arjun Argesi, they all go to the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. The impact he's had, it's just not enough anything that you say about his impact on Indian chess. Who was it for you, David, who paved the way for you to become what you are today, such a strong grandmaster?
Ooh, tough one. There's I had a lot of heroes. I mean, I worshipped Garry Kasparov. I guess in English chess circles, as Ivanka said, Michael Adams was always the one to kind of hold up. He was world number 3, world number 4 when I was growing up. Played through a lot of his games. But yeah, I mean, I guess everyone has their heroes, and yeah, it's just nice that he's had such effect. I just want to mention, you've been to that room now, Tanya. So does that mean you're India's next Grandmaster? So close already?
So lucky, David. Usually the story goes that when India has a new Grandmaster, Anand specially invites them over to their home, which is so special. I feel like that's an extra incentive. And that room, while I was there, it's goosebumps. He's got these trophy cabinets all around with the biggest trophies that you can imagine, a beautiful chessboard. It is his training room. It is where the magic happens. Just being there, I feel like you gain 100 points.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, and just that history, right? And I mean, he's a legend. He's such a living legend, and he's inspired like the whole of India, right? I mean, this new generation, they all look up to him, and yeah, his influence can't be understated at all. And it was so nice to see you so happy there. You know, you were like, oh my gosh, it's like Santa Claus. You know, it's like,
yeah,
wow,
it was a real
great.
special day.
Yeah. And I just kind of wanted to say that it's actually remarkable that someone of his stature and his strength and the whole legend behind him has actually made himself very accessible to India's young youth. I mean, just think about it. When I was growing up, I didn't actually talk. I didn't get mentored by any of the top players, and I don't think David or Simon were either. So there was none of that accessibility. There was no talking. There was no sharing of ideas. And to have someone, this figurehead of chess, do exactly that, legend.
Yeah, absolutely. What a time to be in chess, to be a chess player, when you can have and interact and learn from the very best in the world. And that's why we're seeing this new crop of generation, new crop of chess players all across, under 20, shaking up the very best in the world. Speaking of the very best in the world, he is on the screen, Magnus Carlsen, ready for his game 2. He's taken the lead in his match, Fabiano Caruana. It's not going to be easy, but he does start with the white pieces. How does he switch it up? Where is his best shot?
Ooh, I think he needs to bank on opening theory again, use some of his preparation. He's going to be armed to the teeth at this point, having just played the World Cup, the World Rapid Team Championship. And, okay, he opens with the English c4, so maybe a less theoretical battle ahead. I was going to say, do what you did in the first game, Fabiano, where you kind of got that 7-8 minute time advantage and then try and put the pressure on with white. But, okay, Magnus replying with a really flexible first move, and white's trying to take the center. I don't see Magnus going to a mainline King's Indian like we saw Firouzja do a bit earlier on, but you never know with Magnus. He can surprise anyone at any time.
Yeah, the one thing with all these players nowadays, which has really changed, probably going back to the days of Anand, and when Anand was a junior, is that they play so many different openings, right? I mean, these guys, they can go into a mainline King's Indian defence, they can go to a symmetrical English. They're much more flexible modern players. And I don't know about Anand, but I mean, he had his favourite openings when he was a junior, and he probably didn't have the information available to him to learn as many openings, right? Didn't have the internet, didn't have those possibilities to learn everything like they can nowadays. So.
I know you can actually read about Anand's life, and he's very honest about it in his book, The Mind Master.
Oh, brilliant
and there
book.
he talks about he was living in Manila for a while, and how he kept winning all the book prizes, and in the end they were like, okay, just come to our library, and then you can have open access to it.
There's actually this amazing story from Manila that Anand did share in that interview, but I'm not going to reveal it. We are going to hopefully bring that up at some point. But you're right, those years were super formative for him when his family moved there. Simon, but to your point, one of the big things about Anand has been his longevity and his ability to adapt to this changing time. It's not something that a lot of players from his generation have been able to do. He's been in the world top 10 for so many years, with Magnus's generation being at the peak as well. And I think that's been really special about his career. Being able to adapt to these new opening ideas, learning and relearning chess concepts that have been challenged by the younger generation.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, he did so well in the candidates at a very, very advanced age. That sounds really harsh, but an older age. And he has adapted. I mean, and no one thought he was going to do that either, I don't think, really. Not many commentators. But what on earth's going on in chess here? I mean,
I was looking at that. I was thinking, has that been played before? And I was checking the database, and I was thinking, no.
I mean, Magnus has played the North Sea, hasn't he? And is this a version of the North Sea, David? Or?
Wow, there's a lot that's happened here, and we will jump back, and David will break this down for us, but the other game has started a much more saner, a much more calmer Petrov on the board in this one.
Yep, Petrov, or the Russian defense, sometimes as it's known, rock solid. I don't really see Wesley employ this too often, so interesting that he's going here rather than maybe the Berlin, for example. But, okay, Firouzja's chosen a very ambitious variation and, yeah, slightly asymmetrical pawn structure, at least in the center for now. So, yeah, it's often like butting your head against a brick wall, trying to play white against this opening. Firouzja, at least he's found a way. I'm expecting him now to develop his queenside knight. Black's knight in the center, just really strong. There we go, trying to trade off. Still very well-known territory. Will Wesley play Fabiano's move here, a really mysterious move of just moving the black queen down to d7, just down one square? Or maybe the older moves of doing something with the black knight. Still theoretical. This one far less interesting than the other, at least in the opening stages. But yeah, early days. Wesley at least showing that he wants to just draw this game, stay rock solid, and postpone the inevitable tension.
You said it, David. We see a Petrov on the board. It's a theoretical battle. I think we're all thinking about the Magnus Fabi game. And
Can we go back, Tanya?
let's do it now. We've got to
on
rush back because that was absolute madness out of the opening. David, you've got to take this from the top.
Yeah, I'll take it from the top. I just want to say, though, look at the evaluation bar. Already on black side. Look at the white king, misplaced. The queens are off the board. But definitely a bit of an opening disaster, I think, for Fabiano. Let's jump in and go from the top. We left it very early on where Magnus was playing a spin on what we call the North Sea defense, or the Norwegian rat. And I'm going to take you all the way back to the start position because Magnus is famous for playing this opening. Looks like he's going for the modern defense, but instead of fianchettoing this bishop, he brings his knight out. And this has a really bad reputation, or at least a dodgy reputation. Magnus has had mixed results here, including losing to Michael Adams at the 2010 Olympiad. But the whole idea is to bring the black knight to the edge. It looks like an Alekhine defense. You've kind of provoked white into gaining space in the center, though, but at the cost of time. And Magnus has got an improved version of this, where here white, for example, could start attacking the knight already. Instead, after c4, he did the same thing. He provoked the white pawn to step forward, gaining space, but white's pieces are not backing up the pawns here. And look at what happened. Fabiano, instead of going for the main move, as I believe, pawn takes pawn, when the position becomes more rational, he pushed forward the 4-pawn attack, or at least a spin on that. And now, after this move, he was forced to trade queens off the board. And suddenly, if we catch up with the game, this is the current position. I just don't like white's development here. The king stuck in the center. What are these pieces doing fast asleep? What are these doing fast asleep? Black has 3 pieces out in the game already. Not just that, he's about to get a 4th out with a check. He's about to castle queenside, potentially with a check as well. I think it's a disaster, and that's
now, David or Ivanka or Tanya, if you didn't know who was playing this game and someone was showing it to you, yeah, let's just say randomly, and you had to guess the ELO of both players, would it be above 1,500? Yes or no is fine. Over to you first, Ivanka.
Oh, to me?
Yeah.
Oh, you're stinging me there, Simon.
Bit harsh.
I would not say it was 2 of the world's elite players playing this.
Especially not with white. Is that harsh?
No, maybe just true, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, the thing is, though, there'll be people at home saying, but, you know, take a look at that pawn chain. That's very nice. And, the pawn chain might be very nice, but of course, one of the things of pushing pawns forward is that they leave behind weak squares. And there's Magnus putting the boot in, because with that bishop move, he's threatening to move it to e4 and trap the rook. So that's not good news.
I mean, it's, you know, the pawns are doing a great job, though. I mean, are pawns better than pieces, though? And the answer is not really. Pieces are actually better. And, you know, if you can somehow maintain this position, black's pieces on the right-hand side will start to look stupid. The dark square bishop out of the game, the black knight is out of the game, but it just seems that there's too many holes in white's position here, and black's also going to castle queenside, bring a rook into the game.
And there's a big threat on the board with that last move you're talking about, light squares. Bishop e4 would actually trap white's rook on h1. So development is key. I saw a featured chat there which said that no one is immune from the Magnus effect. What is this Magnus effect, David?
simply he's in their heads. You think he's unbeatable. You think he's going to outplay you in middle games, end games, any type of position, and you start doing crazy things. You start taking risks when you don't really need to. You start miscalculating. You start in your mind maybe making negative decisions, playing for the draw, and kind of bending to his will. I've been there myself, and I've had healthy positions against him. Suddenly, 2 moves later, I'm like, wait, why am I playing for the draw? Why am I kind of allowing him to bully me into his type of positions? And it's a hard mindset to get out of. And it feels like, the first result has affected Fabi here, but tilt adding to that as well, adding to the Magnus effect.
That's a really interesting point about not letting Magnus get into your head. And a lot of players, Jovanka, struggle with that. Do you think the younger generation is better at dealing with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of the young Indian kids take off points from Magnus. You know, Prag did it, Gukesh did it, Harikaisi did it. So, I mean, we do see them not struggle with that so much. But I still think that Magnus has a big effect because a lot of people are very satisfied with a draw against him. And so they won't necessarily choose the most aggressive openings. If he plays provocatively, they won't necessarily choose everything that's cutting edge because, after all, they're happy with the draw. And that leads to a lot of negative decisions. And there on the board, we can see that Magnus has castled to the left and poor Fabi's king. And they had to get out of dodge.
I mean, the Black Knight jumping into the middle looks very, very a typical move here. I mean, I think White's only hope is if he can defend against the immediate threats and get developed, he will actually have a better position because Black's piece on the right-hand side could be bad, but there's a lot of ifs and buts there. He's got to defend against Black's pieces, which are flooding in. And I don't know, is there any... I mean, Knight D4 looks so tempting, doesn't it? Just put the knight into the middle of the board here. But other things you can do, you can try to open up the pawns that are blocking the middle of the board. So you can think about playing G5 or F6. F6 looks like a good move here as well, right? Just to try to open up some more lines and get rid of those annoying pawns that White has. You want to open up the position when your king is safer, even when the queens are off the board. Every other piece remains on the board. So let's just get some more lines. You know, the other rook can then come into the middle, and that would mean every single black piece is partying quite hardcore on White's king here. So
this looks
nice.
Yeah, it's violent at this point. Knight to d4 has landed, and that forces the White knight to deal with the threat of jumping in with a nasty knight fork. Knight to a3. Yeah, Simon, I think your move fits about time. There we go. Magnus does play at f6.
But White is only one move away from castling queenside. And then it'll be okay, maybe. Probably not even there, it'll be okay. But,
let's remind the viewers that's not legal. It is a joke. White has already moved the king, so you cannot castle anymore. This king is destined to stay stranded in no man's land forever.
He's one game away from queenside castling.
Next game, maybe.
But I like this, f6. So Magnus has got all the pieces into the body, into play, placed them beautifully, and then decides to break to try and get that one rook on h8 on the open e-file that is coming up. And Fabi's still struggling with development. It's also really frustrating playing with White and sort of ending up in this position on move 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well. Magnus has played very provocatively, and it is Magnus who has the opening advantage. And that we did see the reason why White can't capture the pawn on f6. And Fabi, well, he's trying to exchange off pieces, but this is going to come at the cost of a pawn.
Did you see it? Magnus was laughing as well. He was laughing, then he kind of hid his head. He was rubbing his hair. Now he's trying to block his laughter as well. Yeah. I don't know what's happened.
What's going on there?
Seems to be enjoying his position, understandably, but okay, now back to poker face. Not sure if I was imagining it, but I don't think I was. Definitely
I think
something.
You're right, David.
Well, maybe he's waiting for Fabi to castle now because he's got checkmate in one move then. Knight e2 checkmate. So...
oh, you mean queenside castle and knight e2.
Knight e2 checkmate. He's sort of seeing some weird things on the board, but... I mean, if Fabi can get out of this, he's got some chances, and he's now got all of his pieces developed. I mean, is it that bad?
No, and there is one trick. Fabiano is banking his hopes on one tactic here. He's offering a trade of knights. Yeah, would release the tension, would lower the pressure if these knights come off the board. And now I guess he's hoping that a pawn move such as g4 might work.
It doesn't even work.
Yeah, now that I see it, Knight takes pawn. And if I take your bishop...
I was hoping that there would be some knight check.
I'll move my king.
Take on d2, knight f2.
Ooh, this is what I guess is both players are calculating right now, is what Fabiano is banking his hopes on. But as you say, Tanya, at the very least, you go for a variation such as this one. Maybe the fact that the knight is trapped saves me here because I can take this pawn. But if, for example, I were to take this knight, then a position such as this would be hopeless. Black with with a rook and 3 pawns for 2 minor pieces, just simply winning. Magnus doesn't go for any of this long calculation, though, however. His trademark these days to avoid calculation, especially against these younger players, but even against someone like Fabi. Bishop to e4 now this time, and he's trying to pin lots of targets on this diagonal. Looks very strong as well.
Yeah, I mean, can Fabi now start exchanging pieces? This is the one. I think he has to, doesn't he? I mean, he's got so.
But how to do it?
Can't castle kingside.
Can he go knight? Yeah, knight takes. Is knight takes d4 losing? Is it?
And then the bishop takes bishop.
And
move the rook.
Rook g1.
I was thinking.
Hoping for captures here. Maybe at the very least, black just moves the bishop out the way. And
I mean, it's still terrible, but.
Rook f1. When you have to make a move like rook f1 on the board, you know that things have gone wrong already.
And this is a pawn sacrifice, we shouldn't forget. At the very least now, Magnus can just trade off everything on this square and capture a pawn. This cannot be recaptured because the f-pawn is pinned. White's bishop would fall. Maybe Magnus has something even better than this, but this is the very minimum right now. And Fabiano just clinging on for survival with his fingernails right now. Oof, ugly position.
It really feels like there should be something more in the position than capturing the e5 pawn. He retains the knight on the board on d4. White's king still in the center. You can't pick up the pawn on e5 because of the tactic that David mentioned, and the knight comes in with a check on f3. I kind of like that, David. You keep the knights on the board, and if White is forced to grab the h5 knight, then you're kind of happy to trade the h5 knight instead of the d4 knight.
Yeah, really nice kind of, well, lack of any bias there by Magnus. This is I think my biggest weakness. I always want to preserve my bishops, but here he's saying, okay, that black knight is better than any of White's minor pieces. And yeah, you're right, Tanya. Just this move looks like it might clinch it for Magnus. Fabiano, if he could somehow castle, I'm just drawn to getting that white king to safety. White's rook in the corner without being able to castle as well. It takes an age to ever activate. Yeah, this one pawn down and with a difficult position, not looking good for Fabiano.
And the knight on a3 is out of the game. And sometimes I've even played openings that have been based on one bad piece, like a knight on a3 or a black knight on a6. And yeah, it has not gone well for Fabi.
It's hard to suggest a move for White here. Simon, what comes to your mind? How can Fabi try to at least keep the game going right now?
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, I just want to try to get some coordination, and White's position is completely lacking coordination here. The king gets in the way of the rooks. Jovanka pointed out the bad knight. Even the bishops, you've got the bishop pair, but they're actually just targets. So, I'd maybe think about checking just to try to gain a move, and then I'd be looking at moving the other bishop. I want to get rid of that knight, but yeah, I'm struggling to find an easy way through this position here, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, something where I can exchange off, but this does drop another pawn. I mean, I think if I do this, and 2 pawns is going to be too many here. Black can just, maybe some other good moves as well, but I don't know. I'm struggling to find something here in the position.
Like one thing that I was also drawn to, I was thinking about bishop takes knight, and at least you'd have some double pawns, and then maybe moving a rook towards the game. But I don't know, e4 also looks really strong, just cementing a knight onto the f3 square. But that's not even necessary. You can just go pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, at the very least, you trade off a set of pawns, I guess. And I think we're headed in this direction. Jovanka, nice prediction game on point there. This has indeed happened. This is the game position. And Magnus has a very pleasant decision. He can push forward, cementing the knight on a nice outpost on f3 with a check next move, or he can just trade off after rook to d1 and simplify the position. Better minor piece as well. This knight better than White's knight and your upper pawn. and with a safer king, everything adds up here. He plays rook to f8 instead, just keeping the tension. No rush.
If white was to take the central pawn, then the knight jumps in with a check, so you can't even really take on e5. So really keeping the tension and adding the pressure on the f4 pawn. Things are looking very tough for Fabiano Caruana in this one. He's on the defense. Let's take this moment to jump into our other game, Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So. The first game ended in a draw. And this one looks like a fun position. What's going on? So piece has been captured on h4.
Yeah, a white knight has just been captured on h4, and now Firouzja is debating whether to recapture with the white queen or with the white dark squared bishop. Some tactics, some calculation to do there, just in case black can grab white's pawn in the center. White's e5 pawn either very strong or maybe a weakness. And yeah, this is by far kind of the least boring Petrov I've seen in a long time. Often this opening fizzles out very quickly, but of course Firouzja, whenever he's involved, very aggressive play, very ambitious play. Instinct-wise, who do we prefer here? Evaluation bar doesn't give us any clues, really. Text back with the bishop.
I do like the bishop pair.
Yeah, I always like having this pawn on e5 as well in such positions, because it can be a real problem for black. And white has quite a big threat here, I think, using the other bishop to harass the queen. So if it was white's move here, bishop g4 attacking the queen, looks like a really strong move when the e-pawn is flexible and can start forcing its way forward. So I definitely prefer white here. I mean, can you take the pawn? That is the big question, because if black can take the pawn, maybe get the queens off the board, then things will be all right. So can he do that?
But I guess if you follow that one through, you are going to see that the c5 pawn is going to drop.
Nice. I got rook c8. I was hoping, but do I have rook c8? I don't know. This is what I was trying to. So I don't want to lose the c5 pawn. You're right. That'd be horrendous. And you know, if I mean, this seems better than it was for black. I say that quite slowly because I'm still
well,
on a bit of a back
foot. We can see that actually, because queen takes pawn has been played.
Yeah, makes sense, because that, you know, I think getting the queens off generally helps black's position here, because keeping the queens on, that queen was very exposed to attack. And let's see what the move is. I mean, there's other possibilities. You can go bishop takes pawn here, but that doesn't look very inspiring. I mean, this doesn't look scary at all for black. This kind of position, we could get opposite colored bishops, equal material. I don't think black would have much to fear here.
Yeah, this looks like the safety kind of bailout option now for Firouzja. If he wants to draw, he'll just take this pawn, restore the material balance, attacking this knight in the center, and the game will fizzle out. Opposite color bishops. We've seen it twice already today, especially between Amin and Lazovic. But yeah, this is very different. This is just very balanced. But if he wants to play ambitiously for the win, bishop to e7 looks likely. Maybe also this move just to kind of attack this other pawn in the center. It's these two pawns, these weak pawns, that give white compensation for the gambited pawn earlier. So still in the balance, this one, but I like the bishop pair as well, if Firouzja can do something active, energetic in the next few turns.
Wesley So had to go pawn hunting in that position, and he's done it. So playing very direct here, and now for Alireza, definitely the bishop pair has enough compensation. I think it's fair to say that it's a balanced position, black having the extra pawn, white having enough compensation. We might even see him re-grabbing the pawn really quickly and settling down the material imbalance. But should we rush over to the other one? Because I see the eval bar and there's a lot of action there. It looks like Magnus has managed to get an even bigger advantage from his lead in development. Wow, David, a lot has happened and lots of pieces are hanging.
Yeah, suddenly white does have some threats, at least. Some hope of counterplay. Black's knight in the center, that glorious, beautiful knight, is under fire. Magnus still one pawn up. But I'm seeing moves like the black bishop jumping into e3, attacking white's rook, defending black's knight at the same time. I'm also seeing the clock where Magnus has a huge advantage. It's grown there, at least. But yeah, Fabi fighting well. I'm impressed he even got to this point.
Do you know, the problem with these positions is you're playing Magnus and, like, you know, you survive the attack, you try to get an ending and you're a pawn down and then you lose the ending. I think I might have said that once already today, but it is material advantage and the initiative still for black, so it's tough. But Fabi fighting as hard as he can from a probably dubious opening that he got.
Got to find a way to get out of this. I mean, a 2-point deficit would be absolute disaster. You don't come back from a 2-point deficit against Magnus. Fabi's already lost the first game, and as you pointed out, the bishop jumps in, attacking the rook, defending the knight. Magnus going aggressive with the rook. He's still got that extra pawn.
Here's the ending.
Wow.
It's a repeat of the first game.
Might be not just one extra pawn soon.
Yeah. I mean, it is only one pawn. It was only one pawn last time, but it's just one pawn.
This is different. At least it's not a rook endgame where Magnus knows exactly what to do. He hasn't done this 1,000 times before like he had in the previous game. At least here, with reduced material, there's some hope if you can trade off as many pawns as possible. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I'm expecting him to try and activate the white king right now. There we go, putting pressure on the black bishop.
But this does allow Magnus to trade off the bishops. And then we get a knight and pawn ending. And you know what they say about knight and pawn endings? They're basically the same as king and pawn endings. Every single factor that is a huge consideration there, it's the same in the knight endgames.
So when you have an extra pawn, a king pawn ending is winning, and the second best endgame that you can get is with just a pure knight and pawn endgame. So bishop d4 is the move that you're talking
that's
about.
what I'm talking about.
Looks logical. White does have a threat of pushing the g-pawn forward, kicking the black knight, which holds the black bishop, so you pretty much have to move your bishop right now. And not too many other logical squares. You can go back in two different directions, but I'm on Team Jovanka here. Just trade those bishops.
Very nice.
Better knight, more pawns. There we go. Magnus
on the board.
agrees.
Great call, Jovanka. And up on the clock as well, Magnus with an extra pawn, and that 17th piece that we keep talking about. Fabiano Caruana down to 2.5 minutes, and a very difficult knight pawn ending to hold. David, you step back with the knight now, give a check on f5, because black's got to find a way to get the king into the game now.
Yeah, the one downside for black is that you maybe don't have too much time to stabilize the knight. White's king is more active than the black king. I mean, the other thing is that you've survived this far, so you'll be pretty happy if you're Fabiano. This is the best position he's had since move 5, I think, as white. So momentum has slightly changed. But yeah, I'm expecting a check, as you say, Tanya. Maybe the black knight can go back to e6, c6 as well. You can back up this knight with a pawn, potentially, but some calculation there.
Yeah, you would be thinking about c5 as well, because knight on d4 is a nice piece.
That is true. Well, that was my first consideration, because I like to push pawns. But yeah, no, as David was saying, there is some calculation needed, because the white king can get very active, can snake its way to the left side of the board.
I like c5 because at the moment the black knight is stopping the white knight from coming back into play. So if you move the black knight, the white knight has an easier route back into the game. So I think, you know, c5 seems quite logical, because then white has to go knight b1. It's the only way to get that knight around again. So I don't know, there's probably many options here, but you know, maybe white is, like you said, David, he's going to be a bit happier, Fabi, because he's got his king active, and that will give him some hope here.
Is it time for some predictions? Do we think Fabiano is going to hold this game? It would be a miracle if he does.
I can't see him holding this. I mean, against Magnus. I mean, it's you know, it's possible, but very unlikely.
Just keeps coming back to that whole point, right? That it's against Magnus. Any of the other best players in the world, and we'd say that Fabi has a shot at this. And that's the unique thing about Magnus. And again, probably the legacy that he'll leave behind will be his ability to get into his opponent's mind. Just incredible stuff. So he does fall back with the knight to c3. At least Fabi's managed to centralize his knight. It is looking better. And have we written this off too soon, Jovanka? Does Fabi have a reasonable chance here?
He has chances. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as say they're reasonable, because like you say, Magnus, best endgame player in the world. Yesterday, I remember him winning a game against Amin in a knight and pawn endgame. Very instructive. And he knows what to do. He knows it's all about mobilizing the pieces. What can you do? But Fabi, this is the best position he's had, and he just has to take it on a move-by-move basis and just play as I don't know, just move his pieces as forward as possible.
We played Guess the Elo earlier. If you had to predict accuracy, the accuracy that Magnus has had in this game, I'd love to see what it is, because it almost feels like a flawless game by Black. What do you think it would be? Above 90%?
Pretty high, like 97, 96%.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, talking about accuracy, I was looking through Magnus's games yesterday, and you know that last game that he played, it had, I think he'd only made one inaccuracy. And the rest of it, flawless.
Wow.
Not bad.
Pretty decent chess player. Knight b5 on the board. Fabi does create a threat, David.
Yeah, and Magnus did grimace slightly on the camera. I don't think he kind of saw this one, or at least he underestimated it, because if the Black King is forced back to defend this pawn on c7 that the White Knight is attacking, then at least White would gain some time to go active himself. And Magnus is going for a race. We do know that H-pawns and A-pawns, those corner pawns, the rook pawns there, they are what Knights struggle against the most. And Magnus, he's trying to create a passed pawn for himself there. Forced the White King passive now, and he's getting active with his own Knight. Really instructive. We talked about it earlier today. Not materialistic at all. Magnus has given away all of his material advantage here, level pawns. But suddenly the Black King is superior to the White King. The Black Knight superior to the White Knight. And some serious threats.
Grind it like a grind master.
This wasn't obvious, but classy stuff.
Again, the golden touch in endgames by Magnus Carlsen. He so quickly went into this line of a four-piece activity, just giving up that c-pawn. And Jovanka, you were on point. We're getting an update. The accuracy, 94.8% by Magnus Carlsen in this one.
Oh, disappointing.
You should never doubt my guesses.
It's just incredible stuff. So, David, he does give up the c7 pawn, but he captures the a2 pawn. So, once again, up material, but he might be losing another pawn.
He might be, but it's all about those A and H pawns. Magnus is obsessed with them in night end games. Not just did he beat Amin yesterday using the those running pawns, but also if we flash back to the previous Champions Chess Tour event, he defeated Jordan van Foreest in 2 consecutive night end games there. So Magnus, his track record is good. And look at this. He doesn't even care about the black e-pawn. He's got bigger fish to fry here. A5, he's getting ready to run with that one. White's B3 pawn is next a target for the Black Knight.
I think it was Judith Pogar, the top female player of all time, who said about Magnus, he said the one thing with Magnus is his knights. He uses his knights so well. And she said she recommended that anyone who plays Magnus tries to remove his knights as quickly as possible. Try to exchange Magnus's knights off. And you see it time and time again when he is using the knights, which are the trickiest pieces to work out how to maneuver, because they can go all over the shop. And he's incredible at how he weaves them around the board. And that was I thought a really nice observation, because a lot of people say it's Magnus's endings. They quite generalise his skills, but the knights, get rid of his knights. That's what you've got to do if you're playing Magnus.
Do you think he knows how the horsey moves?
I think he's got a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it feels like Magnus has brushed up on his knight endgames.
Where do you strike, right? You talk about knight endgames being the best when it comes to queen endgames, knowing where the queen belongs. It's so difficult to find a
checkmates. Checkmates. Even Magnus will lose the game if you checkmate him.
It's a tough journey up there, but yeah, if you manage it, it could be done. But right now, it is Magnus's king that has marched down the board. So Fabi didn't go for that pawn on e7. He needs the knight to keep things guarded. But knight c1 is coming in. You still lose the b3 pawn.
Still, Fabi is defending knight d2. But again, it's a question of timing. You see that the knight on d2 is completely tied down. And White's pawns, they don't move. They can't do anything, and all Fabi can do is just shuffle the king from the g2 square to the f2 square. And now it's going to be operation pawn time.
Is it going to be operation e-pawn time?
Yeah. Look, there you go. h5.
Maybe b6 if you want to just enjoy
E6.
yourself. Yeah, e6.
It's going to go e5, e4, because you want to give up that e-pawn and grab the b-pawn.
E6 is the move that you play, David. The sadistic way of doing it. So just take your time, moving in one square at a time.
It's just crazy. No matter what position you give him, what middle game, end game, always his opponents seem to barely be able to move. Magnus, he just completely paralyzes them, and White's knight tied down defending the B pawn, the king tied down, and eventually one of them is deflected at the cost of Black's E pawn, but now it is one of those corner pawns at the H pawn. And Harry going to become Queen Harriet soon, Simon.
Yeah, and you can even go knight takes b3 probably and use the other one. I love the way you called it trousers legs the other day.
Trousers, yeah.
I thought that was cool. So is he going to go knight takes b3?
Yeah, I think he will.
Free pawn, pick it up.
Oh, he is. I thought it's not even sacrificing. And yeah, the trousers legs are coming down, right?
Can you go h4 here, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, always a good move. And
it's on the board.
The problem with knights is that you can only defend against his pawns from one side, and you can't jump off the board and defend from the other.
Resigns.
Yeah.
It's game over. Fabiano Caruana resigns, and with that, Magnus with a 2-0 lead. He did make this one look easy, Ivanka. This was brutal.
Yeah, it was brutal. I mean, it was just a poor opening choice from Fabi. He tried to punish Magnus's unconventional choice, but in the end, Magnus just showing his class. It feels like it was perfect play from Magnus Carlsen.
With the form that he is in, David, is it impossible to beat Magnus right now?
I'm glad I'm not playing in the tournament. I'm glad I'm not Fabiano right now. It's going to be an uphill struggle, but Fabiano, at least he will have another life, even if he can't fight back in that next game. But first of all, it's this one, high stakes, and it does look like some chances for Firouzja. It's, again, theme of the day, rooks and opposite colour bishops. White, however, is a pawn up, and can he utilise that? Black's bishop very passive, the black king stuck on the back rank. It feels like it should be great for White, but always this dynamic of opposite colour bishops adds this drawish factor. And, OK, repeating the position.
Ooh. No, he's got to try, no? He's got an extra pawn. He has to play on.
But look at the clock. He's down at just over 10 seconds for Firouzja.
Will he take a draw here with a check?
Surely he'll play for the win. There we go. Sidesteps with his king. Now the black rook needs to start attacking some of the white pawns. You can barely move your bishop or king as black, fighting with the lone rook.
Alireza Firouzja going for the win. At some point, you've got to start pushing that extra pawn on the queen's side. It feels like the way to make progress, no?
Mm-hmm. But you can take your time with it. I mean, I would first suggest like maximizing the bishop on f2, move it to a better square, and try to force the king from f7 to the g8 square, because it's not very good there. I mean, that's the great thing with these type of endings. You can just play a lot of empty moves in order to build up time on your clock.
Yeah, he needs to build some time, Wesley, because I think if it gets down to level time on the clock, it's only going to be Firouzja who can win. And, OK, he's at least slightly activated his bishop. The king has to now defend this piece. Still tough to break through for White. At some point, as Tanya says, just you have to push the c-pawn forward.
Might be now, but he does activate the bishop first, bishop to d4. Also another threat on the board, always watch out for a g5 move. At the right time, you try to win the g7 pawn by giving the g4 pawn, and then you'll have another passer on the right side of the board, the f5 pawn. So just putting the bishop on a very active square. I think the clock, super important. He's down to 8 seconds. Will it be enough for Alireza with the extra pawn?
Oof. I've seen Wesley defend some of these positions really, really convincingly in the past. But, okay.
So that must be a draw offer, really. Well, not a draw offer, but I mean, it's going to be a draw now. Wesley's probably the toughest player to beat, in the world. I mean, you could say Magnus, but Magnus sometimes takes some risks, and when Wesley's on form, he's so hard to beat.
Yeah, and Wesley there just completely showing everyone how it's done. He eliminates that dangerous pawn on f5, and there you go. It is going to be a draw.
Yeah, wow. I'm not going to lie, I was quite surprised with that quick rook trade. I thought that Alireza had a chance, had an opportunity to at least go on in a position where he's completely safe. But with that rook trade, all troubles were over for Wesley So. And their second game ends in a draw as well. 2 big fights, 2 big battles. Magnus Carlsen reigns supreme in his game 2 against Fabi. David, what was the big moment?
For me, it was the endgame technique there. When only knights and pawns remained on the board from Magnus Carlsen, we saw a catastrophic opening from Fabiano Caruana. He fought well, and he reached this position, maybe thinking he had some drawing chances by hitting this pawn, but Magnus realized that endgame activity is key, and he just gave that pawn in order to race forward with the king, also recognizing that this potential queen is going to start running soon. Knight's so bad at stopping these corner pawns because they can only block from one side of the board. And as we saw, it forced the white king passive, and now the black knight jumped in, and it was the other pawn, the A pawn, that started deflecting the two white pieces. Knight to C1, knight to B3 threatened, and as we saw later on, it was indeed this H pawn that ran through to victory, becoming a queen to end the game.
Yet again, another endgame masterclass by world number one Magnus Carlsen, and he takes a 2-point lead against Fabiano Caruana, which means Fabi has to win the next game to keep the match going, to take it to the fourth round. Magnus needs just a draw to wrap things up. Meanwhile, the other big matchup of the winner semi-final, still very peaceful with 2 draws in that one. And as the players battle it out, are fighting it out in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, the winner will get a really cool trophy, and you can get this exact same trophy. There will be a fan edition. You can bid for it right now at chesschamps.io. Not only do you get the exclusive trophy, but also VIP tickets for the 2023 Tour Finals in Toronto, which will be played in person by the 8 qualifiers in Canada this December. Submit your bids at chesschamps.io for the chance to win that trophy. And the fight continues. It is a big ask for Fabiano Caruana. He is down 2 points. Can he do it? Can he win the next game against Magnus Carlsen? We will be back with Game 3 in just a few moments.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so whether they were this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn at endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the world championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between the two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
Fabiano Caruana famously had a 7 out of 7 start at the 2014 Singapore Cup. He also challenged Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Chess Championship title. How does a player get there, you might ask? For Fabiano Caruana, it is feared opening preparation. He is a theoretician like no other. In his 2016 game from the London Chess Classic, Fabiano Caruana demonstrated how deep his opening preparation can go. With the white piece against Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru sacrifices a knight temporarily with knight takes g4. After Fabiano takes this knight on g4 with his bishop, Hikaru looks to win back the piece with e5, hitting the queen and the knight with his pawn. But Fabiano Caruana was a man on a mission. He says, you're not going to get your piece back. I'm going to sacrifice my queen on f6. And after the bishop took the queen, he puts his knight on d5. The queen slides back because under attack as the bishop to d8. And he plays knight f5, getting 2 pieces for the queen, but with a dominating positional advantage. He went on to win this nice game, and just a great demonstration of his excellent and deep opening preparation.
2014, the Singfield Cup. 2018, the big year in Fabiano Caruana's life, where he was just 2 rating points away from Magnus Carlsen. And then now he is back in form with a fantastic performance over the last year. He is the reigning US champion. Did play the World Championship match in 2018, which went down to the tiebreaks. It was a level match in the classical, and he has the 3rd highest rating in classical chess history, the 2844 mark. And David, I remember the time when Fabi was so close to overtaking Magnus.
Yeah, there've been a few times. 2014, he was on the rise. Of course, 2018, when they had that World Championship match, just 1 win for Fabiano would have seen him leapfrog Magnus. And I think that just added to the stakes. Both were so nervous, so much to play for. And it did come down to the rapid. Magnus clinched it there and seems to be doing the same again today.
Yeah, he came so close. And I mean, we mentioned it earlier, but it feels like maybe Fabiano thinks, OK, I've got another chance now that Magnus is not running. I've been facing Magnus so many times in my career, and it's pretty frustrating because he's so good. But now Magnus is outside the picture. OK, I'm better than everyone else. I can become world champion. And I think that seems to invigorated him again with his very recent good performances. And, you know, he's getting on a bit now as well. You know, with all the youngsters coming through. It's sad to say, but he is getting older. So
yeah, but they do say that chess players, they kind of get their peak in their 30s. So maybe Fabi will be thinking about that. And I also must mention that in their last classical encounter in Norway Chess, well, I think it's their last classical encounter, it was Fabi with the white pieces that won. Having said all that, what faces Fabi right now is black pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Now, unfortunately for Fabi, Magnus does know how to lock the game down and to simplify the position, so and get a draw, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. While Fabi did come close to overtaking Magnus, today in this matchup, he hasn't come close in any of the games. Magnus Carlsen does lead with 2 points. Fabi's got black. He's got to win in the next game. It's going to be a tough one. Simon, as you mentioned, renewed ambition for Fabi around the World Championship match, and he's made it to the candidates already. And David, you were mentioning earlier that there was a very interesting insight from Fabi about his generation of players.
That's right. Just a few days ago, Fabiano gave an interview. He said that his generation, he's including Magnus, the 1990 generation, I think up to maybe 92, 93 born, strongest of all time. And I want you guys to give your take on that, and maybe the audience as well, the viewers, because I agree. I'm part of the same generation. Not that I'm part of that conversation, but I guess there's also the Anand, Kramnik, Ivanchuk, Gelfand era.
I don't agree.
Oh,
I think it's just different, right? I mean, I mean, incredibly strong generation. Don't get me wrong, but things have changed so much. The way that people are learning the game, the quality of chess is much higher. But it's so much easier. Imagine giving like Fischer chess base. You know, imagine how strong Fischer would have been if he had all the resources that we have now. But maybe it is the strongest generation if you're just taking the playing strength.
So far.
Yeah, with this new crop of youngsters coming up, Prag, Nodirbek, Winston Kema, Gukesh, who knows, and what legacy they might leave behind. But right now, it is this generation that's at its peak. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces needs only a draw to wrap up this match. Fabi, probably right now just thinking about how can he even get a game going.
Yeah, you would have thought Fabiano in the 10-minute break there would have been coming up with a strategy, devising an opening plan. But after 1e4, he already spent 20 seconds and plays the Sicilian. And
your favourite?
My favourite.
Didn't Magnus use this weapon?
Yes, in the World Cup.
In the World Cup to secure a draw.
Yeah, he did.
And
the clinching game against Prague, the final game there. He played the C3 Sicilian. He actually used a variation that I was playing when I was 6 years old, Magnus. Not that I gave him the idea. He came up with that himself. But he used that to lock it down against Prague and ensure that a draw was sufficient. And yeah, I used it myself at the World Cup when I just needed a draw in one of the playoffs. It can be annoying for Black here to create winning chances. But Prague, early in the event, did beat Erigaisi as Black in a must-win situation in the C3 Sicilian. So there is some hope. Certain variations you can keep pieces on the board, but often you have to take big, big risks as Black to beat this one. And Simon, what do you foresee here? Is this something Fabiano will be happy to face?
I mean, he doesn't look very happy at the moment, being a body language expert. But there is a line here, Dave, where you go C4, and this is one of the more murkier lines, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if G5 is that a line at some point. I can't remember. You must know this better than me. But this seems a bit unbalanced, at least. There's pieces on the board and weird pawn structure.
A bit, yeah. I guess those aggressive G5 lines you mentioned, it's with the Black Knight already on C6, maybe rather than having a pawn on E6. Here, Black isn't sufficiently developed in order to kind of get away with pawn pushes. But yeah, Fabiano, he's at least kind of trying to switch up the structure. It's not the usual Alapin or C3 Sicilian, as this opening is called. It's not that type of usual ideas. And Magnus, yeah, he isn't a habitual player, kind of utilizer of this opening. So at least taking him out of theory, out of any forcing lines, is the first step for Fabiano. Then you get to the middle game. You might have a small disadvantage as Black, but as long as you keep pieces alive, pawn structure slightly imbalanced, maybe later on you get some chances. It's step by step in these must-win situations. You can't just kind of go all out as Black, attack, and win. Unfortunately, you just have to survive, kind of postpone the tension till later.
And while Magnus has had 2 decisive games, the other matchup, we've had 2 very peaceful draws between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, and their third game is about to start as the players are getting ready there. And would it be fair to say that Alireza hasn't managed to get his kind of positions in the match so far, those chaotic, messy structures?
They've been interesting fighting draws, and definitely not the chaos that Alireza excels in. And while the players are repeating, King's Indian, is Wesley going to push forward with that D pawn anytime soon?
Okay, he chooses a slightly different approach. Instead of castling like he did in the previous game, bishop to E3 is more flexible, keeps the options open of White's king actually going the other way. And this does maybe deter Firouzja from going for his usual setup, the one he employed in the previous game. This bishop move does invite some kind of forcing lines, some complications here. Which one will Firouzja go for? Again, it doesn't seem like Wesley's too bothered here about necessarily winning the opening battle, but he's at least asking questions of Firouzja in this type of... Well, King's Indian is always complicated, right, in this type of counter-attacking scenario.
And Firouzja has been this sort of a mysterious player in the last couple of years, right? He's the youngest player to ever break into 2,800. Magnus famously said that he'd be willing to play the World Championship match if it was against Alireza Firouzja, the biggest talent of modern chess. But then he's also kind of not been seen in so many events. He wasn't there at the World Cup. He's been talking about a career and pretty serious about a career in fashion as well. We see him sort of play when he feels like. There's always this mystery surrounding Alireza. Will he play? Will he continue playing? And yet he is amongst the very best in the world. What do you make of that, Jovanka, of Alireza's future and his commitment to be the best player in the world?
Yeah, it's a different approach. I really admire the fact that he's like, well, you know what, I'm not just going to focus on chess. I'm also going to diversify and try to develop an interest or career in fashion design. And in the meantime, I do see that, you wanted chaos. And I feel that with Wesley's pawn advance to D4, D5, we are going to get chaos soon.
Yeah, the forcing line that you were talking about, David.
Yeah, one of many forcing lines is about to happen on the board. He's still, he looks happy, Firouzja. We saw him in Norway chess, Jovanka. We've seen him around the scene. He just looks very happy, relaxed, and maybe not kind of all out focused on playing constantly like some of his peers, this young generation. But I mean, when he comes to the board, it's still full ambition, full kind of going for the most critical approaches, critical openings.
But David, is it possible to fight to become world champion when you've got this alternative career that you're serious about?
That's my excuse why I never became world champion. You know, going to university, big blunder. But I mean, it's difficult, right? Because in essence, I mean, people play chess for different reasons. Some play it as a hobby, some play it just for pure fun, to connect with other people. A lot play it for the results, but there's other, I mean, he's still young enough to pursue other careers and still come back to chess. We've seen various examples of kind of semi-professional players make it to the very top. One of the world champions, Max Erver, he was a full-time teacher, mathematician. And
I mean, I can't think of any modern world champion from the last, 30, 40 years who has basically not been thinking about chess all the time. You know, like Magnus, okay, he's probably the best example. He does have other interests, but he's always thinking about chess. Not always, but he can always sort of access it, and it's always kind of, you can see on the back of his mind. But I think you have to have that passion, right? You have to really want it more than anything else in the world to become world champion. So I think it must be a bit of a hindrance if just having other interests. It sounds a bit bad, you know, like you have other interests and it's a hindrance, but you know, it's hard to be world champion at anything, right? You need to be focused 110% generally, I feel.
I agree with Simon, but also at the same time, I do believe that life should be filled with joy. And say, for instance, fashion design is something that brings him joy. He doesn't have to work hard at it. It's just something to make him happy, right? And I don't see how that can be a hindrance. And I think it's a really good thing for your brain to be engaged in other creative pursuits as well.
In pursuit of happiness.
Right.
For Alireza, it has been interesting to see his journey in the chess world, but I have to say, we love it whenever we see his action because he just brings so much entertainment on the board, and we're seeing entertainment in this game as well. David, some very committal decisions in the opening by Alireza.
Yeah, huge decisions, and watch out, actually, not just from an attack on the king side from black, but actually maybe Wesley So is the one who has aggressive intentions on that side of the board. Usually in the King's Indian, it is black, as he just pushes forward here, who starts throwing pawns towards the white king. But look how white's king is not committed. This king in the center will most likely not actually go kingside now. It also has the option of going to the other side of the board. That's why Wesley has kind of gone for this kind of strange bishop maneuver. We've seen this bishop on f2 kind of go around the board, 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 back. He's just biding time, waiting, and at the right moment, okay, first he might take, but at the right moment, he might just move his queen out the way and go long and say, okay, this black king is actually just very open, very weak. And meanwhile, as you say, Tanya, the word is committal here because you don't move pawns backwards and it's the 4-pawn attack. I'm wondering who wins connect 4 actually here. Black's got connect 4 here, white's got connect 4 here. Who does this favour and why?
Well, white, because white got it first.
Ooh, white did get it first. So you think Wesley's going to win?
Yeah, and also there's one game in my database between 2 players. It was a speed championship game between Alireza Firouzja and Kirill Klukin. And there, Alireza Firouzja did exactly what David suggested, put the queen on c2, castle the king to the left, and it was a very impressive game from white.
Usually here you want to block it up as black and then start pushing pawns, but suddenly what are you even attacking? White's king is long gone. White's king's on the other flank, and actually it's white who might start thinking about pushing this pawn forward and opening lines up towards the black king later on. These positions are really complex, really deep. Instead, okay, he trades off pawns, goes for a more positional approach, lands his knight on e4, something you talked about earlier, Simon. And I've got to say, I would pick white here all day long. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, it's very nice to get that knight to e4. I mean, we saw in the first game of the match that Wesley didn't get this knight here in time, and black was able to get the dark square bishop into the game. And this is kind of a love-hate relationship that black has with the bishop in front of the king. It's like, in this situation, it can be a disaster. You know, let's imagine that white ever plays g4. If white ever plays this move, then black will never be able to move the g-pawn. And that bishop just can't get out. It's stuck behind its own pawns. But in other situations, like in the first game, when the e-pawn is removed from the board, the bishop can be beautiful. But that knight on e4, it just stops Black's active play generally. I would say that gives White an advantage. But in the King's Indian defence, it's always messy because the pieces stay on. There's always breaks you watch out for. I mean, Black can play with c6, g4. Black can think about putting his knight in the centre. So there's always so many tricks and sort of active ideas available for Black. And that's why so many players love playing the King's Indian defence. It's a very exciting opening, even if it maybe is not entirely sound. The computer, for example, hates it, right? The computer absolutely hates the King's Indian defence. It thinks it's a terrible opening. I don't know if that's, do we agree with the computer? Do we think it's a terrible opening?
Completely disagree with the computer. I mean, even this position, White does have a great knight on the e4 square, but you kind of highlighted that Black can also put the knight on d4. And the question for White is where you're going to put the king. If you do run to the left, then Black is going to orchestrate an attack there as well. So, I mean, OK, computers play perfect chess. Humans don't. And, well, OK, pushing the pawn, getting ready to support the knight coming to the c5 square. Now, I didn't think about it, but now it's on the board. I kind of like it.
I'm going to do a bit of trivia test for all of you. Guess the last opponent I played the King's Indian against as Black.
As Black.
And I haven't touched it since. This was about 4 years ago. 4 years ago.
Can you give us a hint, like a tournament?
It's a very, very strong opponent. It wasn't at a tournament. It was an exhibition game.
Exhibition game. Kasparov.
No, not that brave.
Exhibition.
Someone you played it against.
I was part of a team playing against
AlphaZero.
AlphaZero.
Oh.
And I got crushed. We got crushed as a team. And ever since, I've just refused to touch the King's Indian. It made the opening look essentially refuted. So traumatic experience sometimes turns people away against openings.
That's really interesting. Do you think that King's Indian is the kind of opening that works really well when you're playing against a human computer? Because it's got all these dynamics, all these attacking ideas. You often sacrifice for the initiative, give up a pawn on the queen side so that you can continue attack on the king side. And it works really well when you're playing against a human being. But when you play against a computer that can save any kind of position, it falls apart.
Yeah, exactly, because the computer is not afraid. The computer doesn't go, I'm not touching that. The computer will calculate using brute force at times. No. I remember a few years ago, a grandmaster was playing against, I think it was Stockfish, a piece up. And I remember thinking, I don't think the grandmaster will win. I mean, I had that little faith in humankind. The grandmaster did win, but still, computers are too strong.
And that's been the case since '97, since that match with IBM Deep Blue, and now it's just incomparable, their strength.
Yeah, curse you, Deep Blue. It did change everything. But as Simon says, I mean, these types of pawn structures, computers thought it was just purely winning for White because you have extra space in the centre for years and years and years. But modern computers have kind of lessened that advantage. They've said it is playable, still preferring White. And it's just purely about the fact that Black is banking on the psychological kind of attack kind of factor. And
if computers got their own way, David, they'd make all humans just play the Berlin every single game. Literally, Berlin. You'd see nothing else. And oh my God, that's a terrifing world.
That's how I got my draw against AlphaZero. It played the Berlin against me.
There we go. So it's like, I think some of the best things in life are things that are not perfect, right? And that's a very human characteristic that, you can do flawed things and they actually are quite beautiful because they're flawed. And that's something that computers can't do. So King's Indian defence is probably a bit flawed, but it's much more exciting having that sort of side to it, the flawed side. And here we go. Look at this move, G4. This is a very practical move. I mean, I don't know if it's sacrificing a pawn, but it's creating a bit of chaos. So a nice move.
G4 for the score.
And it's a perfect example of what we're talking about, right? The computer doesn't agree with it, says that G4 shouldn't work, the eval bar rises up. But from a human perspective, if you're playing White, you would be super scared of this move. It just creates an absolute chaos on the board and you have no idea how to handle it.
Well, we should really dive in and see whether it is chaotic.
It is chaotic. In this position, G4 was played and the pawn was captured. I'm expecting now that either this move or after a rook trade, OK, he goes for the rook trade first, then Black is going to most likely eliminate this bishop before taking this pawn back. And I'm assuming he's going to take with the queen. He could take with the king here, Wesley So, just to insist that black has to remove this bishop from the board, because now you cannot take on g4. White is simply ganging up on that pawn too many times, simply pawn up here, 2 connected pass pawns as well. So Wesley is pausing. Which way is he going to recapture? If you take with the queen, maybe there's an argument for not trading off and leaving yourself with a very strong knight in the center on d4. And as Tanya says, it's scary for both sides. It's really unclear who's better here. Let's ignore the computer. The players don't know that. Actually, they probably do know the computer favors white because it is the King's Indian, but still plenty to play for. White has nice stability with these 3 minor pieces in the center, but what next? It's really unclear.
I love it. Super unclear. And exactly, it's the kind of position that you just chuck the eval bar out of the window and you don't care what you're seeing, because practically it's a very difficult position. It's a game for all 3 results. Queen f1 has been the capture of choice by Wesley, and we're expecting a recapture on g4. This is going to be a hot battle. It's going to be a fun one, but let's take this moment to jump in and check in with our other game. Magnus Carlsen needing only a draw against Fabi goes for his opening of choice, his usual approach of the Alpin to shut down any Sicilian counterplay, and I think he's been successful in doing that.
He's been successful in sucking all of the life, all of the fun out of the position, but Fabiano's kept enough pieces to at least ask some questions, and the pawn structure is in balance. We've talked about that. We've spoken about that earlier today. In must-win situations, you need something, some small hope to cling on to, and here it's just the fact that Fabiano on the king side has a 4 versus 3 pawn majority as black. Not easy to mobilize that. That's the one downside. And you're playing an endgame maestro like Magnus. We've mentioned that a few times as well today. And Magnus is just saying, okay, you don't have a plan. What are you going to do next? Looks very, very balanced to me.
Yeah, very hard to break down this position, I think, for black, or to make progress. But I've never seen Magnus, when he's got a 2-0 lead, ever lose it. So there has to be a first time. There is.
There is.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Where was that?
It was against Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Okay.
And it was in I can't remember where, but I remember it was like Magnus had a 2-point lead. And then Duda was playing black. It was a Caro-Kann. And it looked like things were going white's way. And then suddenly it wasn't.
Okay, so it has happened before then.
It's not happening today, Simon. Not with this position.
I don't think so, no. I mean, I think there is still a bit of life here. I mean, it's not the worst position you can have if you need to win, because as David mentioned, you got different pawn structure. There's still some pieces on the board. I'm trying to make it sound really exciting and winnable, and I'm not believing a word I'm saying. So, no, okay, I mean, Magnus is absolutely... He hasn't got any weaknesses, has he? That's the problem. There's no weaknesses in White's position at all to target.
That's true. Magnus doesn't have any weaknesses, but on the other hand, his bishop on its starting square doesn't make a great impression. It's got no future. I mean, is there a way for black to actually improve his pawns and his pieces? Okay, he mobilizes his dark square bishop. That's already good.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. White's knight in the center. Again, Octo Knight just eyeing up a few pawns, at least now putting some pressure there, kind of pinning down the white rook, defending its knight. Maybe the problem for Magnus as well, hard to improve. It's really hard to foresee any kind of productive plan for either side. That's the dilemma here.
Does black ever want to push b4 and try and create a weakness on the queen side? Could that be something that Fabi has on his mind?
Yeah, at least the hint of b4. You definitely don't want to rush. You might allow white to step forward with the c-pawn, create a pass pawn there. But yeah, at least Magnus on every turn will have to work out what happens if black does try to explode open the queen side. Meanwhile, on the other flank, it's kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game.
Could black be tempted to also just leave the left side intact for the minute and just expand on the right side of the board? And I know David is reading my mind.
Yeah.
That's what Magnus would do if he were black. He'd start pushing Harry the h-pawn as black, Gary.
Maybe Gary as well. We're actually finding a lot of ideas for black, but not many ideas for white, which maybe, even infers that we prefer black's position slightly. I mean, if Magnus is playing black here, we probably would, right? This move I was thinking about, I wanted to play this move, but I couldn't calculate what was happening after knight takes bishop, which must be the most critical variation here. Because obviously now you've got an option of even taking on e6, but I don't think that works, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can take immediately. This rook is hanging, so you can't take with the knight. If you take with the bishop, I guess the black king just sidesteps and the knight will be removed, the defender of this bishop. Black will go a piece up next move after taking here. So maybe you can get away with taking. I think the main question is what happens if black... okay, this is on the board. What happens if, white simply recaptures and, wow, king to e7, just a calm sidestep, allowing this pawn to drop in 2 different ways. Just as earlier, you cannot take with the bishop, because the knight is removed, you lose this piece. So what happens if you take with the knight? I guess just bishop takes pawn, check.
Yeah.
I mean, you love the bishops, David.
I do.
You know, you're a big fan. Magnus loves bishops
It's on
as
the
well.
board.
So this is, at least it's unbalanced. I don't think this is dead as it's not a dead position at all, is it? This one.
Yeah, not as dead as a dodo. That's a phrase I learnt when I was young, and I was like, what is a dodo, mum? But yeah, this position, look at the bishops, very, very strong. If the rooks come off the board, I really fancy black's chances here. You could start pushing these pawns a bit later on. The one downside here is that black's king is still slightly vulnerable while rooks remain. And Magnus sidesteps, of course, with his king.
I mean, knight c7 is the one plan here, I guess, that we could get that same ending we've seen time and time again, right? Knight c7 to d5, or take the bishop, you know, is the other idea. The rook and opposite card bishop.
Well, it's black to play though. So can you preempt that plan?
Yeah, I guess you can also push the b pawn potentially and try and calculate something there. It feels like now or never for Fabiano. If he wants to have any hint of a winning chance, he needs something energetic. I don't see it.
It's definitely progress for Fabi. He has managed to get the bishop pair, an open position. Will it be enough or not? We will keep an eye on this one. But meanwhile, big action on the Wesley against Alireza board. We will come back to this, but let's check in on that because Wesley has taken the advantage in his game, and I think it comes down to that overexpanded kingside. But we left it here. H takes g4. Not much has happened. Still pretty complicated.
Yeah, just one decision here that at least the engine doesn't approve of. And to be honest, me as well, I'm really, really surprised. Firouzja has traded off the light squared bishops because in the King's Indian, the light squared bishop for black is like gold dust. It's priceless. Simon highlighted black's dark squared bishop next to the black king. That's just blocked in. It's a terrible piece. It just looks like a big pawn right now. And it's all about the light squares. White has 100% domination control over the light squares because Firouzja has traded off light squared bishops. And I don't really understand why.
Yeah, strange decision because we were looking at the recapture with the pawn, keep that light squared bishop. And I think, Ivanka, this is something that you keep talking about. Black's knight on a6, right? Right now, he's playing without a piece. He needs to spend that tempo to get it to the center of the board. But that g4 pawn without the light square bishop is a huge weakness. And if that falls, the whole game collapses. Right now, he's looking at getting the rook into the game. Rook f1, another idea?
Yeah, rook f1 is coming black's way, and also the bishop coming to g5. That's going to be backed up by the queen also coming into the position. It's looking dodgy for black.
All right,
and
question.
I'm being polite here.
Trivia question. What do you think is Wesley's accuracy in this game? David, if you had to take a guess.
97%?
97?
Ooh, 98.
Ivanka?
94%.
It's 99.4%. He's played a flawless game so far.
Wow.
After that move, queen f2, it's jumped to 99.4%.
Wow, that's pretty good.
I guess the first 13 moves looked like they were preparation. So he's played 8 moves pretty much perfectly, which is still impressive, especially in such a complicated middle game. But this is Wesley in his element when he's got full stability. We've talked about the center. He's got no real attack to face here. His pieces are just slowly improving every move. He's just talking to his pieces. He's saying, okay, queen, you can be improved, right? The rook in the corner, you want to be improved. Yep, slide you across next move. It's logical.
Can this percentage thing then? So this is telling you, you know, if you're playing perfect chess or not. Can it tell us it should be able to tell us what the best first move is then, right? Yeah, because it'd be 100%, wouldn't it? So I want to know, what's the best first move? Is it d4 or is it e4? Because, you know, if you play the wrong move, then your percentage will drop. So
answers on the postcard. Send in. Yeah. E4, D4, what's best?
E4 or D4, what's best? Maybe it's C4. Maybe it's A3. Maybe we've been fooling ourselves all
E4
this
best
time.
by test, Simon. Haven't you heard?
I've heard that, but I don't really believe it because you allow the Berlin, and that can't be best. It's just can't
be right.
be. So I reckon it's D4. I reckon D4 is the best move.
It's definitely not G4, that's all I know.
That's true. Yeah, we can't G4 it up. So, but
David, you were talking about talking to the pieces on the board. What would you be telling the black pieces right now? How can he get a better position than what he has?
Yeah, let's jump in because we see some of the computer moves. Actually, wow, Firouzja did find the top engine suggestion, but it might not help him here. I was going to say, you need to get this rook into the game. There might not be time to improve this black knight because it actually doesn't do much centralizing that piece. So he did find the top engine suggestion, queen to f8. But now look at what the computer says again. Huge advantage here for white. Actually, you can maintain an edge in several ways, but the best move, queen to h4, by far the best move. Simply hitting this weak pawn, which shouldn't have been weak if you left your light squared bishop on the board. And now you cannot defend it simply. If you bring your queen into the game, you get hit again by the white rook with gain of time. If you slide back, I think there's going to be nasty checks here. White's going to start attacking, bringing the rook in. This is going to be disastrous for black. And essentially here, no way to keep this intact. I guess you have this move knight to f5. Maybe this is what Firouzja's banking on, making Wesley So pause. But I guess you just step forward again and say, yes, you can trade off, but look at what you're going to be left with. Just for illustration purposes, I want to show this type of position. It's simply good knight against bad bishop. And this bishop is not going to enjoy this, enjoy the rest of this game. Queen and knight also superior to the queen and bishop combo. So yeah, queen h4 looks decisive, but even an endgame in this type of scenario would suit Wesley's style, I believe.
Yeah.
And there we go, rook f1 actually just on the board.
Just keeping it very simple, and also looks quite nice. I mean, the problem is black's got this weak pawn on g4 that you pointed out, but the queenside pawns are very weak for black in the king's in defense quite often. And in this situation, white can time a knight b5 to start hitting them, and there's just a lot of weaknesses there. Black needs to get that knight into the game on the corner, so he needs to try to play knight c5 at the right moment, but then he has to watch out for b4 as well, and the dark square bishop is it's just everything's a little bit better for white, I think.
Well,
yeah.
I would just want to hone in on your first point. The pawn on g4, that is up for grabs.
Yeah.
That can't be defended. And there's two passes there on the right side of the board, so I thought this move was forced, and one pawn to the good. Why is he not grabbing that pawn?
Well, you're insulted by that move. Take that pawn.
F5. I think that's the problem with it. The move that David had in another position.
Yes. I stand corrected. Okay, grabbing the pawn was bad.
It's probably still all right, but you know, it's.
Yeah, I think a miscalculation by Wesley. Maybe he just assumed he'd go a pawn up, and now we're left with this position. And actually, the black knights are jumping somewhat into this square, yeah, these knights are creating chaos. If you had one more move to cage maybe that knight on the edge of the board, then you would have been loving life. But Firouzja's back in it.
This is the thing with the king's in defense. You can get the worst, ugliest looking position as black, but then all of a sudden black's pieces pop out of nowhere and cause some chaos. You know, I think it was John Nunn who was one of the best ever king's Indian defense players. We have one more move on the board, g4, but John Nunn who beat a lot of the top players in the king's in defense. He mentioned about this, and the Benoni, I think it was. He said, positionally terrible opening. You know, you're basically lost positionally, but you always have tricks because your pieces get so active. And look at those knights. It's just a jumble of pieces in the centre, and they're getting a little bit of activity here, right?
We were talking about that exact same knight, which is on d3, just a couple of moves ago, doing nothing at the edge of the board and being the one piece that needs to get active. And Alireza's managed to do that. The one thing I know about King's Indian is that if white manages to get this blockade on e4, a knight on e4, you basically kill black's dark squared bishop for the rest of the game. And you've got this dominating knight, which can be an attacker, but an equally good defender. And that's a massive piece, which gives white a long-term advantage. So even though Wesley is not up a pawn, positionally, strategically, he's still got to be better because of that knight on e4.
Yeah, I do bet here, though, that his accuracy levels have dropped. So I might need to check that. It just feels to me like it's Wesley kind of as we know and love him, but also the Wesley that we sometimes say, oh, you could be world champion, you could be so much better if you were slightly more aggressive. I mean, keeping the queens on the board just looks so nice, so beautiful, especially because white's king was so much safer than the black king. And that's another theme we've talked about. When you're attacking, when you're the side with the initiative, keep the queens on. But trading queens off, yes, white still has a kind of visual advantage. Aesthetically, still looks really nice. But now we're slightly closer to safety for black, potentially. And yeah, look at that kind of assortment of knights. Black's knights doing some great work there.
I mean, the knight's definitely improved from where it was. It's come all the way over from A6 right onto F4. So kind of fantastic journey there. I was hoping it was going to go to E1 last move. That just seemed quite fun. Probably a load of rubbish, but it seemed interesting. And if Black can get his rook over on the next move, I mean, he's starting to find coordination with the pieces. So it's not terrible anymore by any means.
It's certainly not terrible. I agree with you there. And you guys were talking about night so much. I was expecting the pun, nightmare, nighttime, and the king steps forward. I agree with you though, Tanya. I think white definitely has the advantage, and I'm just going to actually say it's because of the g4 pawn. I mean, the knight on e4 is doing a fantastic job at just keeping this e5 pawn under lock and key. But g4 pawn, it's loose and it's going to start pushing.
All right, this is going to be quite an endgame battle, and Wesley's got a minute and a half on the clock, so not that much time left. We might be seeing a very fascinating time scramble develop in this one. Let's head over to the Magnus Fabi game. Has Fabi managed to create any chances? I do see some threats against White's king right now.
Yeah, I think Fabiano's done a fantastic job of keeping this game alive. And we talk about the bishop pair. As long as pawns remain on both sides, as long as there's action on both flanks, as long as rooks remain, this bishop pair has great potential. Certainly superior here to White's knight and bishop combo. And Black's pawns will start rolling. White's king, slightly vulnerable. Should be a draw with best play just because there aren't too many pieces left on the board. But it's definitely Magnus here fighting for his life. This is a dream type of position for Black.
Yeah. You also said earlier, David, which I'd never really thought about, but I love these little bits of advice you can get where if you have the bishops, the more pieces you get off the board, the stronger they become. And this must be a case where there's not many pieces left. There's just the bishops and one rook each. So they're controlling a lot of squares here. And bishops work really well with rooks. Queens work really well with knights, but bishops and rooks coordinate fantastically well. So there's some chances here, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I love Fabi's last move because he's advanced his pawn, but the idea is actually to move the bishop to g4 and trap the white rook. That is why Magnus is like, no, not going to let that happen, and he moves it to the c4 square. But Wesley's bishop, sorry, not Wesley, Fabi's bishops, they are rocking.
They're coming towards the king, David.
I feel like he's going to win this one, Fabiano. Just look at the clock time as well. Magnus is finding only moves at this point to even survive. That white king is living a charmed life. It's going to start getting checked by the black dart squared bishop as well soon. It's kind of being caught in a cage, in a mating net almost, and the bishops are closing in.
This is a great game, and if he wins this, he's got white in the next game as well. So
that's a mistake, Simon. King f3.
Wow.
Is there some bishop e4 check?
Bishop e4, I like. Yeah, I mean that's a very nice, really nice move. I mean, I don't know if the white king can run away, but this also surrounding the white king. There's many
checkmate
threats.
Threatened. Mate in one is threatened. Bishop to e2 would be a checkmate now. How does Magnus guard against that?
Knight
You've got to come back with your knight. Is that the only way to do it?
Rook would kick you to the corner, and Magnus is running, but surely this is going to end in disaster. The bishop can check, and then the black g-pawn could start pushing. I think this is just going to be mate within a few moves. It's a checkmating net. 14 seconds as well. Fabi should finish this off now.
We're going to get another game. Game 4 is what it looks like. The bishops, the pawns, the black rook, all coordinating beautifully. We don't get to see this often. Magnus Carlsen about to get checkmated in an endgame.
By a pawn, potentially.
Yeah, that pawn could just come forwards, and that would be a really nice checkmate. You can also move the rook in.
The rook is coming in.
Only ways to defend that.
Incoming.
Bishop g4 was a big threat.
Okay, this has been stopped. I think Fabiano missed this. Okay, but he's still going for checkmate. This is a cage.
Beautiful,
How do you stop
end.
it?
You have to give the resign. Give the knight up. Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic play.
I think he's
Fabiano.
done it.
He has. He's won. He's come back. I don't think any of us expected that, and he played a brilliant game there to take Magnus Carlsen down with the black pieces.
Incredible stuff.
Ground him down.
He wins in the endgame, checkmating Magnus's king there and leaves. Magnus, meanwhile, just shuts off his screen. I don't think even he can believe it that with the white pieces, he got outplayed in an endgame. What a fantastic performance. There will be a game 4, but Fabi still has to win one more to force a tiebreak. Meanwhile, this action is still on. Wow, a lot has happened. Are we going to see another repetition here?
Yeah, I think we've jumped in just before the result is confirmed. Suddenly, the white knights are a bit stretched, clinging onto each other. Black's pieces super active, the black rook especially, and I think it's time for Wesley So to just pull the handbrake here and just say, okay, I'm going to repeat moves. Keep harassing that black rook with the white king before it's too late. Otherwise, I think you even lose control here as white potentially. And Wesley, under 20 seconds as well, it would be the pragmatic thing to do. And third time we've seen that position, it is a draw.
Third time we've seen that position. Third time we're seeing this result in this matchup with 3 draws. The score is level. We will have a fourth game. I'm still thinking about how Fabi managed to make a comeback in that one. In this one, Wesley did have some real chances in the middle game, but Alireza manages to keep everything level. And with the King's Indian defense, it lives on. And that one ended in a draw. David, Fabi survives, goes into game 4. How did he manage to do that?
It's all about the power of the bishops in that game. Fabiano just surviving the middle game, taking it down to an endgame and taking down Magnus Carlsen. Look at how powerful these bishops are. They control the whole board. This bishop just mighty on the dark squares. This bishop as well, complementing it perfectly, just controlling everything. And this was the star move, h4, closing a cage around the white king. And Magnus here, with no time on his clock, did panic and blunder. He needed to start running away towards the corner. An ugly move, but a necessary move. Instead, look at what happened. The king started advancing, but suddenly this check forced the white king into a box on the corner. And just a few moves later, after a trade of bishops, this was the killer blow. Pawn to g5, and the only way to prevent pawn down to g4 checkmate is to give up the knight. Magnus resigned, about to be checkmated.
What a game, and what an end game there by Fabiano Caruana. Yovi, I'm thinking about what you said. The way to beat Magnus is to checkmate him.
Oh, well, turns out I can predict the future.
That was very prophetic. Let's take a look at our scoreline with another game coming up in both matches. It looked like it would be a 3-game match one more time for Magnus Carlsen, but it wasn't to be, as Fabi, with some fantastic endgame play, keeps the match going. Meanwhile, Wesley and Alireza continue with their draws, fighting chess, but the score is level. The final rapid game is about to start. We will be back with all the action from the Julius Baer Generation Cup in just a few moments.
So now Magnus and myself are going to be taking on the Air Things Challenge. We're going to play chess, but with a twist. All of the pieces are Air Things devices. We might be able to rely on pattern recognition in the first few moves, but we will definitely lose our way somewhere along the lines. We also have a big crowd here, so I'm feeling the pressure. Let's go. Okay, I'll start my... Okay. Oh no, he's too calm, I don't like it. Oh dear. Did not expect that one.
It's not a very good move.
It's the mind games, he's teasing me already.
Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem.
I've studied this before, Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't back down in this game. So.
That's brave. Okay, that was a check. So I'm hiding in the corner. He's coming. Another check. Oh my god, I need like 2 hours for this position.
Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
We're so sorry. Ah. Oh my... Oh. What is my... Oh, I'm losing. Damn it.
Ooh. No, that's fine.
Oh. This is a new queen.
If you say so. Okay, well played, man. Thank you. I think what helped, some pieces were exchanged early. The position was very open. I think that helped a lot. Like if we'd played a closer game, it would have been a lot harder.
Alireza Firouzja needs no introduction. This superstar burst onto the scene as a teenager, becoming world number 2 at 18 years old. However, since then, progress has been somewhat measured. He's been inconsistent and his love for chess has at times been questioned. On the board though, Firouzja is dynamite. He's aggressive, he's dynamic, and there's a fear factor about Firouzja's play. None of the top players in the world can ever relax when Firouzja is sat opposite them. I have experienced the power of Alireza Firouzja many times myself. One of the most heartbreaking games of my career came in the Grand Swiss in 2021 when Firouzja beat me and went on to qualify for the candidates. In this position, I thought I was doing okay with black. However, Firouzja is an attacking maestro, and he shocked me by playing knight takes pawn, sacrificing a knight, and he had calculated everything perfectly. The idea is that when the knight is recaptured, suddenly this white light squared bishop is opened up to capture the black knight, and black has too many things hanging. This bishop is suddenly attacked in the center, the black king is open, and, for example, after a capture of bishops in the center, white can calmly recapture because the black knight is undefended. If you give Alireza Firouzja a tactical shot, he will find it and he will punish you, as I found out for myself.
Alireza Firouzja is up against Wesley So. He is trying to get his spot into the season final. He hasn't won an event yet in the Champions Chess Tour, but he's had a fantastic start, taking down Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the quarterfinals. And today, 3 games have ended in a draw going into the 4th game. And these are some of the big performances. He's the youngest player to ever cross 2,800. In 2022, he was the Grand Chess Tour champion, but we have been seeing Alireza rarely in the chess world now, or at least not as much as we'd like to, because he is pursuing a career in fashion. And it'll be interesting to see how he's able to balance these two. Right now, he's got to balance his match against Wesley. What are the chances of this one going into an Armageddon?
Well, just judging by how level all the games have been so far, just judging by the kind of high quality they've been, I'd say Armageddon's very likely. It feels like they're cancelling each other out right now, and it might just take Armageddon to separate them.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. But we have to remind ourselves the stakes are pretty high for Wesley, because it's not just a place in the semi-finals. If he wins this, then he is going to secure himself a spot in Toronto.
Yeah, really important games going on. I mean, there's not much between Wesley and Firouzja at the moment. And can Fabiano come back as well? I'm going to say Magnus losing 2 in a row. That's really rare. It's possible. I mean, but I was just amazed how Fabiano actually just outplayed him. You know, he outplayed Magnus in the ending, and that was really impressive to do that, and a beautiful checkmate pattern. So you are our Nostradamus, and because you did say the only way to win is to checkmate.
Exactly.
So can
Even
you do
Magnus cannot survive a checkmate.
That was incredible. And that also, watching his king get trapped in a kill zone in an endgame, Fabi just making magic out of nowhere in that position with such few pawns. That was super impressive stuff. I'm going to be honest, I thought that was going to be match in 3 for Magnus.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure, actually. When we tuned in and we saw that the bishop had come to e3 and, that Fabi got the bishop pair, that's when I thought, actually, I think Fabi is going to win this.
And he did, which means that they will be playing a game 4. Magnus Carlsen needs only a draw to wrap up the match. Or perhaps we will have an Armageddon in that one as well. Fabi needs to win in that case. And we've got some big wins coming in from Division 2 as well. This has been the winners' quarterfinal scores for the day as Jan Nepomniachtchi takes down Vladimir Fedosiev in 3-1. Quite a crushing victory there. Dr. Amin Basim with a win over Sulaimanli, and Artemiev takes down Laura Fresina. Levon Aronian, for whom tour points are so critical to make it to Toronto, is well on his path as he qualifies for the winners' semi-finals, taking down Alexei Sarana 2.5 to 1.5. All the semi-finals matchups will be coming on Chess Dojo's channel in Division 2 tomorrow. That is some action that you don't want to miss. David, who do you think will be able to take Division 2 this time? We saw an incredible list of players fighting it out.
Oh, it's so tough. There's so many names that I want to see there in Toronto. That's the problem. I'm going to say Levon Aronian is my pick right now, just because he did defeat Sarana, who we all know is supremely strong. Sarana, the Piranha, European champion. And yeah, if he can continue that form, Levon Aronian, he'll be hard to stop.
Razor sharp Sarana Piranha there, but Levon Aronian did reign supreme in that one. He will be playing against Artemiev. Levon versus Artemiev in the semi-finals. Is there a favorite, Simon?
Yes. I'm just trying to work out who it is. You probably have to go Aronian, right? I mean, because he is the more experienced player, but Artemiev is a fantastic player, and we've seen him in previous tours do so well here. He's beaten Magnus on a number of occasions, so that's going to be a really tough match and hard one to call, though.
Yeah, we did see Artemiev earlier in the Champions Chess Tour, and he had quite a fantastic performance, taking down Magnus Carlsen as well. But Levon Aronian, there is big motivation for him. But right now, Magnus Carlsen, he's got to be feeling motivated after that bit of a shock in Game 3, losing to this man, Fabiano Caruana. He makes his comeback. He keeps his chances alive. A big Game 4 coming up. Fabi has to win on demand to take it to tiebreaks. He does start with the white pieces as well, Yavanka, and we've got the English opening.
We do have the English opening, and Magnus answering in a very combative way by pushing his king's pawn 2 squares forward. And now it becomes like a colours reversed Rossalima opening.
Yeah, it basically looks like a Sicilian, and the difference here is that white has an extra move, so you do have the opportunity to jump into the center, chasing that black bishop, and this little dance between the bishop and knights often goes on for a few more turns. It's interesting that Magnus turned away from his previous black opening, where he was basically winning after 6-7 moves as black, but of course Fabiano would have come with an improvement, so Magnus trying to keep the surprises, and yeah, early days here.
The first time I lost to a certain David Howe was after knight d5 as well, with the white pieces. I think it was the Isle of Man. You were about 3 years old.
4 and CL, Simon.
Was it 4 and CL? Oh, God. Okay. Someone remembers it a little bit better than me.
Sorry.
Another one. But I think it was a similar variation, bishop b4, and yeah, it's
drops my bishop back to a different square, but very similar.
Yeah, knight, bishop e7. And but this is quite a unique position, right? I mean, this is not mainline theory. I mean, at this level, the players know it so well, and we see now Fabiano getting the 2 bishops again. So all he has to do is what he did last game: easy, get to an ending, use the 2 bishops, checkmate, play off, do the same again there, and go through to the next round.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what's going to happen, Nostradamus?
No.
No, it's not going to happen.
No, the crystal ball is a little bit cloudy, so I can't tell. But you know, you guys seem to remember all your games. Well, David does.
Yeah, I mean, he did correct me there. 4 and CL.
What year?
What year, David?
2004 or 5? 4, I think.
2004. only 19 years ago. What time of day did we play?
It was quite an early round. It was a morning round, because I remember that you might not have slept for too long the night before. Anyway, back to this game, and this one is complicated. This is actually still a known position. At least it's occurred in a few kind of decent level games. The difference here between a Sicilian is that white has these very far advanced doubled pawns on the c-file. Normally we would see one pawn maybe slightly further back, and white also, that means, okay, firstly the pawns are weak, but that means also, let's talk again. White's dark squared bishop is going to be a very important piece. White's dark squared bishop is going to land on b2 very shortly on the long diagonal, and it's going to exert extreme pressure across the board. So even if white sacrifices a pawn, which is quite typical here, it looks pretty promising.
A strategic trade-off here by Fabiano Caruana, destroying his pawn structure, getting a double pawns, but it is for the bishop pair and the dark squared bishop, which cannot be challenged for the rest of the game. It's going to be a fun fight. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja is ready to get go against Wesley So, and he starts with the king's pawn opening. What are the chances of getting a Berlin this time?
Berlin or Petrov. I think those two most solid of openings.
Hang on a second. They're racing through. This is the moment of truth. Oh, no knight F6.
Why are you booing? That's great news. Seen so many Berlins. Like, give us something else, please. For the love of God, no more Berlins.
I'm surprised though, Wesley. I would have thought he's well, really happy with the draw as black, but instead he chooses a more fighting approach. Interesting.
And maybe even hinting at a marshal.
Yeah. Oh, the marshal though. That's the new Berlin. It's the Berlin of the 2020s. The marshal used to be a gambit, used to be a very attacking line, but these days known for its drawish tendencies.
There's not many gambits. I was thinking about this the other day. There's literally not many gambits left that you can actually play. The only two I could sort of think of is the Queen's Gambit or the Marshall Gambit that are sound, that top players play. There's not really any other gambits that the top players play regularly, is there?
Elephant Gambit?
Evans Gambit?
That's another one I played against you at the British Championships.
The King's Gambit.
Yeah, but no one plays the Evans, do they?
Dodgy.
Wait, what's happened with the Evans? Okay, anyway, that's a discussion for after the show.
I mean, Adjumata, the famous YouTuber, loves it, plays it, but I don't think I've seen anyone, over 2600 play it for years, unfortunately.
Jan Nepomniachtchi won a very important game at the World Rapid Team Championship with the King's Gambit.
We won't mention that one.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Too soon.
It was against our team, and we were so close to doing something and winning.
Anyway, this is no gambit.
But you're right, David. Here, there are no pawn sacrifices, no gambit. It is a slow strategic fight. H3 on the board, so taking away the g4 square. How are we expecting this one to develop?
Yeah, it's all about what setup Wesley So chooses here. It's not the Marshall Gambit because Black's d-pawn didn't break open the centre in one go. Often that comes at the cost of a pawn, but opening the position when Black's pieces are ready makes a lot of sense. Instead, this will take a slower turn. Firouzja, he's not going for a main line either. He's trying to avoid any opening debate where preparation might play a role. He's just saying, OK, I'm going to play really slowly. The central tension will happen eventually. Maybe Black will break first, White will break first in the centre, but first it's a bit of manoeuvring who can put their pieces on good squares. And this has been made topical by players like Jordan van Foreest and Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano. They've all been playing like this recently as White. And it's just a very slow start to this game.
And I'm still thinking about the gambits, and I wonder if it's a generational thing. When the computers were not as strong, and in the previous generation, it was more easy for players to be aggressive, play for the initiative, sacrifice, sort of that romantic chess era. But now with each of these strong players being so good at defensive resources, that gambits have kind of just become a little more redundant now.
They're very rare at top level. I mean, even like you say, 20 years ago, you had the Moscow Gambit, which is still played, but that was really, Anand won a very famous game, I think, in the World Championships, maybe to help him become world champion, possibly in the Moscow Gambit. But yeah, there's not as many gambits around. They're dying. Poor things.
Dying breed.
It's really sad. They're getting extinct. We need to start some welfare group for them. Bring back the gambits at 2700 level. Yeah, I reckon we need more proper gambits. And I don't mean the Queen's Gambit. It's not even a proper gambit.
No,
it doesn't really count. I mean proper dodgy gambits. Oh dear, sad day.
They do work at top level. Abdusattorov wiped Aronian off the board in 20 moves with a really dodgy gambit with White, just in the last Champions Chess Tour event.
I think the preparation you can do, I think there's still scope, and some players, like you say, Nodirbek did this, Jordan van Foreest is a great one as well. It's finding really old ideas that people have forgotten and sort of reanalyzing them with the latest computers, which you have to do. And even if they're not 100% sound, bringing them back to life somehow. And I think there's still possibilities you can do that, but you can only use it once. You can't. That's the problem. In the old days, you could use these gambits like dozens of times, but if you use it once, your next opponent's can prepare for it, and you have to throw. You have to not use it again. So that's the problem with these kind of dubious gambits nowadays. you have more manoeuvring chess like this, and this is why positional manoeuvring chess is so important to understand, and the action will happen a lot later, generally, in the top matches nowadays. So, yeah, I mean, pretty standard position here, I'd say, really. I mean, manoeuvring.
Maneuvering chess and checkmates, because if you have to beat Magnus Carlsen, you've got to know your checkmates. Fabi managed to do it, and I believe we've got some updates coming in from the Fabi versus Magnus matchup. We will come back to this. As you said, David, it is a strategic battle. It's going to be a long one. Let's jump over and check out the Fabi game. Wow. I don't know if it's a gambit or not, but it's definitely a crazy position.
Crazy position, and Fabiano is gambling. He's not gambited any pawns yet, but he's chosen a really kind of risky strategy. That was an impressive mug, I've got to say, from Caruana a second ago. I hope we see that again. But yeah, the play has evolved significantly, and I think we need to jump in just to get to grips with what is going on in this position. This is the current position we'll discuss in a moment. We left it around here when Magnus Carlsen had just castled, and I'm not sure about Fabiano playing on the queen side. I'm not a huge fan of this approach. I think he should have been playing on the other flank. And after a few trades, we saw Magnus gain a lot of space in the center. And wow, chaos on the board. So I'm going to catch up with the current position after the move f3. I think if Fabiano just needed a draw or a very safe position, he would have traded off bishops, but he needs to attack. Of course, he's trying to open up the g-file for his rook. And Magnus has jumped in. Boom, knight to e4.
Wow, what a move. Great minds, Tanya. But that
You gotta love knight e4.
Oh, it's such a nice move.
Your
to
one
play.
piece is hanging, and then you make the other one hanging as well.
Yeah, put yourself in a self-forking yourself. It's yeah.
But
that's a gambit for you, Simon.
That's a piece gambit. I like it. Much better than a pawn gambit. See, these world champions, they don't do things by half. You know, I don't need to gambit a pawn. Have a piece. You know, I don't think you can take either, though, can you?
Yeah, we should mention you cannot take the knight, of course, because the white queen would fall to the black bishop, and taking the other one would also be catastrophic, at least in terms of the match situation, because after a check, the white king has to step forward, only legal move, and I was going to say, at the very least, you can take this pawn. I think this would force a draw because the king cannot step forward. There would be a devastating knight fork, a royal fork here, winning the white queen. And if you step back, of course, black can just repeat the moves and Magnus would progress to the next round. So Fabiano could not accept that gambit. And what does Magnus have up his sleeve? After the pawn steps forward to h4, taking away this infiltration square from the black queen, guarded now by the white rook, Magnus still has this fork on his hands. Does he have to step back now with his bishop?
Queen f6 is possible, maybe, is it? Or as well? I don't know.
Nice, Simon.
That's
maybe.
Very nice. Queen f6.
I don't know if it's any good, but I mean, just trying to put some pressure on. And I love these checkmate ideas. You know,
is this
they're
a
catching
scholar's
on.
mate?
This is
much.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Something like that.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. But anyhow, we do have to kind of like approach this very complicated position quite systematically. So there's like queen move that David's indicated, bishop retreats. There's also the knight can jump forward and attack the rook. That's another possibility. And then once you've kind of outlined all the moves that you have available, you then got to rank them. That is the way, unfortunately. And then you always start with the one that you like the most.
Which one do you like the most, Jovanka?
Well, the rules kind of say that you should introduce a new piece into the attack. So I would be looking at first attacking, playing queen to f6.
Yeah, let's give Magnus Carlsen that dilemma. 3 very tempting opportunities here. Valuation bar says it's in black's favour. That's not surprising because white is undeveloped, but still very complicated. Could go either way.
Maybe you can just go bishop h5 as well. And then, just try to keep the tension. That seems like a Magnus move, right? You know, you can just keep the tension, keep the pressure in the position. But there's a lot of... you can go wrong here, can't you? I mean, very, very easily with both colours. And it's very messy. This is interesting stuff, really exciting.
Yeah, it's a critical position, and that explains why Magnus is taking his time right now. 3 tempting options, as you pointed out. And Fabi, he's just taken so many big decisions on the board. That king on e1 is probably going to be in the center of the board for the rest of the game. You don't have safety on the king side. I don't know if we'll ever see a queen side castling here, which means it's sort of another all-in kind of a setup by Fabi here. He has to try to, again, go for an attack, go for Magnus's king to try and get anything. If you let Magnus consolidate, white could be lost in the next couple of moves.
Right, you know, with that king in the center, And if Magnus is able to just introduce more pieces to the attack, I agree with you. I don't think Fabi's king is long for the world. But on the plus side, I do remember the words of Alexander Grishuk, who found himself in this type of situation. He said, well, a bad opening king, bad middle game king. But, you know, the longer the game drew out, it became a really good in-game king. So Fabi does have long-term possibilities to look forward to if he can survive.
And he needs to do that. He doesn't only need to survive, he needs to win this game. And we see a decision on the board. Magnus steps back from the fork. I think this is the most human approach. You just want to make sure that your pieces don't remain hanging. The pin is still on. There's pressure on f3. Your idea of knight g3, Simon, your idea of queen f6, always in the air. Bishop h5 just felt like the move you really want to make here.
Yeah. It's all about timing as well. If white gets a few moves, if white can somehow release the pressure, kick away the black knight from the center, Fabiano's happy. If Magnus gets time to develop his queen side, the other black knight coming out, the black queen coming out, black's going to have a raging attack. So these next few moves might be where it's decided. It definitely feels like one of those types of positions. No boring maneuvering here, no kind of small strategic finesses. It's just pure brute force. And Fabiano, he needs to find an accurate move here. Otherwise, I fear for his life in this game.
Yeah, I mean, whose king is weakest? And it certainly looks like white's king, right? I mean, the rook on h1 has to hold on to the pawn. OK, so he's broken the pin there with this bishop move. And now Magnus has the decision to make with the knight. White is threatening to take that knight now. So do you dive in? I mean, diving in, very normal reaction to play here in the position. And just seeing, I don't think there's many other options. Maybe you just dive in, right?
He's done it.
Played.
Yeah.
Rook to h3 on the board as well, hitting that knight, and not many squares to go to. You have to either retreat or take this bishop. He does remove the bishop pair, maybe haunted by memories of the previous game. And now for Magnus, what to do next? Is it time to start developing this piece, lots of options?
Develop the knight. Hang on a second, just do it with time. Maybe I can actually develop the queen first and then the knight.
Yeah, you can hit this rook in the corner. Actually, I was going to say, be careful, because fork, double attack. This could be disastrous, potentially. But, OK, he doesn't set up that trap. I'm all about the cheap tricks in this position. But knight to c6 as well. Very sensible move. Might later jump into this nice outpost. Might later jump towards the center. To me, it feels like black's position just, really harmonious.
Yeah. And also, there's a pattern that is just like screaming out to me. The king and the queen, they're on the same line. So if you get rid of the white knight on b5, then the knight can actually jump forward to the d4 square. So nice. A6 is imminent.
Yeah, big threats.
Maybe black can even start using the f-pawn if you need another lever to try and open up white's position. All these ideas are black's ideas. I mean, the black king is actually very safe. It might. I was thinking the black king could be a problem in this game with the dark square bishop of white swinging around on that diagonal. But there's never going to be any threats on g7 because you can't really ever move your rook to attack that point. So I can't see any way at all white can create threats against black's king. But we've just noted a number of ways that Magnus can create threats against white's king, and white's king is very precarious there, right? In just that little small pawn protection in front of it. So definitely a better position for Magnus, but it is messy. And when you need to win, messy is good.
Yeah, I love how you're suggesting pushing the black f-pawn. It's not the Dutch defense, Simon.
Well, bad habits die. Hard to get rid of, I'm afraid, David. I just want to throw it out the board, open up the rook, regret it and want to move it backwards a couple moves later.
It makes a lot of sense here. Going for the white king, which has now parked itself on f2. That's a really flimsy cover for the white king right now. It feels like that isn't going to hold up forever. The black knight's going to start coming in, the black queen, black rooks potentially as well. Yeah, Magnus slightly low on the clock. It definitely feels like he's not as confident as he was a bit earlier in the day, but still a very good position for black. So Fabi just needs to survive, stay in this as long as possible. Long term, all to play for, but short term, black's favour.
Yeah, if he gets his rook to g1, I like his last move, so at least he can now start applying a bit of pressure. And if he can get his rook to G1 and his dark square bishop back to B2, well, all of a sudden, because I've played F5 by that point, I'm in a lot of trouble. So it's like...
I don't know, you're quite quick. I do feel that, that black has to be super quick here, because if you let white play some happy moves, the bishop will line up on the long diagonal and then the rook. So there you go, the rook has come.
I like that, happy moves. I had never thought about it like happy moves.
Yeah, because they suggest themselves, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I always call happy moves the ones that suggest themselves, that play themselves.
Yeah.
You can almost, you don't even have to calculate. You just, okay, the rook belongs on an open line. It wants to go and look at the black king. And then the next happy move, if white is allowed, is the bishop to retreat itself to B2. So then it's on a long diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, the valuation bar is really, really liking Magnus's position, but I think again in practice this is a bit this is not as easy as the evaluation bar is indicating. I mean, white has his own ideas. As you say, that bishop dropping back, you're already creating a big threat. That rook can come and attack black's bishop. Black's bishop is a little bit loose on squares. I mean, it's not completely straightforward for Magnus at all.
Totally agree. If I was playing this position, I would think, okay, maybe I'm slightly better as black, maximum. But, I mean, it's just complicated. I would never dream that black's advantage is so significant, like the engine points out right now.
But
here he comes.
I wasn't quite sure about Fabi's last move, retreating the knight. I know it was under attack, but the bishop on A3 is just stuck there and it has no future. I felt that he had to kind of go on the counter-offensive.
With potential tactics of perhaps putting pressure on G7, and right now with the bishop on A3 stuck, the only square I see for that bishop is C1.
C1, right.
And that's not a happy move.
That's a very sad move, isn't it? That's really... That rook B8 move, I mean, I'm thinking about great moves in this game, and rook B8 from Magnus is just not something I would have thought about. But it's really just taking the sting out of white's play, because it was all based around white's bishop. And that bishop, as you say, is a very sad piece now because it hasn't got to that diagonal. So really, really nice containing move. And the last move stops white's rook activating. So rather than trying to crush white, Magnus says, I'm not going to let you play any moves, Fabiano. I'm not letting you play any of the moves that you like to play. And white's actually running out of moves, even though the evaluation bar is maybe liking it a bit more now. Can the knight come round? Is that why the evaluation bar is liking white? Maybe white's knight comes into the centre and then comes to harass the bishop via F4 on the next move. I mean, that would be a very sensible continuation. So still a mess.
This last move by Magnus 8-6, does that surprise you a little bit? It felt a bit slow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Magnus chose it. I mean, it's the type of move that I would play and then regret it for not being dynamic, energetic enough. Of course, as Simon says, it kind of prevents this rook to G5 move, trying to kick this bishop. But yeah, very, very slow. And let's catch up with the current position. After white's knight uses the center, the black knight jumps in as well. Maybe some hints of a check. But yeah, some calculation to be done. The white knight can drop back to F4, hitting this bishop.
On the board, we've got moves, David. Knight F4, bishop G6, and Magnus played knight E5 at breakneck speed. So he was anticipating knight D5.
Yeah, but it's just a pure mess right now. We see, wow, Fabiano lock up the center. This is really committal. He's trying to render this bishop passive. He's going to maybe try and kick it in the next move, try to line up on the G file. But yeah, now you've given up control over all of the dark squares in the center and also some threats along the third rank.
Yeah, I mean, you have to calculate something taken. Well, knight takes F3 in some positions now, because that would allow the black queen to come into H4. I don't think it works, but you know, you have to keep an eye on this kind of idea. Certainly.
And Peter doesn't hate it.
No, it's not the worst move on the board. Yeah, but it's just a really weird position. Mm-hmm. This is not your standard position. It's extremely complex. Let's remember that white must win. Fabi must win with white to take it to the playoffs. And he, you know, in the last game, he managed to get another dynamic position. He did the same actually in defeating young player who I've forgotten, Dennis. He also took a bad position, but a complicated position to win that one. Even again, the evaluation bar doesn't like it, but I think there's a lot of play left here, and this is going to be very, very exciting. Look at Magnus's time. You pointed this out as well. 3.5 minutes. You know,
4 minutes, yeah.
He's also struggling to make sense of this bizarre structure.
But I still like black in this position. And one of the reasons is that knight on e5. After this last move by white, that knight can't be kicked away for a while. Wondering if there's a way for Magnus to get the queen involved in everything that we're seeing. Queen f6 would be a happy move that I would like to make. But that does invite white to jump back with that knight on that central square, hitting that queen. So I don't really think that it actually makes any progress by the end of it.
Yeah, I also was thinking about how to introduce new pieces into the attack, and so I was looking at, unusually for me, moves that give up material. So I was looking at moves like f5, just to see whether the
funky.
Yeah, but the computer doesn't like it. But okay.
But he might be preparing it because he falls back with the bishop to h7, so gets out of the range of the knight. So f5 is definitely on his radar.
Trying to blow open the f-file towards the white king makes a lot of sense. And it's not clear what Fabiano is going to do. Okay, he quickly plays the move d3. Black's king gets out of the eye line of the white rook, and this move is definitely being prepared. First, maybe he'll guard against the white knight jumping in, but still very, very complicated. This position. Not clear how Fabiano is going to improve either. You'd love to put your rook on the g-file, but every time this happens, the black queen will swoop in. And yeah, just Magnus playing slow, steady, build-up moves. I think he's just trying to speed up now on the clock and just telling Fabi, okay, I'm going to play this move. I'm kind of declaring that right now. You have to be ready for it. Oh, predictions, anyone?
Well, I mean, it's a mess, right? I mean, I think it's really hard to predict what will happen here. I mean, black seems to be in a preferable position, but you know, I can't predict. I can't even predict this one.
It's also the clock, no? Yeah. With 2.5 minutes, really anything can happen despite black having an advantage in this position and everything under control, active pieces, but that's not enough amount of time to feel safe.
And it's the kind of position where the price of an error is pretty high as well. So anything can happen, all three results possible.
And the queen has been introduced into the attack. Again, also taking care of the e6 weakness. We are going to see f5 and then it all just blows up.
It's going to blow open soon, 100%. White's rook can now also move to the g-file. That's one of the disadvantages at some point. And here we come, f5. It's coming to life here. All pieces are attacking now for pretty much both sides, right?
Yeah.
Even the rook on b3 is super active. It's doing a great job of keeping that knight on f4, forced to defend and connected with that pawn on d3. So it just feels like when Magnus has played f5, all his pieces are ready for this.
Yeah, all of the black pieces definitely ready. It's just that white bishop, which could be improved, I guess. White's rook on h3 is going to slide across, but that needs to be improved urgently. Yeah, I love that message from Twitch there. It is the Wild Wild West now. Magnus has lit the touch paper, and Fabiano is saying, okay, I'm going to meet fire with fire. White's queen slid across. That was threatening checkmate in one, hitting the g7 square, forcing Magnus into the retreating. And, okay, will that momentum change? Retreating normally isn't a good sign, but, okay, maybe he's just going to bring his rook across. Fabiano trebled up with his pieces now.
He's creating some threats here.
Oh, wow.
But Magnus, wow. I mean, Magnus played this very quickly, not afraid of rook takes pawn. And rook takes pawn, it nearly, I mean, that very scary move. But Magnus has prepared knight takes pawn check there. And David, I mean, it's getting even more wild, wild westy now. And I'm thinking Will Smith when I say that.
But this is crazy, Simon. The three pieces together. For example, if the black knight takes now, this would be a losing blunder because suddenly, look at this dormant bishop, which was asleep for so long. Yeah. Suddenly, along this longest possible diagonal, delivers the killer blow. And black would have to lose his queen just to eliminate this bishop. This is totally crazy. Fabiano is thinking about it.
And it's so easy to forget about that bishop. David, until you pointed out bishop to b2 is a checkmate in that position. I didn't even know that it could come into the attack. So you've got to watch out here with the black. Things are changing really quickly.
Things are changing, and we do see Fabiano recapture that pawn in the middle. And still, white still has the threat of rook takes pawn.
And bishop b2 as well at the right moment. You've got to watch out that the rook on f8 is attacking that knight on f4. But once the bishop lands on this diagonal, it can be super dangerous for black king.
And
H5.
more pieces are going to be thrown towards that poor G7 pawn, you know. If Magnus defends it, then there's going to be the knight coming to H5. And I think bishop B2 is a great move as well.
I mean, you've got bishop takes H6 ideas and as well. And Magnus 1.5 minutes to defend against an all-in Fabiano. And Fabiano is attacking hardcore here. So he's going for a counter-attack. So he's aiming to take the pawn with check if Magnus dives in. And this is trying to at least tie down some of Fabiano's pieces here with that queen.
Can Fabi do the impossible? Can he make a big comeback from being 2-0? He's already won one game. He needs to win this one to force an Armageddon. Meanwhile, big updates coming in on the Alireza board. Alireza Firouzja on the brink of a win, and this would mean match over. What's going on here? He's got 2 minor pieces for a rook.
Yeah, it's like 2 volcanoes erupted at the same time. Firouzja now is threatening a nasty checkmating attack. He's just slid his queen across 1 square, threatening to jump into the G6 square. And I think we have to jump in here. Wesley So in huge trouble, only with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And just the last couple of moves, this one has really sprung to life here. Wesley is level material. He decided to take this pawn, maybe living to regret this. This has opened up the beautiful light squared bishop towards the king, and maybe this is the one he missed. Bishop takes pawn, and you cannot recapture. Bishop takes knight now would lure the black queen into the center, walking into a family fork, hitting the king, queen, and rook. This would be devastating, of course. Black, in the end, dropping the knight back, but this killer blow, potentially, queen to b1, threatening to slide in. For example, bishop takes bishop now would be devastating. Queen to g6, this pawn is pinned, and this will end in checkmate. Instead, he had to push his pawn forward, and after a trade of bishops on f8, I'm expecting, wow, next move, simply, Firouzja is going to come in with his queen.
And the knight coming to f5. We know what that knight is capable of once it lands on f5.
A lot of nasty things.
Cracking.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, White's pieces are flowing brilliantly here, and the real strength for Alireza's game is when he is attacking, he spots these opportunities really, really well. Like Garry Kasparov, he always reminds me of Garry Kasparov and the energetic play that Garry used to put on his opponents. And here, the queen coming over and the knight coming in. It looks really, really strong, and this could be the game that puts Alireza through to the next round.
Yeah, and it's actually really bad news for Wesley. Not only does he lose this and get pushed down to the lower bracket, but he doesn't secure that spot in the Toronto final.
Yeah, let's remind everyone, if Wesley wins this game, he's already through to the season and final. But losing it, he would still have a chance. He needs to finish in top 4 in the Julius Baer Generation Cup to make it to Toronto, but this one will hurt.
It definitely will hurt. And there we can see the white knight landing on the beautiful f5 square. Now the queen and knight are circling around the black king.
And wow, Magnus Carlsen has just blundered in the other game. This one looks like it's over. Firouzja is about to jump in with his queen and deliver a checkmate. I think we have to jump. Magnus has just missed this beautiful move. Look at Fabiano flex there, stretching. He's a piece up. He has an extra knight, and it's all about the dart squares. White's bishop is actually lurking. We'll go through an action replay in a moment, but simply a piece up here for Fabiano.
He's going to win. He's going to win 2 games in a row against the brilliant Magnus Carlsen and take it to Armageddon.
Oh my God.
Incredible.
It felt like that was impossible to do when it was 2-0. You win one, you win the second one, and that rook was on pre but couldn't have been taken because of that dark square bishop that we've been pointing out. And maybe we'll have a look at it at another time, David. But Fabi, he's taking it to an Armageddon.
Yeah, Fabiano, he's doing the business here. He counterattacked that white bishop, finally springing to life. A little question here to answer. White's rook is attacked on h6, or is it? And the white knight on e6 as well, slightly loose. But I think you can defend that. You can kind of solve that in a few ways right now. At the very least, you can take that black bishop with your rook. But, okay, Fabiano, can he close this game out now? Under 1 minute.
But you don't want to give the material back, right? If you have an alternative to keep that extra piece, you want to hang on to it. So is there a way that White can maybe sidestep with the king, creating that threat of bishop f6?
It's worked for him before. Why not try it again? I agree with you. Look.
Is he giving the piece away?
No, he's counting on rook takes knight, and then the 2 rooks will line up on the H line.
So what? But look at the bar; it's changed a lot. I mean, the problem here is that I think the white king is quite exposed, right? So you know, the black rook on c2 can also do a number of checks and force it to go to a very bad square. So rook takes knight here might just be playable in this position. Yeah. That was a crazy move. I mean, sidestepping the king, like you mentioned, Tanya, seemed so sensible. Don't retreat unless you have to. They're both very short a time. Here you see that rook checking, first of all, forcing the king to a bad square.
Yeah, and don't forget that all the white remaining pawns are dropping. So at the very least, even if black loses his bishop, white's pawns there just lined up in a row, like Skittles there. Just you're going to wipe them out all in one go. And here we go. It's elimination time. If you're just left with 2 rooks and a bishop against the 2 black rooks with no pawns left, won't be many winning chances.
No, that's right. And yeah, that was a big miss of Fabiano, who did so well to get back in the game. He was a piece up, he was attacking, he had a great position, and he just retreated. He just played this passive move at the wrong time there, going backwards rather than forwards.
That was a massive moment, and maybe just if you, David, you can show us what exactly was the way forward for Fabi there.
Yeah, I think we just have to jump in and just a quick slow motion replay of what happened here. Actually, Magnus Carlsen was doing quite well. He should have given a check. He needed to keep his rook on on B7 to prevent the white bishop using the square. He brought his rook across, missing this beautiful blow from Fabiano, allowing the white bishop now to deliver a killer blow. But it was just a few turns later. Fabiano still had the same idea. He did not need to move this rook. As you pointed out, Tanya, just moving the king would have won the game, because this would have been a devastating checkmate. He would have kept his knight on the board, kept a winning attack. Instead, retreating that rook did allow the knight to be eliminated. And let's catch up with the current position. All of white's pawns are gone. This one should now be a draw. Black has 3 pawns for the bishop, level material. And as long as black's king doesn't get checkmated, this is going to be a draw.
Still some chances, maybe, if you can coordinate the white rooks and the bishops to to attack the king. I mean, you have to try to create some chances against black's king here. I mean, it's not completely dead as of yet, and the time situation, that's going to be a key factor.
Yeah, it's not easy to play when you only have seconds left, and there we see Magnus given a check. It's been intercepted. Well,
look at this. I mean, it's
one
still...
pawn has disappeared from the board.
Still seems really, really unclear to me, this. That bishop, you know, is still a bishop.
And meanwhile, there is an update. Firouzja has indeed closed out that game against Wesley So. We left it with a decisive advantage for him, and he was about to deliver checkmate. He had an extra bishop as well, so Wesley resigns and is pushed down to the other bracket.
Could we either see rook and bishop versus rook potentially in this one? If the pawns get removed and a pair of rooks come off, which is a draw, but not an easy draw. And you see here, white is definitely going to push this one on, right? I mean, he's got a bishop for a pawn. It's not clear to me, if I didn't know with the evaluation bar, that this is actually a draw. I wouldn't notice.
Yeah, and actually at the World Cup, there was one fascinating endgame of this exact position, basically, but without black's pawn. And that should be a draw as well, but harder work with all the rooks on the board. Magnus here, he needs to trade off one set of rooks if he wants to secure safety. With all the rooks on the board, the black king will never be entirely safe. Fabiano can play this one forever. I think we're going to see a 150 move game here. Fabiano has to push this to the very end, to the bitter end, while Magnus tries to defend and trade off rooks.
Yeah, and Magnus just sitting and waiting in this position. There's not much else he can do. And Fabiano's got to try and create some chances. I mean, his one idea here is to go bishop d4 and try to win Magnus's last pawn. That would open up the black king to more checks from the rooks. So that seems a very sensible idea.
Yeah. But does Magnus have to be very careful, because the king is not well placed in an ensuing rook and bishop versus rook endgame?
It's always tricky. I mean, rook and bishop versus rook. I mean, Magnus knows how to draw that, but, you know, I've seen so many top players lose that ending, but they're not Magnus. So that is the difference, right?
Fabi's best chance in this endgame is to keep all the pieces on the board, not trade off either of the rooks, and to try and win that g-pawn so that you can try and give another checkmate to Magnus Carlsen. But giving one checkmate in a day, I think it's kind of hard to give 2 checkmates to Magnus here. Magnus continues to play confidently, With both players now under 30 seconds, is clock going to be a bit of a factor? Especially Magnus, he's touching the 15-second mark.
Yeah, I feel like Fabiano has to hustle on the clock here. If Magnus is able to build up time, build up increment, get closer to the 1 minute mark, especially that endgame rook and bishop versus rook where he knows the defensive techniques, I think he would hold that in his sleep. So you need to kind of push him down on the clock as low as possible and then maybe go for that endgame. It's not going to be easy. We've got to watch out for the 50 move rule, of course, as well. Magnus, he's found a safe haven for his king. The black rook is going to protect along the 6th rank as well. Fabiano is struggling to make progress here.
And when was the last capture in the game? Let's get an update on that to keep an eye on the 50 move rule. Approaching that, Fabi will have to take a decision to go for that G-pawn because Magnus isn't pushing that pawn anytime soon.
The last capture was move 60, so we are about to reach the 30 move mark. Fabiano needs to either capture a piece or force the black pawn to push in the next 20 moves. Oof,
well, at some point, he'll probably have to exchange a pair of rooks off and just try to win rook and bishop versus rook if he can get to it. Even though it's not clear he's going to win that last pawn ever. No. I mean, there's probably a good chance he will. But how else does he make progress there? He's got the only other piece he can use is really his king here, and you can't really get that anywhere great in the position that's going to help pressurize Fabi's king.
Magnus ever been forced to defend a rook and king versus rook and bishop?
Probably against David, I would have thought so. I mean, I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
Because I would imagine he's probably more used to being on the other side, right?
That's right.
He's won a few on the other side, if I remember correctly. I think I do recall him defending one, at least. There was also a game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen where Vachier-Lagrave just didn't even try to beat Magnus, despite the extra bishop in that endgame, because he was confident Magnus would draw it. But either way, Fabiano, he's running out of time. He's got 14 moves now to win that black pawn or to trade off a set of rooks. He has to take his fate into his own hands and do something. Otherwise, his chances will disappear just due to that 50 move rule. He's not making any progress whatsoever here.
David, would you be confident drawing the ending rook and bishop versus rook? And this is what we're thinking might happen if Fabiano decides to swap a pair of rooks off because he's running out of time. The 50 move rule is encroaching on them where it'll be automatically decided to draw. But you'd be confident, David?
If it's classical, I'd be pretty confident. 10 seconds on my clock. I don't think I'd be confident in any position, let alone that difficult endgame.
We're almost reaching the 50 move mark.
How many
He's at
moves
60,
left?
right? So another 5 moves to go?
5 moves.
Oh, difficult to do stuff here.
7 seconds. He
needs to get rooks off the board.
To trade.
Oh, so he's trying to swap. He's trying to offer some kind of trade
Rook
here.
A5, Rook B5.
Yeah, but
Magnus is clever. He won't exchange here. He'll just keep pieces on the board.
But Rook B5 doesn't work. You can just take it as well. So,
D5.
I mean, and
Okay, so like us be moderately careful.
And the black king is in the wrong place. The white king is in the wrong place as well.
2 more moves to go.
2 more moves. Oh, bishop takes G7.
Bishop takes pawn now.
Yeah, well,
No, unfortunately,
you know.
there's some rook checks.
Oh, and here we go.
Is it going to be a draw?
He should have taken the rook.
Oh,
he could have taken the
Didn't
rook.
realize it. Fabi did not realize it.
Oh, wow.
And it automatically stops. 50 move rule has been reached. And with that, he had the opportunity to keep going with the trade on that last move. And Magnus Carlsen has got to be feeling the relief after that. With 2 big wins at the start, it looked like it was going to be easy, but Fabi strikes back in Game 3 and so close in Game 4.
Yeah, so close, but in the end, it was just a big mistake from Fabiano Caruana at a critical moment. But wow, what a fight.
What a fight. David, what was the critical moment when things could have turned around?
Oh, wow. The critical moment was so long ago, I can barely remember. I just want to show, there were mutual blunders earlier, but I just want to show where Fabiano could have at least prolonged the game and could have kept his chances alive in this match. And it was here, just 1 move before the 50 move rule kicked into effect and the game was declared drawn automatically. He could have forced that prolific endgame, that famous endgame. Rook takes G7 here, check. Would have forced the black rook to recapture, and here we would have seen Magnus having to show his endgame technique. This is a draw with rook and bishop versus the sole black rook, but it would not have been easy. We would have seen 50 more moves of torture and decent chances for Fabiano. So he tried hard. In the end, not quite close enough.
But what a performance, even coming back in that Game 3. A brilliant game by Fabi, but it is Magnus Carlsen who continues in the winners bracket, and he will be playing against Alireza Firouzja in the winners final. And this was our scoreline, with Magnus taking on Fabi and then winning with 2.5 to 1.5. Alireza Firouzja winning that final game against Wesley So and taking his match. And we are being joined by Magnus Carlsen after his win against Fabi. Magnus, congratulations, and what a match this was. Can you hear us, Magnus?
Thank you. I really ran out of energy towards the end. The last two games were pretty dreadful, but I got the win, so that's something.
It was a great match, Magnus. In the first 2 games, you were making it look really easy, and we were super impressed. Convincing stuff. What happened in game 3?
Well, what I just said.
You ran out of energy?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he played a very good game. I think I was better from the opening, but that was kind of by design since he had to win. And then after that, he played a lot better than I did. And then the 4th game was bad as well, but it's okay. Yeah, as I said, you know, I just ran out of energy, and the games were poor, unfortunately.
Was there ever a moment that you thought that this would go into an Armageddon?
I didn't really care.
And Magnus, there was an opportunity just before the 50 move rule kicked in for Fabiano to go into the infamous rook and bishop versus rook endgame. How confident would you have been of drawing that one?
Pretty confident.
Just checking.
But I did miss bishop takes g7. I only saw it after I made the move.
All right, Magnus, we know it's been a long day and you are tired, but just one last question. You will be playing Alireza Firouzja in the winners final, and looking ahead at that match, give us your thoughts, how you're going to approach it.
I don't know. I'll probably have to play better than I did today. But it's going to be interesting to face him. I haven't faced him a lot in these matches over the last couple of years. In fact, I cannot remember. Yeah, I cannot remember even one match that we've played the last couple of years on the tours. So
Magnus, you famously said that if Alireza makes it to the World Championship, you'd consider playing against him. So is it always fun for you to play? Is it a matchup that you look forward to?
Yeah, for sure. He's both very strong and an uncompromising player as well. The games are always good.
We look forward to that one. Magnus, get some rest and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen saying that he could feel the fatigue and the lack of energy in those last 2 games. Fabiano Caruana coming super close to taking it to the Armageddon, and Magnus will be fighting against Firouzja in the winners final. And this was the matchup that we just saw. Fabiano Caruana has been knocked down to the elimination bracket. A pretty high accuracy rate there, David.
Yeah, for both players. Magnus, we're used to that from him. And Fabiano, I think maybe that accuracy was affected by the second game where he was already struggling out of the opening. But in general, very high quality match and close in the end. Just came down to a few moves that decided it.
He does look very tired, though.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's been a long day of chess. There's been some great games going on, and it's exciting to commentate on, but it's tough, yeah? I mean, you're calculating the whole time. You're trying to work stuff out. He's just come from the World Cup where he won, so, he's going to be tired.
Well, and the other winners bracket finalist is joining us, Alireza, after his win against Wesley. Alireza, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wrapping that up in that 4th game, 3 games that ended with a draw. What happened there? Because it felt like an abrupt end What happened in game 4?
Yeah, I think Wesley lacked a bit energy at the end. He blundered, of course, with bishop a7. He blundered the 2-piece for rook. So I had the advantage from early on, and then I had to find few more accurate moves, and then I had a very good position. So I think he just lacked energy after all the 3 games because it was very sharp, the 3 games. So it makes sense.
Yeah, it was the first 3 games ended in a draw, but they were big fights and tough battles. And your opening of choice for today with the black pieces seemed to be the King's Indian defense. Is that an opening that you enjoy playing, Alireza?
Yeah, it's a good opening, I think, still, but nobody plays it anymore. But especially against Wesley, I think it's a good idea. For instance, I played him once in classical and he took on e5. He exchanged the queen against me. So I said in rapid, for sure I have chance against him in King's Indian. So it's not his style so much, but of course it's not the best opening to play black. So.
That's very interesting that it was an opening approach more because of you playing against Wesley and you thinking that that would be a good opening choice against Wesley. And looking ahead, you're playing against Magnus in the winners' final tomorrow. We had him on earlier, and he's looking forward to that match. What about you? What are your thoughts on facing Magnus in a matchup after quite some time?
Honestly, I'm just happy that I will get more broadcast time because my parents are watching you guys, and you guys never show me. So now at least you will show me and they could watch me. So this is a good news at least.
A big hello to your parents from our side, Alireza.
Hey to your parents.
Hey to your parents.
And Alireza, I'm curious, you decided not to play the World Cup. Can we ask why? And were you watching the event?
Yeah, for sure. I was watching event. The reason I didn't play was just because I didn't see myself play 1 month everyday chess. So it was just too much for me, I think, to compete. So for me, going to one place and stay there for 1 month to play, it's a bit weird. So I decided just to skip that tournament because of this reason.
Well, we missed you seeing at the World Cup, but we're so happy to have you back with us in the Champions Chess Tour. And Alireza, how important is it for you to try to get that spot into Toronto, and how motivated are you for that?
Yeah, I think it will be a great tournament in Toronto, so I will try my best. And so, of course, it's a good motivation for me to qualify for it. So I will try my best. It's a thing that I like to qualify. So.
Yeah, we wish you all the best. It's always awesome to see you on the board, and good luck for tomorrow, Alireza.
Thank you.
Alireza Firouzja with a big win against world number 8, Wesley So, and he will be taking on Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. And a very high accuracy rate there as well for both players, slightly more for Alireza.
Yeah, wow, putting Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano to shame. 96 is incredibly high. And yeah, it kind of reflects what we said earlier in the day. Just really, really close match here. Neither player making significant mistakes. In the end, it was Wesley who tired and allowed Alireza to pounce in that final game. But yeah, if he can keep this up, Alireza, he's got great chances against Magnus tomorrow.
We better make sure we show his game tomorrow as well. You know, we got a bit of a telling off there, so sorry about that. He does play very exciting chess as well, so we've got to show that match.
We will be showing that match as he takes on Magnus Carlsen in the winners' final. We will also have a lot of big matchups before that in the losers' bracket. Let's take a look at some of the other big high accuracy rates from today's matchups as Nodirbek Abdusattorov knocked out Pavel from the Julius Baer Generation Cup with a 96.6% accuracy, Ivanka.
Yeah, that is an impressive score. And of course, he was also really impressive as well. You know, the way that he just dispatched Pavel Elianov, I mean, it just means that he's back in form. And yesterday was just an off day.
And the other player who was super impressive, Denis Lazovic, he lost the first game to Amin, then wins the second one and goes on to win a thrilling Armageddon. And look at that accuracy by the 16-year-old at 92%. What a performance there today by him, Simon.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And looks like he could be leading Apple in that picture as well, you know. But yeah, I mean, he's just a really good player for his age and just a really mature player.
We're going to have big fights all across tomorrow as we go into day 3 of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Let's take a look at our brackets for the day's action that is coming up. Amin Tabatabai, Elyanov have been knocked out of the event. Wesley So, knocked down by Alireza Firouzja, will play against Denis Lazovic. A clash of generations there. And Fabiano Caruana, knocked down by Magnus Carlsen, takes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Later in the winners' final, we will have to pick Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. What are you most excited about for tomorrow?
I think it's going to be the big final, the winners' final between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. I mean, Alireza has played so dynamically, in such a sharp, smart way, and I can't wait to see how Magnus will cope with that.
Yeah, I'm the same. I mean, you can't really pick another match there, can you? It has to be that match. I mean, Magnus wanted that match for the World Championships. He's going to get it tomorrow, and they're both such exciting players when they play against each other. They play so many games online, and yeah, I think we're all looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that's the main course, but I'm also excited about the appetizers and especially the clash between Caruana and Abdusattorov. It's a repeat of one of the finals we saw earlier in the season in the Chess Kid Cup, and there Abdusattorov triumphed. So yeah, Fabiano, he played really, really well today. Abdusattorov, he's upped his game as well. It's going to be a tight clash, that one.
A bit of a grudge match, that one, for Fabiano Caruana. And as David says, big appetizers and then a big, big main course with Magnus Carlsen taking on Alireza Firouzja. I'm also very excited to reveal our winner of the trivia question that we had. Let's bring up our trivia question for the day. It was a tough one. Who is the youngest player to qualify for the candidates and when? It's also a bit of a trick question. Let's reveal the answers first.
Bobby Fischer.
That's correct.
Well, I went 1968.
And you also have Bobby Fischer?
Bobby Fischer, yeah.
I put 1963.
Yeah, freeze.
Okay,
probably.
both of you are wrong. It was in 1958.
58?
He was only 15 years old.
Oh, right. Oh, bloody hell. I meant 58. That's actually a 5. If you look very closely, that says 5.
And there is our today's winner. Huge congratulations to Isa Klanganaka. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name, but we all congratulate you here from the studio. And the answer is Bobby Fischer in the 1958 qualification to the candidate. It was a trick question because Magnus Carlsen also did qualify in 2007. He was younger than Bobby Fischer, but he never ended up playing the candidates then. But he will be back tomorrow for a match against Alireza, a player that he was willing to play the World Championship title for. And that's one match you don't want to miss. We will be back with all the action. We'll see you then. Wow.
Checkmate.
For who? Oh, it is checkmate on the board.
Wow.
Oof.
Wow, White's knight is trapped.
And Amin reacts. Yeah. He missed this idea completely.
Flashy, clever moves. And wow. Apparently a blunder on the board from Fabiano.
It automatically stops. 50 move rule has been reached.